This was the Heaven One Army's first time going out of absolute heaven in thousands of years. With 100,000 soldiers, each carried a feeling of novelty and even more a strong sense of pride. We are the first batch out of absolute heaven. Turns out that outside of absolute heaven, there is such scenery. There were many among them who even had tears run down their cheeks. It's been more than 5,000 years. I finally set foot in my homeland. Sniff, sniff. Thank you so much, Master Yi. A true sovereign heaven prostrated down to Yi Yuan, shedding tears of gratitude. He went to the absolute heaven barrier back then and originally thought that he could never hope to return to his homeland again. He did not expect that today he actually went out of absolute heaven. The absolute heaven barrier was a powerful barrier. It blocked the blood race's iron's hoofs. But did it not block countless Heaven One martial artists? 2. All along, there were large numbers of blood race troops stationed outside of the passageways. But after South Chi's great victory, there were no more bloodkins outside of the passageways. Only then did they have the chance to go out of absolute heaven. An army of 100,000 went forth in mighty contingents, rushing until they were under Giant Net City. The blood race was stunned. Did South Chi's people go mad? Blood Promise stood on top of the city walls. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, he laughed loudly and said, Feng Xiaotian, is your head spoiled? To actually dare come and invade Giant Net City? Feng Xiaotian said coolly, Blood Promise, today is your hour of doom. Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, All right, bring it on. This seat wants to see what you'll use to kill me. Giant Net City did not have a city-protecting grand array. But it was naturally impossible for the blood race to not have any methods when they built a giant city. In reality, the materials used to build Giant Net City were all specially manufactured by the blood race. Once there were enemies that came to invade, it could erupt with formidable power and could even cut down emperor realms. The power was not the slightest bit weaker than a grand array. This thing was called the Light of Blood Eye. Blood Promise, you piece of trash, this liege is here. Why haven't you knelt down to welcome me? Ye Yuan said in a clear voice. Seeing Yi Yuan, Blood Promise's 2 eyes turned red at once. It was true that when 2 enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. How many losses had he suffered at this guy's hands? By the side, City Lord Sumu even had monstrous blood energy surging to the sky, wishing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. His good friend, Bloodsword, was killed because of a word from Yi Yuan. At that time, he only felt that having offended Blood Divine Son His Highness, he was helpless too. However, who knew that this fellow was actually Yi Yuan? Younger brother Bloodsword, you died so unjustly. Blood Promise spurted out a mouthful of old blood once more. In this Giant Net City, he had been humiliated by Yi Yuan several times. Now, this guy actually still came to anger him. Yi Yuan, you dare go out of the absolute heaven barrier? This seat will definitely kill you today. Blood Promise's 2 eyes were bright red as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Trash is trash. You're nothing at all in my eyes. Eugene, you killed our hegemon Edgeless. Today I'll have you repay a blood debt in blood. At this time, Eugene was standing on top of the city walls too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately understood in his heart. The Heaven One army came for him. A hint of a sneer surfaced at the corners of his mouth. This bunch of guys was also underestimating hegemon realms too much. Hegemon realm, even if it was a seriously wounded hegemon realm, they were also not what a bunch of ants could provoke. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, All right, this seat is waiting for you. Blood Promise even laughed mockingly and said, Reckless and blind thing, you really think that having become the Blood Divine Son, you're very impressive? Hegemon realms are existences that you cannot imagine. Oh, is that so? Then, I'm coming. Attack the city.
Suddenly, Ye Yuan roared.
Over 100,000 troops rushed in like a swarm of hornets. A hint of a cruel smile already flashed across the corners of Blood Promise mouth. After the light of blood eye erupted, it will be considered pretty good if half of your 100,000 strong army can survive. Emperor realms will have to die in swathes too. This is your final trump card, right? If all of them died here, will those hegemons be in a lot of pain? Thinking up to here, Blood Promise and Eugene were both incomparably delighted. South Chi's great battle was seriously lost too oppressively. However, they never dreamed that the Heaven One army actually ran over on their own accord to seek death. One had to know, right now there were still 300,000 troops in Giant Net City. Although these people were much worse compared to those elites under the help of the light of blood eye, it was still more than sufficient to finish off these 100,000 Heaven One elites. In reality, just the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens within the jurisdiction of Giant Net City, the numbers already reached as high as several million. But Heaven One's raid was seriously too sudden. Giant Net City did not have time to summon everyone to join the battle at all. Presently, there was only a standing army of 300,000 in the city. However, it would suffice. Feng Xiaotian took the lead, bringing a group of Emperor realms and rushing straight for Blood Promise. The 100,000 strong army also rushed toward the top of the city walls. Right at this time, Giant Net City erupted with a bloody light that rose to the sky, giving people a hair-raising feeling. An astonishing crisis welled up in everyone's hearts. But their speed did not reduce in the slightest, because Yi Yuan told them that they did not need to be scared. They should count on him for everything. If someone else said these, they would definitely turn their noses up in disdain. But with Yi Yuan saying this, they believed without a shadow of a doubt. This person had created an unprecedented great victory and created countless miracles. Not believing in him, who else could you believe in? When Blood Promise saw this, he laughed loudly and said, "A bunch of fools! Could it be that Yi Yuan didn't tell you guys that Giant Net City has the light of blood eye? The force." However, a figure jumped up onto the top of the city walls first. Following that, an even more terrifying aura directly erupted. This was Origin Blood Energy. Its degree of terror made even the Bloodkins shudder. Then, the terrifying light of blood eye actually directly retreated. When Blood Promise saw this scene, his two eyes could not help going black, nearly fainting. Even Hegemon Eugene's pupils constricted too. CK me. The light of blood eye completely did not dare to erupt in front of the blood origin that the Mother Stone bestowed. The light of blood eye was directly suppressed back by the origin aura that Yi Yuan erupted with. In reality, Yi Yuan already sensed this light of blood eye at Giant Net City. This light of blood eye was actually about the same as Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. It was just that the light of blood eye here was much weaker. Yi Yuan had once attempted to slightly release a hint of blood origin aura. As a result, these light of blood eye feared him like a tiger. At that time, Yi Yuan determined that his origin of blood could suppress Giant Net City's light of blood eye. Giving thanks to the Chaos Bloodstone, this wisp of blood origin was really useful. Blood Promise spurted out another mouthful of old blood. He felt like he was almost dying. Mother Stone, don't scam your descendants like this. Isn't this killing people? In reality, even Hegemon Eugene also did not know how strong the blood origin in Yi Yuan's body was. At least, Hegemon Eugene was unable to suppress the light of blood eye, but Yi Yuan could. It was because the origin of blood in his body was the most fundamental and purest origin of blood. One had to know the entire blood race was created by the Mother Stone. In Blood Promise's heart, a myriad of curses galloped across. The blood race was actually scammed by the Mother Stone. When the Heaven One army saw the light of blood eye being suppressed, their imposing momentum skyrocketed significantly. Feng Xiaotian and the rest of the Emperor realms were wildly ecstatic too. Honestly speaking, they more or less still had some misgivings before this. The blood race's methods were impossible to guard against. But now their misgivings were all gone. Looking at Blood Promise's expression, everyone knew that he was extremely surprised too. The Blood Divine Son was indeed different. Yi Yuan was really the savior that heaven sent to save heaven one. Impressive. Hegemon Yu Jin's gaze turned slightly dark. He was going to take action. Although seriously injured, it was still not a problem to deal with the likes of Feng Xiaotian. But right at this time, a figure landed not far from him and said coolly, "You, Jin, your opponent is me. Li Clearcloud? You actually haven't died under the Tao tribulations. Who? Just the likes of you also want to kill me?" Eugene looked at the arrival, full of disdain. He naturally knew Li Clearcloud. In reality, the two had fought many times. But in the end, Eugene was still one step ahead, stepping into Hegemon Realm. Li Clearcloud was still blocked outside the door of Hegemon Realm until now. With regards to Li Clearcloud, Eugene was naturally disdainful. Li Clearcloud said coolly, "If you were at your prime, I'm naturally not your match. But since you're seriously wounded by the absolute heaven barriers, power, this is a God-sent opportunity to kill you." Eugene said disdainfully, "No matter how seriously injured, this seat is a Hegemon too. You, a trash who can't even reach Hegemon, want to kill me too." Li Clearcloud said coolly, "Wouldn't you know after trying?" Finished saying, Li Clearcloud pointed a finger. The power of origin came rolling in. The terrifying pressure made everyone's expression change drastically. Among them, it naturally included Eugene. He had a look of horror as he said, "9 origins. You actually comprehended 9 origins." Li Clearcloud ignored Eugene's horror and pointed a tyrannical finger at Eugene. Divine ability, 9 absolutes life-seizing finger. Eugene was horrified, blood energy in his body surging to the sky, desperately wanting to stop this finger. The composure just now had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a look of alarm and fear. Boom! The bloody light on Eugene's body directly had a large hole punched through. By Li Clearcloud, his entire person being pierced through. This finger was fearsome to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing Li Clearcloud attack. It was truly breathtaking to the extreme. This was probably the #1 person under Hegemon, right? Is this a divine ability? Indeed amazing. Presently, I have the power of origin in my body too. I wonder if I can comprehend a divine ability or not. Yi Yuan looked at Li Clearcloud, who was practically poking a hole in the sky. His thoughts could not refrain from flying elsewhere. Divine abilities were the martial techniques used by Hegemon Realm. Powerhouses, the power formidable to the extreme. Although Li Clearcloud was not Hegemon Realm yet, he comprehended 9 origins. His strength could virtually rival some of the weaker Hegemon realms. Already, for Yi Yuan to dare come and kill a Hegemon, his greatest reliance was naturally Li Clearcloud. However, not all Hegemon realms could comprehend a divine ability. Divine abilities were somewhat similar to the true spirit race's innate divine abilities. It was just that origin powerhouses needed a lucky chance to comprehend divine ability. Hegemon realms with divine abilities, their strength was naturally a great deal stronger than Hegemon realms without divine abilities. Li Clearcloud already grasped a divine ability in the origin realm. Truly, took everyone's breath away. When Feng Xiaotian saw the scene, he also muttered, "That's a true divine ability technique. Once Brother Clearcloud enters Hegemon Realm, he'd likely be able to instantly kill same rank Hegemons. Impressive. Impressive. That's a divine ability? How strong? Shattered a Hegemon Realm with 1 finger. Really too impressive. Heh. Today's battle, we're destined to shock the world." Swoosh. A surge of bloodlight rose to the sky. Eugene was going to escape. Li Clearcloud laughed heartily and chased after with a lunge. It was only to hear extremely terrifying fighting sounds coming over from the horizon, making people quake in their boots. And over here, it was virtually a one-sided massacre. Bloodlight shone brightly on Yi Yuan's body, charging into the army all by himself, akin to a no-man's land. His thick accumulations erupted. After breaking through to true sovereign heaven, he charged to peak lower true sovereign heaven in one stroke. Under grand completion true sovereign heaven, few were his match. When Yi Yuan was still only upper saint sovereign heaven back then, he was already invincible in saint sovereign heaven. Now he was naturally even more powerful, and he drained 2 blood pools in succession. His bloodline power was already strong until it was incapable of further increase too. Under a punch, even if it was a true sovereign heaven, they would be directly one shot too. With him around, the fights below Emperor Realm seemed to go much more smoothly, especially since this 100,000 strong army was Heaven 1 Alliance's elite martial artists to begin with. As soon as the army arrived, they swept away all obstacles in the way. It was the Emperor Realm fights that appeared a little worrisome. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian similarly had an unparalleled divine might, fighting until Blood Promise vomited blood repeatedly. Just as Yi Yuan expected, after consecutive battles, the Blood Race's Emperor Realms had similarly suffered heavy losses. But on Heaven 1's side, many new fresh blood were injected. On the Emperor Realm side, it was still Heaven 1 who occupied an absolute advantage. The conclusion seemed to already have been destined, while at this time, in the absolute heaven barrier, the hegemons had lost composure. Receiving the news that came over from South Qi Giant City, Hegemon Cloudmount was virtually going nuts. This little scoundrel, is he mad? The power of the light of blood eye, even Emperor Realm powerhouses can't withstand it too. He led this 100,000 strong army. Isn't it going to court death? Moreover, no matter how injured a Hegemon Realm is, that's also a Hegemon Realm. The Clear Cloud, that bastard, actually accompanied Yi Yuan to go crazy together. It's angering this seat to death. Hegemon Realm Cloudmount let loose a torrent of abuse. This bunch of guys actually directly went out of the absolute heaven barrier, without even giving any heads up. The previous victory was by relying on the power of the city protecting Grand Array. Did these damn things really think that they were invincible under the heavens? Humph! Old man Cloudmount, fine disciples that you've taught. It's fine if they die, but if this army of 100,000 is lost, your extreme medicine sect will become a sinner. Hegemon Blacksun's voice came over. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, but this time, he surprisingly did not.
Rabut.
Divine Lord was full of anxiety as he said, "This battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory too. Many people have never experienced the prowess of the light of blood eye. With the enhancement of the light of blood eye, Giant Net City's 200,000 strong army will become ferocious savages. This time, Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan are really messing around too much." Hesitating for a moment, Hegemon Pine Spring said, "Master Little Junior, brother was once the blood race's blood divine son. He should understand the blood race's tricks a little. Perhaps he has a way to deal with the light of blood eye? Hoo-hoo, light of blood eye, even if it's us hegemons, we can only forcefully destroy it too. It can't be suppressed at all. Can he, a measly little true sovereign heaven, really overturn the heavens?" Hegemon Black Sun said with a cold smile. "What Brother Black Sun said is right. Yi Yuan has indeed created many miracles, but this time, it's too reckless. I heard that going out of absolute heaven this time was him strongly pushing for it. How preposterous." Another Hegemon said, "In my view, Yi Yuan has probably let the consecutive victories get to his head. Right now, he probably already doesn't even know what he's surnamed, right? Blood Divine Son. Hoo-hoo. What a great title." The group of hegemons was extremely furious at this time. South Qi Giant City actually went to attack arbitrarily without even giving any notification. It was simply not showing them, these hegemons, any respect. Over 100,000 elites. Once they died at Giant Net City, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Facing such a circumstance, Hegemon Cloudmount felt tremendous pressure too. These few days he really showed off to the extreme. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan sold him out? Furthermore, Li Clearcloud, this scoundrel, actually accompanied Yi Yuan, a little fellow, to mess around. Right at this time, a figure sped over from the horizon. Giant Net City, great victory. Giant Net City, great victory. Hegemon Eugene was killed. An astonishing great victory. Eugene is dead? Divine Lord muttered to himself and did not come back to his senses for some time. The absolute heaven barrier that was still kicking up a great fuss earlier instantly became quiet. Hegemon Black Sun even felt his face burn fiery hot. Just now he condemned Yi Yuan the hardest, wishing to go down in person to smack Yi Yuan to death. But now, Eugene was actually dead. This was the first blood race Hegemon realm that died since the absolute heaven barrier was established. The significance was too great. Dead. Dead until he can't be deader. Hegemon Eugene died. Blood promise. Escaped with heavy injuries. Killed more than 30 blood race Emperor realms. And 130,000 people below Emperor realm. While we only lost less than 3,000 men. This battle's result is even more glorious than South Chi's great victory. Zhang Feihong's entire body trembled agitatedly. When he received the war report, he thought that he had heard wrongly. This was too miraculous. Originally, South Chi's great victory was already a battle result that he could not imagine. But this time, a hegemon was actually killed. Killing a hegemon, the significance was extraordinary. Forget about 300,000 troops. Even if it was 30 million troops, 300 million troops, it could not match up to a hegemon realm in importance too. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens did the blood race have? In a giant net city, there were 8 million taking part in the 100 Suns battle. 3 continents, Saint Sovereign Heavens were calculated in hundreds of millions. But, among so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, not a single hegemon realm could emerge too. One had to know, in these few thousand years, the blood race merely produced 5 hegemon realms too. It could be seen how much importance a hegemon realm held. Now, a hegemon realm had actually fallen. How could Zhang Feihong not be agitated? Divine Lord felt that even his breathing had become ragged. A powerhouse like him, what kind of violent storm and wave had he not seen before? But this time he was really shocked. Less than 3,000 people died? How is this possible? The blood races. Light of Blood Eye is comparable to our city protecting Grand Array. So few people actually died. Divine Lord felt that his worldview had been completely subverted. Zhang Feihong said agitatedly, Yi Yuan obtained blood origin from God knows where. The moment his blood origin activated, the light of Blood Eye was directly suppressed. Then, it was a massacre. The Clearcloud faced off against the heavily wounded Eugene, fought fiercely for a day and night, and finally cut him down. When all the hegemons heard it, it was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Blood origin, directly suppressed. You have got to be kidding. Where did he get blood origin? Furthermore, even if there's blood origin, you can't suppress the light of Blood Eye too, right? Divine Lord felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Zhang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, About this, I don't know. Your Excellencies had better go ask him personally. Ha ha ha. Before Zhang Feihong's voice faded, Hegemon Cloudmount's unbridled laughter spread out. Too satisfying. Just earlier he even had the thought of running to the blood race to go and risk his life. Who would have thought that there would be a turnaround? His 2 disciples actually gave him such massive good news. Hearing Hegemon Cloudmount's laughter, the other hegemons shut up sensibly. This face slapping was too freaking resounding. Just now, everyone was berating Yi Yuan bitterly, saying it like Yi Yuan was a fool who was overambitious and unrealistic. In the end, they were slapped wildly. Overambitious and unrealistic? Try killing a hegemon realm by being overambitious. You all, this bunch of fellows, you wish to drown your father in spittle. Just now. Now, do you have a feeling of getting slapped in the face? Which of Your father's disciples aren't talents that shock the world? Forget about your disciples. You people assume heirs every day. Have you killed an hegemon realm before? Amen? Sending troops out of South Chi, sweeping across giant net. Satisfying. Satisfying. Ha ha ha. Hegemon Cloudmount felt refreshed to the extreme, wishing to slap the faces of the others. It was just that he had forgotten just now he had rebuked Yi Yuan and Li Clear Cloud too. However, there was already no one who cared about this. All the hegemon realms were shocked by this shocking great victory. It was still Yi Yuan's first time entering the absolute heaven barrier. He could not help marveling in amazement. Combining the power of dozens of hegemon realms, this absolute heaven barrier was truly built with superlative craftsmanship, its power boundless. If not for the hegemons intentionally letting him in, even if it was an origin powerhouse, they would be ground to dust by this power too. Suddenly, one illusory figure after another appeared around him, instantly, giving him enormous pressure. Dozens of hegemon realms. What kind of terrifying power was this? Although, in reality, these were all a wisp of clones from the hegemons. Yi Yuan felt that even the Li Clear Cloud and Feng Xiaotian next to him, their expressions became unnatural too. Hegemon realm and Emperor realm, the gap was too big.
Ye Yuan Sivept Aglans, 63 Hegemon Reims.
This should be all of Heaven One's strength. Ha ha ha. Terrific lad. You really gained face for master. Well done. Beautifully executed. Cloudmount immediately let out a loud laugh when he saw
Ye Yuan.
The expressions of the others all seemed rather unnatural. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eugene was killed by eldest senior brother. Him who gained face for master. Li Clear Cloud shot Yi Yuan a glare and said, Don't give me that. Could it be that I, this eldest senior brother, can still snatch credit with little junior brother? It was you who advocated it strongly, mobilizing forces out of South Chi and attacking Giant Net. It was also you who suppressed the light of blood. I sweeping away all under Emperor realm, that I could cut Eugene down. If he relied on the light of blood, I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. This was like Blood Promise attacking South Chi in the past. Feng Xiaotian could resist 3 to 5 origin powerhouses by relying on the power of the Grand Array. Eugene was a hegemon realm powerhouse to begin with. If he relied on the power of the light of blood, blocking Li Clear Cloud was still a cinch. Listening to these two apprentice brothers declining modestly, the other hegemons had indescribable feelings. Consecutive great victories, the limelight had all been snatched away by Cloudmount's lineage. This fellow was really like the noonday sun currently, bringing up a hegemon realm, an origin powerhouse who could kill a hegemon realm, and also an even more monstrous one that ran to the blood race and became the blood race's blood divine son. This was too demoralizing. All right, your contributions, the Alliance will naturally make a judgment. Don't need to argue anymore. Yi Yuan, this Lord asks you, what's the deal with your blood origin? Divine Lord asked. Mentioning this, Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of solemnness. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression changed, the other hegemons also felt a chill run down their backs. After Yi Yuan finished talking about the Chaos Bloodstone, the expressions of the hegemons all became solemn. The joy of the great victory was also swept away clean. What replaced it was deep worry. They thought that the blood race's strongest person was Wang Zhua, who knew that the blood race was actually born from a chaos bloodstone. Judging from what Yi Yuan described, once this evil stone hatched, it would surely be a calamity. Hegemon Cloudmount looked at Yi Yuan and only said after some time, You brat. You're really messing around too much. Do you know that you're treating your life as a joke? Although Yi Yuan played it down, what kind of character was Hegemon Cloudmount? How could he not know the dangers involved? This Chaos Bloodstone was the mother stone of the blood race. Its power could be seen at a glance. Playing schemes with this thing, it was equivalent to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any slip-ups and that would be a fatal consequence. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The arrow was notched on the bow and have no choice. But to release it, such a massive secret, how can it do if I don't personally go and take a look?" Although it was a little dangerous, there were some harvests when all things were considered. This wisp of blood origin rendered a great contribution. The group of hegemons was speechless. A puny little saint sovereign heaven actually conned a trace of blood origin from the blood race's mother stone. Too freaking impressive. Divine Lord mused for a moment and said, "Yi Yuan, can you let this Lord take a look at this blood origin?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly, the origin of blood in his body suddenly erupting. The expressions of all the hegemons instantly changed. Divine Lord's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "This, what, pure power of origin! No wonder you can suppress the light of blood. This chaos bloodstone is too terrifying." Those present were all hegemon realms. They were too familiar with the power of origin. They had fought countless times with the blood race's powerhouses and similarly understood the origin of blood extremely well. But even if it was Wang's power of origin, it was also not as pure as this wisp. This was the real origin power of blood. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, they were able to imagine the horror of that chaos bloodstone. Once this chaos bloodstone is born, that will surely be the disaster of all. The heavens! How can there be such a monstrous thing in this world? The blood race has really concealed things so deeply, Hegemon Chaos Bloodstone said. With an emotional sigh, the other hegemons nodded one after another. They felt pressure too. But, following that, it was deep helplessness. They were powerless to change this situation. Yi Yuan said, "Seniors, if my guesses are right, Wang's will definitely request the Chaos Bloodstone to take back this wisp of blood origin. I came here to request everyone to take action and help me to suppress this wisp of blood origin. Also, just nice, everyone can take this opportunity to gauge the Chaos Bloodstone's strength." In reality, Yi Yuan also did not know the Chaos Bloodstone's strength. He only knew that it was very strong. But just how strong, his realm was too low, and he was unable to perceive it at all. But these hegemons could gauge it. Lord Wang's exploded once more. His roar spread throughout the entire Blood God Temple space. Yi Yuan, 2 words seemed particularly grating on the ears. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Giant Net City was leveled to the ground. This was really a slap to the blood race's face. For thousands of years, when had the blood race suffered such a miserable defeat before? What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan relied on the origin of blood to suppress the light of blood eye. That was how he attained an unprecedented great victory. This was really a joke. The Mother Stone acknowledged Yi Yuan and bestowed Yi Yuan the origin of blood. Then Yi Yuan used the origin of blood and ravaged the blood race, eliminating Hegemon Eugene. This victory was simply a huge irony. Wang's face burned fiery hot. He hated it. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually really dared to lead the Heaven One army to raid Giant Net City. But what could I do? Can I go and tell the Mother Stone? "You idiot! You picked the wrong person. Isn't this courting death?" But now it was out of the question if he did not go. Yi Yuan's existence was a huge latent danger. He had to tell the Mother Stone that it was wrong. After calming down, Wang's held fidgety emotions as he stepped into the void. The beating of the heart was still going strong. Wang's took a deep breath. A faintly discernible undulation transmitted out of his body. This was Wang's communication method with the Mother Stone. Suddenly, that powerful beating suddenly stopped. The entire void space was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the entire Blood God Temple started trembling. What is going on? Is the sky going to fall? In the Blood God Temple, many people did not know the inner reason and started panicking. And those blood race core powerhouses, each and every one had solemn expressions. They knew that the Mother Stone was enraged. Wang's knelt down before the Chaos Bloodstone, breaking out into a cold sweat. The pressure that the Chaos Bloodstone gave him was too great. He knew that this was the consequence. The Paramount Mother Stone was actually blind. How humiliating was this? Even Lord Wang's trembled with fear in front of the Chaos Bloodstone. That puny little saint Sovereign Heaven actually cheated it of its origin of blood. To the Chaos Bloodstone. This was unprecedented humiliation. That ant-like little fellow? Too weak. Could turn him to ashes with a thought. But it was such an ant that actually conned him of a trace of blood origin. No idea how long had passed either. The Chaos Bloodstone finally quietened down. The originally crumbling void actually started to be repaired. An intangible undulation transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone. Wang's groveled, another series of fluctuations transmitting out, recounting the entire matter of Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone fell into silence. Clearly, this little fellow surprised him greatly. However, no matter how formidable, he was also just a little fellow. In front of absolute power, any schemes were all futile. Suddenly, a drop of blood essence floated out of the Chaos Bloodstone. It was precisely that drop of blood essence from Yi Yuan's body. When Wang's saw it, he could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A series of blood-colored light halos transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone, entering that drop of blood essence. Wang's had an excited look. Killing Yi Yuan had practically already become his top priority. Once the Mother Stone made a move, that punk absolutely could not escape. This drop of blood essence was the hostage. What was laughable was that Yi Yuan actually dared to hand his blood essence over to the Mother Stone. Using this drop of blood essence, the Mother Stone would be able to deal a backlash to the original body, directly killing the other party. But 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths passed. The Chaos Bloodstone did not have any activities. What the hell? Did killing a true Sovereign Heaven need so long? Bang! That drop of blood essence exploded, instantly turning into nothingness. The Chaos Mother Stone that had already calmed down became enraged again. Wang's had a stunned face. What was going on? The Mother Stone could not kill Yi Yuan? An undulation spread out, and Wang's instantly understood. This drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. Wang's could not help drawing a breath of cold air. This was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan used other people's blood essence to pass himself off? Furthermore, it actually even worked. What kind of existence was the Chaos Bloodstone? He knew all too well. A powerful existence capable of creating a race was absolutely an existence that saw through all life penetratingly. But it was actually deceived by a little fellow who did not even reach the Emperor realm. Of course, if he knew that the wisp of Tao sword that Yi Yuan left behind was currently lying dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone quietly, he would definitely be even more shocked. Another ripple of undulation spread out. Wang's roused himself again. There was still the origin of blood. The blood essence was not Yi Yuan's, but the origin of blood was given to Yi Yuan. Clearly, the Chaos Bloodstone was truly enraged. A powerful origin power came off from it, directly passing through the void, and reaching into the distance. Far-reaching, unrestrained, but with boundless power. It's here. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. That force had not arrived yet, and he already felt a boundless pressure. The expressions of the hegemons instantly changed. Too strong. Is this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? There's actually still such a terrifying existence hidden in the blood race. Too scary. Divine lords. Hair stood on end, feeling enormous pressure. So strong. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? What an evil power. Once this thing is born, I'm afraid that the entire 33 heavens will be plunged into despair. This power of origin was tyrannical to the extreme. The Chaos Bloodstone stopped concealing itself. It also had no need to hide anymore. The origin of blood was already bestowed on Yi Yuan. The Heaven One's various races naturally knew about his existence too. Within Yi Yuan's body, that wisp of blood origin was already eager to cause trouble, virtually breaking out of his body. Once it emerged, it would definitely blow his entire body up. On Yi Yuan's body, his skin started splitting apart, blood mist spurting out, like it was free. What are you still in a stupor for? Still not making a move? Yi Yuan is going 2D. Hegemon Cloudmount roared, a boundlessly powerful origin power, flooding out crazily, directly injecting into Yi Yuan's body. The others also abruptly startled awake, one powerful origin power after another directly firing into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan only felt that there were countless powerful gases within his body that were currently circling around crazily. These powerful gases were like one bomb after another that could blow him into smithereens at any time. One power of origin after another suppressed the origin of blood. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's body had already become a battlefield. The battlefield for the group of hegemons and the Chaos Bloodstone to wrestle. With strength, this was completely dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep and Yi Yuan would die until not even dregs remained. This was a soundless battlefield. It would not shock the heavens and make the earthquake, but it was absolutely dangerous to the extreme. Very soon, the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin suddenly descended. That feeling was like a giant battleship had covered the sky and blotted out the sun as it descended. It was as if the end of the world had come. Yi Yuan's two eyes went dark, almost fainting away. Yi Yuan felt like his dantian was about to explode. A tremendous power was towing the origin of blood, wanting to pull it out of his body. Fortunately, dozens of hegemon realms made a move at the same time. This power was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling the power of hegemon's origin power. That kind of power originated from heavenly Tao and carried the might of heaven. This feeling undoubtedly had tremendous benefits for Yi Yuan. In the future, it had tremendous reference significance when he stepped into the origin realm or even the hegemon realm. But at this time he could not care less. He was currently like a grinding disc being scrubbed back and forth by two formidable forces. Want to die? This was Yi Yuan's only feeling at this time. Too strong. Although the collision this time was not a physical showdown, the showdown of origins held other dangers. He spurted blood fog from his mouth wildly, instantly falling into the brink of death. And right at this time, a powerful life force poured into his physical body, healing his injuries frenziedly. Guard your heart. Bring out your Tao sword and suppress the origin of blood. This thing is very important to both you and us. We mustn't let him take it back. Hegemon Cloudmount's words sounded in Yi Yuan's ears. This life force was extremely strong. Although his physical body was constantly being destroyed, it was also being frenziedly healed. The power of a hegemon was unimaginable. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, hurriedly converging his mind, Tao sword, suspending in his dantian, suppressing the origin of blood. This wisp of blood origin was not strong. Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to suppress it. The Chaos Bloodstone had high regard for Yi Yuan because of the aura of the Tao sword. It naturally would not harm him. This wisp of blood origin was just to help him comprehend the Tao of origin. But it became incomparably berserk under the Chaos Bloodstone's calling, desperately wanting to break free from Yi Yuan's constraints. Yi Yuan's Tao sword burst forth with a powerful pressure, forcibly suppressing this origin power in his dantian. As for the outside world's raging storm, that was not something that he could intervene in. Presumably, with dozens of hegemons joining hands, it would not be to an extent of being unable to deal with a Chaos Bloodstone, right? After all, this was not his main body descending in person. Sure enough, in both sides' origin battle, the Heaven One hegemons took the upper hand very quickly, especially Divine Lord as well as Hegemon Cloudmount, Hegemon Black Sun, these few. Their strength was really formidable to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling Divine Lord's strength. His power of origin was like a dazzling sun, beating everyone's power of origin. But this silent confrontation was dangerous to the extreme. If not for Hegemon Cloudmount protecting Yi Yuan, he would long have been wrecked into residues. Although they took the upper hand, each Hegemon's face had solemnity written all over it. There were dozens of Hegemons taking action at the same time. This kind of terrifying lineup was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It actually merely suppressed the Chaos Bloodstone. The other party was too strong. This thing is too strong. If its main body descended in person, we can't resist at all. Divine Lord's face revealed an unprecedented solemn expression. Hegemon Black Sun also said in a solemn voice, "What the hell is this thing? Its wicked aura is surging to the sky. If this thing is born, I'm afraid that it will be able to sweep across the 33 heavens on its own." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "This thing coexists with the blood race. The stronger the blood race is, the greater his strength. Now the momentum of its rise is probably unstoppable already." With one sentence, everyone fell silent. This was a huge crisis. This is no longer our grand bright jade complete heavens affair. We must break through the boundary wall and announce to all the heavens and deal with the blood race together. At this rate, it's not impossible for the 33 heavens to fully fall into the enemy's hands. Hegemon Black Sun said. Divine Lord said in a solemn voice, "It's no use. I've long contacted the fellow Taoists in the other heavens, but I can't contact them at all now. Most likely, the crisis of the boundary wall has already swept throughout all the heavens. Furthermore, with our current situation, we can't break through the boundary wall at all. I'll go." Suddenly a voice interrupted. The group of hegemons were taken aback and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. "You, a lower true sovereign heaven, wanted to traverse through the heavens? You're kidding me." But Yi Yuan did not have this self-awareness and said in a solemn voice, "No matter what, we should make a trip to the heavens. Fighting the enemy separately like this will only each be routed by the blood race in the end. Even if I bring back some news, it will be of tremendous help to us too." His words made the group of hegemons fall silent. Back then, when the labyrinth divine palace swept throughout the heavens, it provoked all the heavens hegemons to join forces before they managed to suppress it. But currently all the heavens were fighting the enemy on their own and were unable to resist the blood race at all. One shouldn't look at how the Heaven One Alliance achieved successive victories currently. Those were just miracles created by Yi Yuan by relying on numerous means. But this kind of miracle actually only affected those below the Emperor Realm. The battle situation above Emperor Realm did not change in the slightest. Even if a hegemon was killed, Heaven One was still in an absolute weak state of affairs. Furthermore, the blood race became increasingly stronger. The end result would still be the absolute heaven barrier being breached and grand bright jade complete heaven falling into the enemy's hands. This kind of outcome, everyone was actually mentally prepared since a long time ago. It was just a matter of time. Divine Lord nodded and said, "What Yi Yuan said is right. We should make a trip to the various heavens. It's just," Yi Yuan said, "just let Master Cloudmount assist me. I'll naturally have a way to pass through the boundary wall." When the group of hegemons heard, they were extremely surprised. Sending a true sovereign heaven out of the boundary wall, this was simply a fantasy tale. Everyone was currently discussing it when Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The origin of blood within his body became berserk once again. *T. That guy wants to detonate the origin of blood. Hegemon Cloudmount cried out in alarm. At the outside world, the Chaos Bloodstone also became extremely irascible. After suffering a silent loss, detonating the origin of blood caused tremendous harm to his main body too. Unless there were no alternatives, he did not want to as well. But at this time, he felt that he was being schemed against by Yi Yuan in all manner. This time, he even mobilized dozens of Hegemon realm powerhouses to encircle and suppress him. This genuinely enraged him. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Detonating the blood origin, this was something that happened internally. No matter how strong the hegemons were, they were unable to stop it too. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming off Yi Yuan's body, hegemon Cloudmount's eyes turned bloodshot. He was too satisfied with this disciple. If Yi Yuan died here, he would be overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, the blood origin swelling crazily. His Dao sword was almost unable to suppress it anymore. His body was like a balloon being inflated with air, swelling up rapidly. If he exploded, he would be ground to dust. No matter how weak an origin was, that was also an origin. This kind of thing should never have existed in a true sovereign heaven's body. In the first place, if an origin detonated, that power would be absolutely horrifying. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Chaos Bloodstone would actually risk mutual destruction and detonate the blood origin. At the critical moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He controlled the Dao sword and stabbed over toward that trace of blood origin. With regards to this trace of blood origin, Yi Yuan had always stayed as far away from it as possible. After all, it was too powerful. He had always been studying this trace of blood origin, hoping to be able to pry into the blood race's secrets. It was just that this thing was too profound, his realm was not there yet, and he could not understand it. But this time, he had no choice anymore. If he allowed it to detonate freely, he would be dead for sure. Hence, he controlled the Dao sword and chopped toward the blood origin. This was not for the sake of destroying the blood origin, but to forcefully integrate it. The Dao sword was born from Yi Yuan's lifetime comprehension of great Dao. Was his supremely powerful treasure that he derived from destroying a world. How much potential this thing had, even he himself did not know either. At least, he could accomplish things that many people could not do, such as suppressing the blood race's blood essence. This showed that Yi Yuan's Dao surmounted many things to begin with. No matter how strong the origin of blood, it was also just a type of origin. Power that was born from heaven and earth. Even if it was all-encompassing, it was also impossible to be greater than heaven. But Yi Yuan's Dao sword was an item that evoked heaven's jealousy. It was born from heavenly Dao but also different from heavenly Dao. Hence, Yi Yuan had no choice. He could only forcefully integrate it and forcibly refine it, turning this wisp of origin power into his own. This origin of blood did not belong to Yi Yuan. It was just the chaos bloodstone lending it to Yi Yuan to use. But at this time, Yi Yuan was going to seize it for himself. An all-encompassing aura was released from the Dao sword. That was akin to all roads leading to Rome that belonged to great Dao. Under this power, the blood origin seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Following that, the Dao sword transformed into thousands of fine strands, forcibly penetrating into that trace of blood origin. Forced fusion. The outside world could not see this scene at all. Each hegemon's face revealed an extremely worried expression. And over at the Chaos Bloodstone there, although he did not speak, judging from his aura, he was clearly proud of himself to the extreme. That pleasure of taking revenge seeped through the power of origin, showing itself to the hegemons. Damn it! If the power of origin crumbles, a true sovereign heaven definitely can't withstand it. This time, Yi Yuan is really dead for sure. Divine Lord said agitatedly. This damn thing actually did not stint to damage his own strength in order to kill a lower true sovereign heaven. Zhou Pinespring also said with a look of grief and indignation. Hegemon Cloudmount's two eyes even turned blood red, urging his own origin power crazily, fighting back against the Chaos Bloodstone. D. All attack ruthlessly for me. Your father must make this guy pay the price. Cloudmount roared. This was the disciple that he cherished the most. Now, he was actually going to die in front of him. He could not stand it. Although Yi Yuan became his disciple for a short time, Yi Yuan indeed suited his taste very much. That imposing aura that showed disdain on the world, that sort of fanaticism, and madness toward alchemy Dao. It was virtually identical to him back then, but now, Yi Yuan was actually going to die. Feeling Hegemon Chaos Bloodstone's lament and resentment, Divine Lord and the rest also urged their origin power crazily, attempting to inflict serious injuries on the Chaos Bloodstone. He was also hoping to stop the Chaos Bloodstone from detonating the blood origin through this kind of method, but this was futile. If the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to detonate the blood origin, it was merely a matter of a thought. This was already irreversible, but it was certainly very hard for the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin to want to break through the blockade of dozens of hegemons. But it was not difficult to get away. This guy's origin power was born from heaven and earth. It was extremely pure and powerful, surmounting all the hegemons. That shocking origin of blood gradually faded away. The group of hegemons obstructed and intercepted and failed to stop him. Furthermore, his retreat was unhurried, as if to express mockery to the group of hegemons. But suddenly, this origin power suddenly paused, instantly weakening. How could the hegemons let this chance go? Origin powers smashed over towards the Chaos Bloodstone frenziedly. The originally powerful origin of blood was pressed on the ground by dozens of hegemons at this time and being drubbed. Even if they were unable to eradicate it, it caused tremendous damage to him. A confrontation of origin powers was extremely dangerous to begin wide. With this, it was sufficient for the Chaos Bloodstone to bite off more than he could chew. It was just that they were perplexed in their hearts. What was going on with this Chaos Bloodstone? Swoosh! The origin of blood could not withstand such terrifying attacks, retreating like tidewater. When he came, he was fearsomely powerful, making the dozens of hegemons feel like they were facing a great enemy. But when he left, he was panicky like a dog that lost its home. This battle was a complete victory. What on earth is going on here? His power of origin seems to have suffered a serious injury, Divine Lord said with a frown. Cloudmount shuddered and cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan! It must be Yi Yuan. The group of hegemons no longer pursued the Chaos Bloodstone and returned to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan was safe and sound. But the aura of blood exuding from his body made everyone's faces change. Slightly, the forced fusion succeeded. But Yi Yuan's body was tainted with a terrifying origin of blood. This made his aura change drastically. At this time, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave the hegemons was like they were facing a bloodkin. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Hegemon Cloudmount asked with concern. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Sucking in a deep breath, he shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just now, in my moment of desperation, I forcefully integrated the origin of blood. Now, it has already become a part of my Tao. Sword. The hegemons drew a breath of cold air. This guy was too crazy. Fusing origin, this sort of thing, was no different from courting death. This guy actually fused it just like that. Power of origin was the great Tao that others comprehended. It could not be copied at all. The path that each person took was different. Forcefully combining other people's path with your own path, this was completely a death-seeking action. A single misstep and it would be the result of foundation collapsing. This was also the reason why it was so hard for hegemon realms to be born. Your path, you could only walk yourself. Yi Yuan actually integrated it just like this. Furthermore, it even worked. However, it was precisely because of Yi Yuan's madness that they could deal a deadly blow to the Chaos Bloodstone, inflicting heavy wounds on the Chaos Bloodstone. It was just that at this time, the bloody energy on Yi Yuan's body billowed to the sky. Judging from his aura, he was completely a bloodkin already. Ha ha ha. Terrific lad. Master knew that you'd be fine. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a loud laugh. Zhou Pinespring rolled his eyes and said, just now, wonder whose eyes turned red and said that he was going to avenge junior brother. Hegemon Cloudmount said in a great rage, you scoundrel, do you want to betray your master? The corners of Zhou Pinespring's mouth twitched slightly, and he stopped talking. Yi Yuan looked at the master and disciple, two people, and could not help smiling. Of course, he felt a warm current flow through in his heart. This master was acknowledged correctly. Yi Yuan, then do you belong to the blood race or human race now? Hegemen, Black Sun suddenly said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. What was the meaning of this? Hegemen Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Black Sun, what do you mean? Of course Yi Yuan is a human. But Hegemen Black Sun said, if he has been assimilated by the blood race? If he's only brushing you off right now. The group of hegemons fell silent. There was indeed this possibility. Blood slaves being controlled by the blood race were not easy to be discovered. When placed in a crowd, let alone that Yi Yuan, this blood slave, was personally assimilated by the Mother Stone. This, I have no way of proving. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said, very shamelessly, he indeed had no way of proving it. He looked completely like a bloodkin from head to toe currently. The moment these words came out, many hegemons' expressions changed one after another, while Black Sun smiled coldly and said, since you're unable to prove yourself, then you're a huge hidden danger to us. Divine Lord, this boy can't be kept alive. The moment these words came out, Hegemon Cloudmount immediately objected, saying angrily, F*CKU, Black Sun, you blood thing, do you want to spar with this seat? Come. If I don't beat you until you cry for your mother, this seat absolutely won't stop. While talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's overwhelming aura was monstrous. The entire absolute heaven barrier started to tremble. He did not look like he was joking in the slightest. He was really going to exert his utmost strength. This stance, he was already going to rescind his power to the absolute heaven barrier and fight to the death with Hegemon Black Sun. Hegemon Black Sun's expression also changed drastically. Clearly, he did not expect that Hegemon Cloudmount was actually being serious. He turned hostile at the drop of hate. It frightened the other hegemons badly. 2. Hegemon Cloudmount's function in the absolute heaven barrier was that of the main pillar. If he revolted, then the consequence would be disastrous. Divine Lord frowned and said, fellow Taoist Cloudmount, please hold your horses first. If there's anything, let's discuss it clearly. We mustn't easily take action and let the blood race have an opportunity to exploit. Hegemon Cloudmount bristled with anger and said with a cold smile, what rubbish. Xue Ziming, don't think that this seat doesn't understand you have this intention too. But have you thought before how many amazing contributions Yi Yuan has made in these short few decades? You guys actually kicked him to the curb like this after he has outlived his usefulness. Do you feel that your father is easily bullied? Hegemon Cloudmount was not a fool, let alone someone who angered easily. Him exploding like this, he had naturally already thought it over in his heart. Although Black Sun's words were unpleasant, what he said represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the hegemons. Was Yi Yuan very impressive? Yes, too impressive. But it was also precisely because of this that this bomb was too terrifying to be placed in the alliance. It was terrifying to the degree that even Divine Lord was fearful of it. This person had just scammed even the Chaos Bloodstone. But Hegemon Cloudmount did not care about these at all. Yi Yuan was his disciple, his most valued disciple. Even if everyone did not stand on Yi Yuan's side, he had to stand on Yi Yuan's side too. No one expected that Hegemon Cloudmount actually valued Yi Yuan so much and actually directly fell out. Him directly calling Divine Lord's name was virtually equivalent to making a decisive breakaway. This already represented his attitude. Want to kill Yi Yuan? It was absolutely impossible. Divine Lord also felt a headache and said, fellow Taoist Cloudmount, don't get angry first. This Lord also didn't say to kill Yi Yuan. It's just that we're burdened with everyone's expectations. No mistakes can be allowed. With Yi Yuan's state, we have to figure out what's going on. Isn't that so? Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, "This seat will vouch for him, Yi Yuan. Absolutely won't betray the alliance. If you all can't figure out what's going on, then think of a way to figure it out. But if anyone dares to touch a single hair of Yi Yuan's, even if I abandon the absolute heaven barrier, I'll also get justice back." The expressions of the group of hegemons became incomparably awkward. This was being completely unreasonable. But this kind of unreasonableness made Yi Yuan feel a warmth in his heart. From start to end, he had unconditional faith in him and never even asked a word. Hegemon Black Sun wanted to kill him. Hegemon Cloudmount even directly exploded. Without even thinking. With such a master, what more could one ask for? At this time, Zhou Pinespring also said coolly, "This set will advance and retreat together with Master." Li Clearcloud also stood beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I, this eldest, senior brother, isn't a hegemon realm yet. My words carry little weight. But, before killing Yi Yuan, you have to kill me first." Feng Xiaotian did not say anything. He just stood beside Yi Yuan silently. The attitude was self-explanatory. The expressions of the hegemons changed again. There was no need to talk about Zhou Pinespring, this hegemon powerhouse. Li Clearcloud was a huge potential stock too. Once these master and disciples, 3 people withdrew, the Heaven One Alliance would virtually be equivalent to dissolving. This consequence would be severe. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. Originally, he was still somewhat conflicted about acknowledging a master. But now, he only felt that this decision was incomparably right. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both sides were in a stalemate, neither able to open their mouths. Did the concerns of Divine Lord they all not make any sense? Of course it did. Yi Yuan's situation was a huge latent danger to them. His current realm was still low. After he entered Emperor Realm, that impact would be huge. Presently, Yi Yuan was already the entire Heaven One's legendary figure. If this kind of character became a bloodkin, this was undoubtedly a massive joke. This effect was pretty much the same as the Blood Divine Son. It was just that the blood race could afford the loss, but Heaven One could not afford to lose. Yi Yuan suddenly took a step forward and said with clasped hands, "Master, seniors, there's actually no need to be troubled over this matter. Previously, I said before that I'm going to leave Grand Brightjade complete heaven. As long as I'm not here, all the latent dangers naturally won't exist either. If I'm in the various heavens and can bring back some useful intel or even the way to defeat the blood race, then everyone naturally won't need to suspect anything anymore too." Hegemon Cloudmount's pupils constricted and said, "You're really leaving? You have to know, there are too many perils in the various heavens. There isn't Master to protect you there. Once you encounter danger, nobody can save you." In Grand Brightjade complete heaven, Hegemon Cloudmount was a godlike existence. Even if the dozens of hegemons on the scene wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he could protect him too. But if he went to other planes, it would be beyond Hegemon Cloudmount's reach. Yi Yuan nodded his head firmly and said, "Yes, disciple has a reason that I must go." His reason was Mu Lingxue. At present, Yi Yuan's divine emergence had already been cultivated to late stage 2nd level. It was already not far from the 3rd level. Once he broke through to the 3rd level, Yi Yuan would be able to recondense Mu Lingxue's divine soul and revive her. He had waited too long for this day. Over at Grand Brightjade complete heaven this side, the blood race was turned upside down and the Chaos Bloodstone was seriously injured too. Within a short time, there should not be too many dangers on the Heaven One Alliance this side. Actually, after Yi Yuan broke through to true sovereign heaven, Mi Tian told him that recondensing the divine soul still needed a series of steps and that he had to make a trip to the Soul Clan. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not want to delay a single moment. He only wanted to immediately set off and head to the Soul Clan. The soul race did not exist in Grand Brightjade complete heaven. In the 33 heavens, each heaven had their own unique race. Such as Mi Tian's hometown, Void Shrine illuminating heaven. There were many chaos true spirits. And although grand bright jade complete heaven had many true spirits, there were no true spirits that were truly born from chaos. The soul race's most prosperous land was the nihility exceeding balance. Heaven. This was also Yi Yuan's destination. All right. Hegemen Cloudmount mused for a long time but finally still agreed. Very clearly this was the best way. To really fight it out to the death, that was not the situation that he wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he have guarded this absolute heaven barrier for thousands of years? But for Yi Yuan, he would rather fall out with the hegemons. Hearing Hegemen Cloudmount agreed, everyone including Divine Lord let out a long sigh in relief. To really talk about strength, even if Hegemen Cloudmount was not as strong as Divine Lord, he was also not far off. The two were both the most apex hegemon realms. Once this kind of core figure erupted, then Heaven One alliance would be completely finished. It seemed like Yi Yuan leaving became the best option. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemen Cloudmount as well as Zhou Pinespring and he cupped his fists as he said, "Many thanks, Master, as well as the trust of senior apprentice brothers. At most 100 years, within 100 years, Yi Yuan will definitely rush back and fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone and eradicate the blood race." Hegemen Cloudmount flicked his sleeves, and the unfriendly look on his face grew thicker as he said cynically, "Everyone says that the bow is cast aside once the birds are God. The bird isn't dead yet, and some people already want to kick the bow out after its services are no longer needed, cutting off their own arm. What a joke. What bullsh *T trust. Don't look at whatever Heaven One alliance. Actually each and every one is harboring ulterior motives. If this was not the case, how could Heaven One not be able to even give birth to a single hegemon realm for thousands of years?" Heh. This sarcasm, if somebody else said it, they would definitely be smacked to death by the hegemons. But no one dared to rebut Hegemen Cloudmount's words. Even Divine Lord had to bottle it up too. Right now, under this sort of situation, they could not trigger this old man anymore. The more they said, the more severe the consequences would be. Under a huge or vein, the barrier of heavens that led to the nihility exceeding balance heaven was hidden. This barrier of heavens was extremely hidden. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to reach it too. However, to these hegemons it was naturally not considered a secret. Passing through the barrier of heavens was an extremely difficult thing. Not reaching hegemon realm, it was incredibly arduous to want to pass through the barrier of heavens. Even if it was a hegemon realm, tearing through the boundary and heading to other planes was also not something that could be done casually. Hegemen Cloudmount's true body came. The other hegemons also sent clones over, witnessing Yi Yuan's departure. Not seeing Yi Yuan leave with their own eyes, they could not set their minds at ease. Regarding this, Hegemen Cloudmount naturally turned his nose up in disdain. Of course, Hegemen Cloudmount being able to leave temporarily was also thanks to Yi Yuan. This series of shocking victories beat the blood race until they could not catch their breath. That was how he could leave temporarily. "I didn't expect that you're actually going to nihility exceeding balance. Heaven, that is the territory of the soul race. However, Master has once visited the various heavens and myriad worlds. Nihility exceeding balance. Heaven has many hegemons who owe this old man a favor too. Bring this thing along with you. If you really run into some trouble, go and find those few old things. They will naturally make a move and help you." As he said, Hegemen Cloudmount passed Yi Yuan a long-stemmed tobacco pipe. Seeing this long-stemmed tobacco pipe, Zhou Pinespring and Li Clearcloud's eyelids quivered, revealing disbelieving looks. The other hegemons had shocked faces too. Hegemen Cloudmount was a major smoking addict. This long-stemmed tobacco pipe was called Treasured Glass Tobacco Pouch. It was his lifeblood. This thing had followed him for God knows how many years already. It had never left him, although because of material limitations, it could only be promoted to grade. For Grand Miss Treasure quality in the end, it held extraordinary meaning to Hegemen Cloudmount. Today, he actually gave this treasure to Yi Yuan. Could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not a fool either. He could tell the value of this item from the other people's expressions. He shook his head and said, "No way, this thing is too valuable. This disciple can't accept it." Hegemon Cloudmount glared and said in a solemn voice, "Just take it when I ask. You two, what's with all the crap? A lousy grade 4 Grand Miss treasure, this seat doesn't think anything of it." Seeing that Hegemon Cloudmount's mind was made up, Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit, but still accepted it and said, "All right, then disciple will accept it. Master, rest assured, I'll definitely bring it back." Hegemon Cloudmount said impatiently, "Already said, just a piece of crap. If it's thrown away, it's thrown away. Could it be that this seat would still care? All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. Can't leave the absolute heaven barrier for too long." Yi Yuan put the treasured glass tobacco pouch away and nodded slightly as he said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "Kid, this barrier of heavens isn't an ordinary existence. This seat can't send you across the boundary at all. The pressure in the chaos will crush you into a meatloaf." It was naturally no big deal for Hegemon realms to pass through the barrier of heavens, but Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if there was Hegemon Cloudmount's help, he had to withstand tremendous pressure too. This pressure was sufficient to crush him to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Master, rest assured, this disciple naturally has his means." Hegemon Cloudmount nodded and said, "Amen. In a while I'll forcibly break through the barrier of heavens. But while I say that it's breaking through, actually, a Emperor Vast Heaven will also find it difficult to bear the pressure inside. Furthermore, there's only a brief 15 minutes. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Master, please cast the spell." Hegemon Cloudmount stopped being long-winded and urged his powers to start tearing through the boundary. He also really wanted to see just what means Yi Yuan had to pass through the barrier of heavens. The other hegemons actually did not really believe it. Therefore, that was why they did not care about Hegemon Cloudmount's biting sarcasm, insisting on coming over to take a look. If this Hegemon Cloudmount deliberately went easy and said that Yi Yuan left, but he actually did not leave, then the problem would be huge. The barrier of heavens isolated the 33 heavens, making the 33 heavens each become a world. Want to pass through the barrier of heavens? Not unless one's strength reached the Hegemon realm. Of course, Origin Emperor Sakura Heavens also had the strength to pass through the barrier of heavens. It was just that the price was too high. No one was willing to attempt it. Hegemon realms could forcefully tear through the boundary. If dozens of Hegemon realms joined hands, they could even completely link up two worlds, letting people with meager strength forcefully pass through the planes. Back then, that was how the Labyrinth Divine Palace swept across the 33 heavens. And that battle also alarmed the hegemons in all the heavens, setting off a shocking great battle of hegemons. But a single Hegemon realm, even if it was a powerhouse like Hegemon realm Cloudmount, he was unable to completely open up a passageway. The powerful pressure in the barrier of heavens was sufficient to crush a puny little true sovereign heaven like Yi Yuan into minced meat. Therefore, they did not believe it. Boom! A terrifying energy undulation directly infiltrated the barrier of heavens. Amidst that thick stretch of chaos, an opening was forcefully opened up. It was just that the region of chaos was still very dense. Furthermore, that passageway that was being forcibly opened up was currently healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest and said, "Master and Senior Apprentice brothers, take care. Yi Yuan is leaving." Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately transformed into a true dragon and tore across the air, only to see Yi Yuan being akin to fish in water amidst that region of chaos. Seemingly very comfortable. That terrifying chaos pressure was actually unable to do anything to him. All the hegemons were dumbfounded from watching. This kid really had so many tricks that it was appalling. That seems like the true dragon clans wandering the divine space, right? This kid actually even learned such a secret art. Divine Lord saw through Yi Yuan's secret art with one glance and was extremely shocked. It's actually wandering the divine space. Legends have it that when this secret art travels through the void, it will meet with no resistance as if entering an unpopulated land. Upon seeing it today, it's indeed extraordinary, Hegemon Black Sun said in shock. Heard that this secret art can only be grasped by chaos true dragons. This boy is just true sovereign heaven. His bloodline is already powerful to such a degree. Seeing Yi Yuan tear across space, each and every one of the hegemons was dumbfounded with amazement. It was truly that this secret art was too miraculous. Chaos true dragon, even among hegemons, it was an extremely powerful existence. 2. And wandering the divine space, even hegemon realms were incredibly envious. 2. With this secret art, one could travel to and fro freely between the various heavens. Originally, Yi Yuan was unable to cultivate this secret art, but after draining the blood pool twice and also having obtained the origin of blood, this greatly strengthened Yi Yuan's bloodline power. Following that, this wandering the divine space was also successfully cultivated. Of course, this kind of success naturally could not compare to Mi Tian's style back then. But, with Hegemon Cloudmount's help, it was enough. Seeing this bunch of hegemons' shocked appearances, Hegemon Cloudmount felt the delight of having taken revenge. Your father's disciple is amazing. You all, this bunch of fellows, I'll take care of you all sooner or later. Swoosh! Yi Yuan landed in a large hall with a look of surprise. Within the great hall, a group of people seemed to be currently paying homage, and he rashly barged inside just like that. The group of people also looked toward him with baffled faces. Where did this guy pop out from? Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the hall. This place was an empty cave that was opened up into a great hall by someone. Above the great hall, there was just a giant statue that was enshrined, looking valiant and thriving, with an imposing appearance. This statue's face was actually somewhat blurry. However, Yi Yuan still felt that this statue looked somewhat familiar. Bloodkin. Kill. The powerhouses in the Great Hall finally reacted. Following that, it was a frenzied killing intent. The group of powerhouses rushed over indiscriminately. The bloody aura on Yi Yuan's body was too thick. It could not help from the people's eyes and ears at all. The strength of the cultivators in the hall was not weak. The strongest was a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven. Just now, this roar was given off by him. Apart from this Emperor Cloud Heaven, there were still many true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the Great Hall. It could be seen that the strength of this sect was not weak. Yi Yuan currently had a lot of means, but sovereign realm to emperor realm was a huge threshold. He was currently far from being an emperor realm. Powerhouses match, even if it was a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would encounter such danger the moment he came out of the barrier of heavens. This sect was clearly extremely hostile to the blood race. At this time, the pressure of Emperor Realm was fully released, rushing toward Yi Yuan crazily. The other true sovereign heavens also followed closely behind, cutting off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Behind him, the barrier of heavens had already recovered. Yi Yuan entered a wolf den all of a sudden with no path of retreat at all. Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the statue and a flash of inspiration came to him. He yelled loudly, "Hang Yang!" This yell was indeed useful. That Emperor Cloud Heaven's figure stopped, looking at Yi Yuan uncertainly as he said, "You should have came out of the barrier of heavens. Why would you? No ancestor's name." Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh in relief, thinking to himself that old man Cloudmount saved his life. Of course, the danger had not passed yet. If the bloody aura on his body could not be explained clearly, it would likely still be death. Yi Yuan looked at that Emperor Cloud Heaven and said, "Hang Yang is your ancestor. Then this place is still the sublime pill sect. The Emperor Cloud Heaven's suspicions grew stronger, and he said with a nod, "That's right. Sect Master, what are you being long-winded with this bloodkin for? Ancestor, Hangyang died at the hands of the blood race. Let's kill him and avenge. Ancestor, these few years how many people from of our sublime pill sect had been killed by the blood race? Sect Master, stop talking crap with him. Kill him." Yi Yuan's appearance made these people burn with rage. These also let Yi Yuan realize that most likely the blood race was already wreaking havoc in nihility exceeding balance heaven too. But the sect master waved his hand and said, "Let him finish speaking." Seeing the sect master's attitude, Yi Yuan's heart calmed down significantly. The moment he came out, he felt that this status looked very familiar. At that time he had not reacted to it yet. But he suddenly recalled that, before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount told him that he came to nihility exceeding balance heaven 70,000 years ago to travel. When he just came out of the barrier of heavens, he had once casually given pointers to a youth before. That youth was Hangyang. The sublime pill sect back then, the strongest person was merely limitless. Sublime heavenly stratum. It was unbelievably weak. The Hangyang back then was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm. He was also an outcast in the sect. However, this Hangyang was extremely diligent, hiding in this cave alone and
practicing superflu Dao technique.
Hegemon Cloudmount had his interest aroused and casually gave Hangyang some pointers. What kind of existence was Hegemon Cloudmount? To a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, his casual giving of pointers was enough to benefit for life. However, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum was just an ant-like existence to a Hegemon realm. Hegemon Cloudmount naturally would not waste much time on him. He stayed in the sublime pill sect for 5 days, then directly left. The events afterward, Cloudmount could not be bothered to care at all. Before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount covered all details no matter how trivial, telling Yi Yuan about everything that he had seen and heard in nihility, exceeding balance heaven. Fortunately, Yi Yuan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would already be dead. As for this statue, it was actually greatly different from Cloudmount, so Yi Yuan did not recognize it for some time too. A lesser sublime Hegemon realm, even if a Hegemon realm was standing in front of him, he could not see his features clearly either. What Hangyang saw was just a blur. In reality, if Hegemon Cloudmount did not do it deliberately, even Yi Yuan would not be able to see his appearance clearly too. This level of existence, every movement and action was Dao. Not reaching Emperor Realm, one would not be able to see anything at all. Clearly, just 5 days of guidance, but Hangyang forged a path that led to heaven, letting a puny little sublime pill sect become a major sect. Judging from the sect master's attitude, he knew some things. Yi Yuan looked at the sect master, casually took out the treasured glass tobacco pouch and said, "Since you know something, then you should know about this, right?" The sect master's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, This is impossible. How can you have this tobacco pouch?" Actually, Hangyang's strongest impression of Cloudmount was when he was smoking his tobacco pouch. At that moment, Cloudmount was akin to a god from heaven. Blasphemy was not tolerated. Only all the way until many years later did he know what kind of existence Cloudmount was. However, Cloudmount's scene of smoking the tobacco pouch could not be sculptured even when Hangyang was at his prime. This statue did not have a tobacco pouch, but he replicated a tobacco pouch in addition to pay homage. The sect master knew about this. The treasured glass tobacco pouch in Yi Yuan's hand was identical with what
Hangyang replicated.
Therefore, the sect master was shocked. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sigh, "If my guesses are correct, Hangyang should be considered my senior apprentice brother." The moment these words came out, everyone could not help trembling all over. Their ancestor was the senior apprentice brother of this bloodkin in front of him. "Believe my guesses." Sect master gave a cold laugh and said, "What kind of existence was that person?" How can he possibly take you, a bloodkin, in as a disciple? Do you think that you can smoke your way through like this? Actually, the sect master already believed it 40% to 50%. Others did not know, but he knew that this place was where the barrier of heavens was at. This person crossed worlds and even carried the tobacco pouch in his hand. This already indicated a problem. It was just that the only confusing aspect was the blood race aura on Yi Yuan's body. Over 70,000 years ago, my master crossed worlds and came. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, repeating the events that Cloudmount told him about. The expression on the sect master's face became fascinating. This secret, ancestor would only tell it to the sect master. And what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off. Although it was only a short 5 days, it was ancestor Hang Yang's astonishing fortuitous encounter. It was also precisely these 5 days that opened up ancestor Hang Yang's path of cultivation, letting him reach Emperor Sakra heaven later on. It also let the Sublime Pill sect, this measly little sect, rise like a comet. Sect master's heart shook wildly, but the doubt in his eyes grew stronger, and he said, "That Lord was born in the human race. Why would he take you in as a disciple? Moreover, you're just a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. I'm not of the blood race. As for this bloody aura," Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the background of the bloody aura. It was just that when these disciples heard it, they all felt like Yi Yuan was boasting. Who doesn't know how to brag? I can even say that I've killed a hegemon before. Blood race's blood divine son. You might as well as that your Lord Wang. Zua. Wouldn't that be better? You even transformed into a bloodkin and ran to the blood race to become their blood divine son? Who? Is the blood race so easy to pass off? Do you think that their hegemon realms are all idiots? I say, if you're passing off as a human, can't you find a better reason? Are you treating us as idiots? Didn't you say that you swept across the blood race? Then us, these people, you could find it a cinch, right? Come on, try sweeping us away. Not seeing it with their own eyes, Yi Yuan's experiences were indeed too fantastical. When others heard it, it naturally became boasting. But sect master's eyes flickered indeterminately, and he actually believed him a little more. He knew what a terrifying existence that person was. The more terrifying ancestor's strength became, the more he could feel the unfathomability of that person. Maybe only such an incredible genius was worthy of being his disciple, right? One shouldn't look at how ancestor Hang Yang professed to be a disciple. That was actually just gilding gold onto his own face. That person completely looked down on ancestor Hang Yang. Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, as long as the sect master doesn't make a move, it doesn't matter if tenfold more comes." Everyone was taken aback. This guy really dared to go along with it. Blatant provocation. Sublime Pill sect's disciples completely exploded, requesting to battle one after another. One had to know that there were still 3 half-step emperor realms among the true sovereign heavens here. There were as many as 7 grand completion true sovereign heavens here. As for those below true sovereign heaven, there were dozens of them. Sect master was also somewhat moved and said, "Fine. I won't make a move." Hence, Sublime Pill sect's disciples each rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, wanting to eliminate Yi Yuan. Since they were taking action, then life and death need not be discussed. An hour later, the world was silent. Apart from the 3 half-step emperor realms, the rest had all collapsed. This was still Yi Yuan pulling his punches. Otherwise, those people would virtually have died out. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Below grand completion, 1 punch each. Grand completion realm took a bit of effort. Half-step emperor realm, by relying on the wandering the divine space, the other party could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. At present, Yi Yuan's bloodline power had already reached peak battle soul level after experiencing several baptisms. Jumping realms and battling within true sovereign heaven was not much different from eating and drinking. This time they somewhat believed it. It was because when Yi Yuan was fighting with them, he clearly still had strength to spare. It was not impossible to sweep across the blood race. When the sect master saw Yi Yuan's strength, monstrous waves were set off in his heart. This was a true genius. Only this kind of genius had the qualifications to acknowledge that person as master. Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and said to the sect master, "This is the blood imitation pill. After consuming it, one will be able to simulate the aura of a bloodkin." At this time, the sect master already believed 70%. He found a true sovereign heaven who consumed the blood imitation pill. Sure enough, that disciple's aura became exactly alike that of a bloodkin. With this, everyone was convinced. There was really such a miraculous heavenly pill. At this point, the sect master drew a deep breath, prostrated on the ground, and said, "Disciple Wang Jun pays respect to ancestor. What are you all still in a daze for? You all pay homage to ancestor every day. Now that you're seeing his disciple, why haven't you prostrated?" The other disciples exchanged glances. In the end, they still went on their knees, paying respects to ancestor. Although he foresaw it long ago, Yi Yuan was still somewhat doubtful as he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a spy of the blood race?" Wang Jun shook his head and said, "During these few thousands of years our sublime pill sex powerhouses have dwindled repeatedly. From Ancestor Hang Yang to Emperor Vast Heaven, then to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to me, this incompetent disciple, the sect master has changed 3 times. But Ancestor Hang Yang has passed down. If we see the treasured glass tobacco pouch one day, we'll have to treat them with the manners of treating our forefather. For our sublime pill sect to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Patriarch. Since Patriarch acknowledged Ancestor, then we'll naturally treat you in accordance with the manners of treating our forefathers." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "It has also been hard on Hang Yang, this senior brother of mine. You all probably don't know our master's name yet, right?" Wang Jun said excitedly, "Ancestor, please inform us." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You all remember, our master is Cloudmount, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Extreme Medicine Sex Ancestor." Wang Jun's entire body trembled, and he said with amazement, "It actually Ancestor Cloudmount." Cloudmount's reputation was extremely resounding. Wang Jun had naturally heard of it before too. It was just that he did not think that his own ancestor actually had such a great background. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You all didn't go and cultivate but came here en masse to pay homage to Master. What is it for?" He had always been very curious. Even if Hang Yang respected and honored his teacher, it was also not to such an extent of making the sect's disciples pay homage every day, right? Could it be that these guys all did not need to cultivate? Wang Jun smiled bitterly and said, "Getting pointers from Patriarch, my sublime pill sect soared to the heaven in one bound, and also became a top sect of soul awakening continent, the disciples under our sect nearing 10,000 powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It's just a pity that several thousand years ago the blood race came to invade my sublime pill sects. Powerhouses dwindled to 0. Now, there's only me, one emperor realm remaining." Speaking up to here, Wang Jun could not help quietly shed tears. Over the years, too many people died. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. Was this nihility exceeding balance? Heaven actually exactly alike Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too? But very soon he realized that he was wrong. In this nihility exceeding balance heaven, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. Even the human race which spanned across all the heavens were unable to contend with them too. There were how many races that could contend with the blood race? However, this soul race was precisely one of them. It was just that when immortals fight, the little demons suffer. At present, the soul race and blood race were at war, but there were not many real fights. Both sides were driving out the humans, attacking each other. Actually, the ones who died the most were the humans instead. This nihility exceeding balance heaven situation was somewhat different from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. There were only 2 continents here, but no matter which continent, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. The soul race had many hegemons who kept suppressing the blood race. Looking across the 33 heavens, the human race's hegemon realms were the most. But here, the human race was weak. Therefore, in each great battle, these 2 major races would drive the human race out to be the vanguard, attacking each other. The humans were the biggest cannon fodders. Sublime Pill Sect was originally an Emperor Sakra heaven-level major sect. Although they could not enter the sights of a hegemon-level sect, it was quite powerful too. But, these few thousand years, they suffered the conscription of the soul race. Repeatedly, large batches of powerhouses died at the front lines. Presently, there was only Wang Jun, being the only powerhouse left. They were paying homage to Cloudmount here, just praying that the soul race could completely forget about them and stop drafting them. If there was another draft, the Sublime Pill Sect would probably be in danger of being annihilated. Talking up until this point, Wang Jun, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was also filled with tears. When Yi Yuan heard it, he also sighed endlessly. Concerning the blood race running rampant, it really angered both heaven and men, plunging the people into misery and suffering. After another few rounds of small talk, Yi Yuan understood a little about the war between the blood and soul races. Then he chased the Sublime Pill Sect's people out and started his own close seclusion. Before entering close seclusion, Yi Yuan made a long list and handed it to Wang Jun, having him collect the heavenly medicines on the list. A large number of grade 5 and even some grade 6 heavenly medicines were listed on the list. Some heavenly medicines were even very precious. Fortunately, the Sublime Pill Sect had tens of thousands of years of foundation too. They could still gather some grade 6 heavenly medicines. Done with these, Yi Yuan started his close seclusion. The urgent matter on hand was to resolve the problem of the bloody aura on his body. The blood and soul 2 races were diametrically opposed. If Yi Yuan went to the soul race like this, he would probably be one-shot before meeting anyone. The soul race was a must-go destination. Yi Yuan's biggest goal this time was one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella. This Purple Ripple Umbrella was a chaos sacred treasure with boundless power. Yi Yuan's soul-gathering technique must be coupled with the Purple Ripple Umbrella before it could help Mu Lingxue assemble her soul. It was just that chaos sacred treasures were supreme treasures when placed in any world. How could the soul race possibly lend it to Yi Yuan easily? Just like the Myriad Realms mountain in Yi Yuan's hands, once it was leaked out, that would absolutely cause a sanguinary slaughter. The soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella, Soul Killing Bell, and the Forget-Me-Not Cauldron, each one was a supreme soul artifact. The heavens and myriad worlds only had this one. Furthermore, looking at it presently, the soul race was far from friendly with humans. It would be very difficult to borrow it. However, Yi Yuan finally saw hope after walking all the way until today. Even if his bones were ground to dust, he had to successfully borrow the Purple Ripple Umbrella too. Yi Yuan's mind was completely immersed in the Dao Sword. The current Dao Sword seemed to be stained by specks of bloodstains on it. These were precisely the materialization of the blood origin. Originally, he thought that once this origin of blood was merged together, it would corrode the Dao Sword. After all, this wisp of blood origin originated from such a powerful chaos bloodstone. But, looking at it now, the power of the Dao Sword seemed to exceed his imagination. Not only did this wisp of blood origin not corrode the Dao Sword, but it was also completely integrated into the Dao Sword instead. Yi Yuan could mobilize the power of the blood origin at any time now. This was also to say that the current Yi Yuan was indeed no different from a bloodkin in the least bit. It was just that this power was too strong. Yi Yuan was currently unable to control it, so the blood aura on his body could not dissipate at all. As long as he completely controlled this origin of blood, Yi Yuan would be able to recover back to new. In other words, the current Yi Yuan was probably the one and only existence across the various heavens and myriad worlds to possess the power of origin at true sovereign heaven realm. As long as Yi Yuan controlled this power, his strength would soar again. The Tao sword was indeed a miraculous existence. Although it was condensed and formed by Yi Yuan using the power of Great Tao, Yi Yuan discovered that he still knew too little about it. Even Mi Tian was extremely astonished by it too. There were many divergent cultivators, but someone like Yi Yuan, a divergent cultivator who dared to point at heaven with their sword, was one of its kind. Maybe there were, but they were all dead. But Yi Yuan survived. Not only did he survive, but he also became stronger and stronger instead. Time passed quietly. Yi Yuan was continuously familiarizing and controlling the power of the blood origin. But the sublime pill sect's dissatisfaction with Yi Yuan caused a great clamor. Sect master? Based on what? This kid has an unknown background, yet he's riding on top of our heads to be an ancestor. This is nothing yet. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that barely remained in the sect have practically been all plundered away by him. You're at any rate an Emperor Realm powerhouse too. Could it be that you can stomach this grievance? Vice Sect Master Lu Yen said with an indignant face. Our sublime pill sect is already at the end of our rope to begin with. Now, we actually still have to support such an ancestor. Hoo-hoo. We these people pay homage to our founder every day, hoping that his elderly self can show mercy and save us from extreme misery. Now things are great. He sent an ancestor down, and we still have to provide for his needs. In the sublime pill sect's great hall, 3 great half-step emperor realms were extremely dissatisfied. When Yi Yuan went into a close seclusion, he demanded a large number of grade 6 heavenly medicines. These few years, the sublime pill sect had been declining with each passing day. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan demanded, the sublime pill sect had most of it, but some of the heavenly medicines were very precious. With the sublime pill sect's current strength, they paid a huge price before acquiring them too. Grade 6 heavenly medicines were not expendable to the present sublime pill sect too. Yi Yuan's list heaped disaster after disaster on the sublime pill sect that was on the decline. However, Wang Jun still gritted his teeth and got it. Although he had quite a lot of unhappiness too, obeying Ancestor Han Yang's legacy teachings, he still carried them out unwaveringly. The moment Yi Yuan, this ancestor, came, he took away a large number of heavenly medicines. This made them extremely dissatisfied. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this ancestor that made neither head nor tail, had caused them to be very unhappy too. If an emperor vast heaven came, or even if it was an emperor cloud heaven, they would just suck it up and acknowledge it. But a lower true sovereign heaven, no matter how talented you were, what the hell did it have to do with us? Wang Jun swept Lu Yen a glance and said coolly. This was what Ancestor Han Yang passed down. For so many years, each sect master will personally pass it on to the next sect master before being drafted. Lu Yen, if this sect master is drafted this time, this legacy teaching will be inherited by you too. Are you taking over or not? Lu Yen could not help choking when he heard that. To a sect, inheritance was the most important. Inheritance was not just the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial technique. It was also the inheritance of responsibilities. To the current Lu Yen, he did not need to do anything. But once he became sect master, he would have to fulfill the responsibilities. Then was he taking over or not? Sects that could have tens of thousands of years of lineage all had their own raison d'être. If they could not even pass down this bit of responsibility, then the sect would have long dissipated. Moreover, under the current circumstances, where could they go to escape the war between two major races? If they became itinerant cultivators, it would be even more miserable. But at this rate, our sublime pill sect will be finished.
Lu Yang gritted
his teeth and said. Wang Jun still said coolly, Without Patriarch Cloudmount, the Sublime Pill sect wouldn't have all these today. You and I also wouldn't have had the lucky chance to reach the Emperor realm. Therefore, even if the Sublime Pill sect is finished, we have to carry out this legacy teaching too. Amen? It's very lively. Everyone's here. Perfect. I still have a list here. Wang Jun, hurry up and help me take care of it quickly. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A leisurely-looking Yi Yuan walked into the great hall. Enough. I can't take it anymore. This fellow, are you done yet? Lu Yen directly blew up, pointing at Yi Yuan as he started to bellow. The others in the great hall were also all glaring. This guy was simply a vampire. The heavenly medicines that he asked for previously virtually depleted half of the sect's accumulations. Now he wanted more? Another half-step Emperor realm also said angrily, "What rubbish ancestor, sect master, even if I'm struck dead by heaven, I'll also chase this guy out of the Sublime Pill sect today." Another half-step Emperor realm also said angrily. The others spoke up one after another, criticizing Yi Yuan. Their patience had already reached its limits. Wang Jun also looked at Yi Yuan with a helpless look and said, "Ancestor Yi, the list that you gave previously has already depleted more than half of the sect's accumulations. If you want more, the sect's disciples won't be able to cultivate normally anymore." Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback and said, "Is that so? Then it's really a shame. Since that's the case, you pick some strong ones to consume these heavenly pills first. The Sublime Pill sect still needs some powerhouses to protect it." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. Piles of bottles and vials appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Yong, who was still blowing his top earlier, his eyes went wide. Inside the bottles and vials, that profound undulation already filled the entire great hall. Profound grade. Sublime Pill sect was established with alchemy. There was no shortage of alchemy path experts in the sect. They naturally knew about profound grade heavenly pills. Wang Jun shot to his feet, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief as he said quiveringly, "Ancestor Yi, you're saying that these heavenly pills are all for us?" Yi Yuan said, "Otherwise? These heavenly pills are of little use to me. Already adapted to the origin of blood, my strength improving greatly. I'm about to transcend tribulation and break through my realm right away. There are 20 profound grade resplendent divine emperor pills in here. It should be sufficient to let Lu Yen 3 people step into emperor realm. The rest are also enough to let the collective strength of true sovereign heavens reach a higher level. 2 to 20 profound grade resplendent divine emperor pills?" Wang Jun felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Resplendent divine emperor pill, that was a miraculous heavenly pill that could create emperor realms. The refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. Even Ancestor Hang Yang could not refine profound grade resplendent divine emperor pills too. Ancestor Yi, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, could refine. Could emperor realms be nurtured using heavenly pills? Of course they could. Not just Emperor Cloud Heaven, even Hegemon realms could be groomed using chaos heavenly pills too. But the sad thing was that the heavenly medicines required to refine this sort of chaos heavenly pill were seriously too rarely seen. Not a single strain might be born in 100,000 years. It was just that the nurturing of emperor realms was very different from the previous cultivation realms. Even if the pill entered profound grade, it was also no guarantee that a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven could step into Emperor Cloud Heaven. Emperor Realm was too mysterious. Therefore, Yi Yuan refined 20 in one go. No matter how poor the aptitudes of Lu Yen 3 people were, 20 was enough for them to step into Emperor Realm too. After all, it was profound grade. If not for these 20 resplendent divine emperor pills, it would not have emptied out the Sublime Pill sect's accumulated resources too. But even if the Sublime Pill sect's accumulated resources were emptied out, Fully, it could not purchase 20 resplendent divine emperor pills too. No, just talking in terms of value, it could at most just buy 1 or 2. This thing was too precious. Wang Jun looked at Yi Yuan, as if having seen a ghost, and said, You're just lower true sovereign heaven. You can already refine. Profound grade heavenly pills. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No. Wang Jun let out a long sigh in relief and muttered, Luckily, I could already do it at Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The Sublime Pill Sect disciples present felt incredibly blown away. Too demoralizing. Everyone refined pills. Why were you so outstanding? Profound grade was a realm that was lofty and out of reach. Forget about a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, being able to step into profound grade was very rare too. One had to know when Yi Yuan entered profound grade back then, even a top sect like the Extreme Medicine Sect was shaken. How could a puny little Sublime Pill Sect not be horrified? Even when the Sublime Pill Sect was at its peak, the people who could enter the realm of profound grade did not surpass 3 people too. Now, a lower true sovereign heaven went into a close seclusion for a few months' time and took out a bunch of profound grade heavenly pills. This sort of thing was seriously too shocking. So when they learned that Yi Yuan turned those heavenly medicines into profound grade heavenly pills, they were completely flustered. At this time, Wang Jun, they all finally understood why back then he Gemin Cloudmount could not even be bothered to give Ancestor Hangyang a glance. In their view, Ancestor Hangyang, who could develop a Sublime Realm sect into an Emperor Sakura heaven-level major sect, was absolutely amazingly talented already. But, compared to this one in front of them, he was truly pummeled until not even dregs remained. This was a true genius. Only such a genius was fit to become the disciple of that kind of existence. Thud. Lu Yong directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and cried bitterly as he said, Ancestor Yi, this disciple deserves death. This disciple shouldn't have criticized Ancestor behind your back. Shouldn't have projected my own shortcomings onto others. This disciple is unfilial. Ancestor, please punish. At this time, Lu Yen really felt that he could look for a hole to crawl into. These few days he had a stomach full of complaints. If not for Wang Jun suppressing it, he would have long broken in and chased Yi Yuan away. But only now did he understand that Yi Yuan wanted these heavenly medicines. Not for himself but for the Sublime Pill Sect and him. He was really worse than a beast to actually scold Ancestor Yi behind his back. He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ancestor Yi, this disciple also played a part. Ancestor, please punish. Ancestor Yi, please punish. Even the half-step Emperor realms as well as those true sovereign heavens all knelt down too. These few days they criticized Yi Yuan plenty. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'll get up. This matter was in fact my fault. It was me who was anxious to enter close seclusion and didn't explain things clearly. Since the Sublime Pill Sect is the Tao teaching that my master left behind, then this disciple, naturally have the responsibility to guard it. You guys also wouldn't have called me Ancestor Yi in vain. Lu Yen was completely convinced. He kowtowed heavily to Yi Yuan, exclaiming, Ancestor Yi has a mind as open as a valley. This disciple admires. From now on, this disciple will follow Ancestor Ye's lead. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No need to waste time on this. After you all distribute the heavenly pills, go into a close seclusion respectively. This Ancestor is going to transcend tribulation. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved and already went out of the great hall. Very soon, terrifying undulations came from outside. Wang Jun and the rest exchanged glances, the look of shock on their faces growing stronger. What terrifying undulations! They could also tell that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. But this true sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too terrifying, right? Such a terrifying true sovereign Tao tribulation could Ancestor Yi overcome? Upon coming out to see, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan was akin to a living god or devil under the Tao tribulation. A Tao sword destroyed all of the Tao tribulations. After refining the origin of blood, Yi Yuan's strength became powerful until it was hair-raising. Coupled with the power of blessing, this true sovereign Tao tribulation was no longer able to do anything to him. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun suddenly had tears running down his face as he said, "Perhaps Patriarch Cloudmount heard our prayers and sent Ancestor Yi to come and save us." Lu Yen three people's talents were indeed not to be complimented. The three people consumed 19 resplendent divine emperor pills before finally breaking through to Emperor Realm. A waste of such fine, profound grade heavenly pills. But at any rate, the Sublime Pill sect had 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses now. Their strength immediately jumped up a level. Emperor Realm and not Emperor Realm were 2 totally different worlds. Even if Yi Yuan was so monstrous, it was also impossible to cross this large mountain jumping realms to battle. As for those true sovereign heavens, their strength similarly made great progress. The Sublime Pill sect from top to bottom revered Yi Yuan like a god. Yi Yuan stayed in the Sublime Pill sect for 3 years. For 3 years, Yi Yuan placed his mind on the origin of blood and the comprehension of the divine emergence's 3rd level. At present, already Yi Yuan fused with the blood origin. This was the work of the Tao sword. He could utilize the power of origin, but his understanding of the origin of blood was very superficial. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something but not understanding. The origin of blood was also the most fundamental power to construct the rules of all the heavens. Therefore, its power was not inferior to that of spatial origin. With Yi Yuan grasping an origin power in advance, he naturally palpitated with excitement. With the Tao sword as a medium, his speed of comprehending the origin of blood was extremely fast. Comprehending origin had no shortcuts to take. But Yi Yuan took a shortcut. On the contrary, Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the divine emergences. 3rd level this entire time. The soul race had 3 great sacred cannons and 3 great sacred soul artifacts. All of them were the 33 heavens' top existences. The divine emergence's 3rd level was a massive threshold. It was incomparably difficult. This 3rd level often could only be comprehended by the soul race's emperor. Realm powerhouses. And the divine emergence was also one of the soul race's sacred cannons. The difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much bottlenecks cultivating it to grand completion 2nd level. But this time he encountered a bottleneck. The tranquility of these 3 years was finally broken by the arrival of the Soul Envoy. Paying respects to Lord Soul Envoy, Wang Jun brought the Sublime Pill Sect's people and carried out a worship ritual on bent knees. This Soul Envoy was merely grand completion true sovereign heaven, but these exalted emperor realms actually had to extend such solemn respects. It was truly oppressing. Amen. The Soul Envoy was very haughty and did not have the intention of letting Wang Jun and the rest get up at all. Rather, it was behind him. An Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse's gaze was swimming across Lu Yen few people, revealing a smile that was not a smile. This person was called Zhang Zhuishan, Soaring Cloud Sect's sect master. To talk about this Soaring Cloud sect, back then they were still the Sublime Pill sect's subordinate sect. The strongest was merely true sovereign heaven. Compared to the Sublime Pill sect, the Soaring Cloud sect was like an ant. But circumstances changed with the passing of time. The Soaring Cloud sect already had 3 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses now. There was even a Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven among them, their strength far surpassing the Sublime Pill sect instead. Actually, the soul race did not squeeze the human race blindly. Instead, they groomed some weak sects consciously. But when they drafted the humans, they would naturally draft those powerful sects. This was equivalent to weakening a batch and nurturing a batch. That batch that was weakened naturally hated the soul race to the core. But that batch that was being groomed, they overflowed with gratitude towards the soul race. This way, not only did it divide the human race, it also made it impossible for some powerful existences to appear in the human race, forever being enslaved under the soul race. The Sublime Pill sect was clearly that batch that was being weakened, and the Soaring Cloud sect was that batch that was being nurtured. Zhang Zuoshan's aptitude was actually ordinary, but with the soul race's strength, wanting to nurture a middle Emperor Cloud Heaven was still easy to accomplish, and Zhang Zuoshan also directly became a sycophant of the soul race. If the soul race asked him to go east, he would never go west. The soul envoy looked at Wang Jun and said lightly, "Wang Jun, your Sublime Pill sect's Zhouchun, as well as 5 other Emperor Cloud Heavens, have already all fallen." These words did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. It was as if the few Emperor Realm powerhouses who died were little dogs. Wang Jun's entire body shook, tears pouring out of his eyes.
Senior Apprentice Brother.
It was all me who harmed you. Zhouchun was precisely the Sublime Pill sect's former sect master. Over 50 years ago, the soul race forcibly drafted Zhouchun and 6 Emperor Cloud Heavens, only leaving behind Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm powerhouse. Hence, Zhouchun passed the position of sect master to Wang Jun. Actually, that call-up planned to take Wang Jun away too, but Zhouchun gave the vast majority of the Sublime Pill sect's resources to this soul envoy in order to leave behind a trace of bloodline for the Sublime Pill sect. This was also the reason why the Sublime Pill sect depleted their resources to get a few grade 6 heavenly pills now. These few thousands of years, the nightmares that the Sublime Pill sect had heard of were too many. Ancestor Hangyang brought a group of disciples and fought for over 1,000 years with the blood race. In the end, he still fell. When the bad news came, the entire sect was in deep grief. Yet this was only the beginning. After Ancestor Hangyang died, the soul race drafted another batch of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses. Following that, it was Emperor Cloud Heavens. Until now, there was only Wang Jun, a single sapling left. Heh? Wang Jun, rather than crying bitterly for Zhouchun, that damn thing. Here, why not worry about yourself? Lord Soul Envoy has said all of the Sublime Pill sect's Emperor Realms will enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Since you all have 4 Emperor Realms now, then just now, go together then. Zhang Zuoshan looked at Wang Jun with a smug look. Seeing that the Sublime Pill sect actually had 4 Emperor Realms appear all of a sudden, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, the Soaring Cloud sect had already completely pressed the Sublime Pill sect down. What kind of people Lu Yen these 3 were, Zhang Zuoshan knew. Wanting to step into the Emperor Realm, there was basically no possibility. But who knew that having not seen for a few short decades, the 3 of them actually all stepped into Emperor Cloud Heaven. Fortunately, he kept it in mind. This time, he was going to round the Sublime Pill sect up in one fell swoop. So he secretly informed Lord Soul Envoy to have him continue drafting the Sublime Pill sect. This time, he could completely trample the Sublime Pill sect into the mud. Wang Jun's entire body shook, wishing to tear Zhang Zuoshan to shreds. He knew that it was definitely him who stirred up enmity again.
Lors sous l'envoi.
My Sublime Pill sect's talents have already dwindled to 0. In order to fight for the soul race, now there are only these last few bloodlines left. This time, Wang Jun is willing to set off for Scarlet Drill
Battlefield.
Lord Soul Envoy, please let Lu Yen they all off, Wang Jun said, in a trembling voice. The Soul Envoy gave Wang Jun a glance and said coolly, "It's your honor to fight for my soul race. Why? Do you feel that this envoy is setting you all up? Don't need to say any more. The situation of the battlefront at the Scarlet Drill battlefield is urgent. We're precisely in need of your services now. This time, not only are the 4 of you going, all of the true sovereign heavens have to go." When Zhang Zuoshan heard, he was beside himself with joy by the side. Wang Jun lifted his head abruptly, looking at the Soul Envoy with a look of resentment. This was driving everyone to extermination. Wang Jun was furious to the extreme, the Emperor Realm pressure on his body suddenly releasing, already having the stance of risking it all. However, the sole envoy did not care at all. He just said coolly, "Why you even want to make a move? You have to think clearly. Once you make a move, your sublime pill sect will completely disappear." This sentence was akin to a basin of cold water pouring down the head. The Emperor realm pressure on his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Going, there was still a glimmer of hope. Not going, they would be completely wiped out by the soul race. Each and every one of the sublime pill sect's disciples was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, wishing that they could perish together. Bullying people too far. This soul envoy did not give the sublime pill sect any way out. Die in glory rather than live on in dishonor. Right, we're not scared of death. At most, we'll fight it out to the death. Sect master, we've had enough a long time ago. These few years we've lived worse than dogs. Fight it out with him. As he talked, this newly advanced Emperor realm powerhouse was looking at Zhang Zuishan. Thousands of years of accumulated resentment had completely erupted at this moment. The soul race did not give any way out at all. This was wiping out their true sovereign heavens and above in one fell swoop. Without even true sovereign heavens was the sublime pill sect still the
Sublime Pill Sect.
Zhang Zuishan stood behind the soul envoy with a smile that was not a smile. The sublime pill sect bringing about their own destruction, he was happy to see it happen. Thinking back then, he was like a dog in front of the sublime pill sect. Now, he finally felt exultation upon fulfillment. "All shut up for me!" Wang Jun roared angrily, suppressing everyone's voices. In the sublime pill sect, Wang Jun's prestige was still extremely high. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "What can mutual destruction achieve? My sublime pill sect has a lineage of tens of thousands of years. It can't be cut off just like that. We'll go." Wang Jun virtually depleted all of his strength to utter the word go. He knew that if he went, the sublime pill sect would be completely beaten into the dirt. But there was no choice. What could resisting do? The four of them Emperor realms added up might not be Zhang Zuishan's match. 2. Rather than dying in vain, it was better to leave some descendants behind for the sublime pill sect. Presumably, the true sovereign heavens would have all died out. The soul race would not go so far as to target some saint sovereign heavens, right? After all, if these people went, they would only be cannon fodders too. Lu Xian, from now on, you're the sublime pill sect's sect master.
Wang Yun
Looked at a grand completion saint sovereign heaven and said. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with tears, kneeling down with a thud. Life and death parting. The soul envoy smiled and said, "That's right. This is the wise move. Moreover, going to the Scarlet Drill battlefield might not be a road that leads to death. Maybe it will be your lucky chance too. In that place there are many people who break through the fetters and break through realms, repeatedly becoming overlords of a region. You all don't need to be so pessimistic. Alright, whatever you have to hand over, hurry up and hand it over. And then we're leaving." Half a day later, the soul envoy escorted a group of sublime pill sect powerhouses and they were prepared to leave. The entire sublime pill sect was in a state of misery. At this time, Wang Jun already recovered calmness. He instructed Lu Xian, his gaze sincere as he said, "Lu Xian, I only have one request for you. No matter how hard it is, you have to let the sublime pill sect survive too." When he said this, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Wang Jun's mind. With him around, the sublime pill sect would not die. So what if there were no true sovereign heavens? With him around, before long, the sublime pill sect would have a large batch of true sovereign heavens appear again. Emperor realms would absolutely not be far beyond reach too. Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion. From the start until now, nobody in the sublime pill sect mentioned Yi Yuan's name. Firstly, they were grateful to Yi Yuan and could not drag Yi Yuan into the water. Secondly, they all tacitly felt that with Ancestor Yi around, the sublime pill sect still had a tomorrow. Of course, Wang Jun, they all did not feel that Yi Yuan appearing could change anything. It was true that he was a genius. But, facing a behemoth like the Soul race, a genius could not change anything. Ancestor Hangyang was Emperor Sakra Heaven, something that even an emperor, Sakra Heaven, could not change. What could a measly little true sovereign heaven change? When Lu Xian heard that, he knelt down again with a thud and said in tears, Lu Xian remembers sect master's teachings. Sect master. Take care. Zhang Zuoshan smiled lightly and said, Tsk. What a touching scene, Lord. Soul Envoy, the Sublime Pill sect is so ignorant about what's good for them. Can you send them to Tiankue front? The Soul Envoy nodded slightly and said, Amen. Tiankue front there is indeed. Short on people. One sentence made the expressions of Wang Jun and the rest change again. Tiankue front was the Scarlet Drill Battlefield's most dangerous place. The cruelty did not lose to South Qi Giant City. Going there was virtually certain death. Ancestor Hangyang died at the Tiankue front. If looks could kill, Zhang Zuoshan would have already died God knows how many times. The Soul Envoy did not care about these gazes in the slightest. He just said, coolly, all right, stop talking crap. Set off. Everyone was just about to leave, but two figures blocked their path. Seeing the arrival, Wang Jun's pupils constricted. He glared at Li Jianshan, who was next to Yi Yuan, and said with an angry,
Rua, Li Jianshan.
Ancestor Yi has treated you with kindness. Why are you harming him? The arrival was precisely Yi Yuan. Next to him was a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple, Li Jianshan. This Li Jianshan had a very outstanding alchemy talent. Yi Yuan found him very promising. During these few years, he frequently gave guidance to Li Jianshan. His strength also advanced rapidly. Just like that, he already became the #1 person under Lu Xian. Wang Jun did not expect that this guy actually secretly went to find Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he could not escape anymore. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan appear, Wang Jun was beyond furious. The moment Zhang Zuoshan saw Yi Yuan, he could not help smiling. Yo? It turns out that there's still a true sovereign heaven hiding. Wang Jun, what gall you have? Lord Soul Envoy, looks like if we don't teach them a lesson, this bunch of guys won't be obedient? Amen? Lord Soul Envoy. The Soul Envoy ignored Zhang Zuoshan, but his pair of eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too and was currently sizing the Soul Envoy up, a hint of a smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Hoo-hoo! It's really a small world. I didn't expect that I could actually meet an old friend in nihility exceeding balance heaven. Yen Jie-Tru, how have you been? Yi Yuan said with a beam. That was right. This Lord Soul Envoy was precisely the Jie-Tru heavenly sect's ancestor who schemed against Yi Yuan back then and was sent packing by
Ye Yuan, Yan La Detrue.
After the farewell back then, Yi Yuan never saw Yen Jie-Tru again. He never expected that he crossed a world to arrive at nihility exceeding balance heaven and actually met Yen Jie-Tru. Furthermore, he even became the Soul race's Soul Envoy. To talk about this Yen Jie-Tru, he was really fated to not die. Originally, he was severely wounded by Yi Yuan and also inflicted with the soul poison. It was very hard to recover his peak strength again. Furthermore, in his condition, he could not cross the sea and go to heaven one continent at all. In the sea, he similarly suffered a frenzied pursuit. But who could have expected that when he fled to the bottom of the sea, he actually discovered a mystic realm. That mystic realm was even left behind by an Emperor Realm soul denizen. Not only did Yen Jie-Tru obtain an Emperor Realm's legacy, he even entered the realm passageway between Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and Nihility, exceeding balance heaven in an accident arising from many causes, finally arriving at Nihility exceeding balance heaven. Later, by relying on that Emperor Realm inheritance as well as his own intellect, not only did he enter the soul race, he even became a soul envoy. It was just that he never expected to actually bump into his sworn enemy, Yi Yuan, in this nihility exceeding balance heaven. After being taken aback, Yen Jie-Tru came back to his senses very quickly. Looking at Yi Yuan with a smile, he said, "This envoy is well, very well.
Yeah.
Yuan, since you appeared in the Sublime Pill sect, then follow them to the Scarlet Drill battlefield." Seeing that Yi Yuan actually knew the Soul Envoy, Wang Jun and the rest could not help but rejoice. Yan Jatru's one sentence directly woke them up. It turned out that these two were enemies. With this, it was really over. Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He just smiled and said, "It looks like you've already forgotten the lesson from last time." Yan Jatru laughed loudly and said, "Forgotten? Hoo-hoo. How can I possibly forget? Do you think that this envoy is still that trash who doesn't know anything? Back then, the reason why this envoy was plotted against by you, it was merely because I was an origin divinity body at that time. Now this envoy had a great lucky chance and already completely transformed into a soul denizen, grasping the soul race's powerful mystic arts. It's the soul race that let this envoy experience a nirvanic rebirth. Killing you now is merely a matter of a single thought. Yi Yuan, you don't know this, but for so many years this envoy has been constantly thinking about returning to the grand bright jade complete heaven to avenge the enmity back then. I really didn't expect that heaven has eyes to actually deliver you before this envoy? Ha ha ha. Talking until the back, Yan Jatru could not resist letting out a loud laugh. He was seriously too happy. Back then, Yang Jatru being defeated at Yi Yuan's hands, it could be said, to having all hope being dashed to pieces. But only until he obtained the soul race's inheritance did he learn why he was defeated. Was an origin divinity body a soul denizen? Yes and also no. In essence, the two were homologous. But the human race's origin divinity had a huge connection to the physical body and the inner world. It was different for the soul race. Furthermore, the human race rarely had soul race mystic arts. Even if there were techniques to cultivate the origin divinity, it was far from the soul races too. Therefore, the human race's origin divinity was actually 108,000 miles worse than same-rank soul denizens. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, it was not only the human race. After other races had their fleshy bodies be destroyed, there would be a soul body existing too. But a soul body was different from the soul race. The cultivation of the soul race was another great Tao, the origin of soul. Both that and the blood race's origin of blood were extremely strong great Taos. Soul race powerhouses could eliminate hundreds of millions of living things with a single thought. Origin divinity body must obtain the soul race's cultivation method, shed off the shackles of the origin divinity, and tread onto the great Tao of soul, before they could be called a soul denizen. Otherwise, they were too weak to stand up to competition. Very clearly, Yi Yuan grasped some kind of extremely powerful soul race mystic art back then. That was how he could defeat the strong while being weaker, beating the piss out of him. But now it was already different. He, Yan Jatru, obtained the soul race's inheritance and already completely transformed into a soul denizen. His strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath a long time ago. The moment Zhang Zuoshan heard, he was overjoyed. He knew that this one in front of him was currently a rising new star in the Nirvana Soul Hall. His rate of improvement was very quick. He was already just half a step away from Emperor Realm. Therefore, he did his best to suck up to Yan Jatru. That was how he had today. Heh. I was wondering what powerful figure it was to be able to make Lord Soul Envoy keep thinking about him. Turns out that it's merely a random nobody. Kid, there's a phrase, change is the only constant, the wheel of fortune turns. Have you heard it before? The present Lord Soul Envoy can crush you as easily as crushing an ant to death. Zhang Zuoshan said smugly. Yan Jatru said with a smile, "That's correct." How soothing to the heart. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Wasn't he and Yi Yuan be like so? Heaven really had eyes. Delivering Yi Yuan in front of him, the expressions of Wang Jun and the rest changed drastically. They similarly knew that this one before their eyes was the Nirvana Soul Hall's expert. Same rank humans were not his match at all. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but fighting with the soul race was different. One thought, life and death would be decided. Ancestor Yi, will stop them, hurry up and go. Wang Jun's figure moved, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yen and the rest gave no chance to explain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Jun. Previously, the entire sect even wanted to perish together with Yen Jadetru, and they suppressed it. Now, for Yi Yuan's sake, they did not even want the sect anymore. The loyalty of Wang Jun these people could be seen. Zhang Zuoshan snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of ant-like things to actually dare be disrespectful to the soul envoy? Hoo-hoo? I think that you all are really tired of living." But Yi Yuan, who was away from Wang Jun and the rest, said with a faint smile, "Looks like you have great resentment. Then I'll give you a chance. Come and kill me." This slightly smiling appearance, Yen Jadetru was very displeased. His two eyes narrowed, instinctively feeling that Yi Yuan harbored malicious intentions. This kid was too cunning. He was already infinitely cautious back then. Who knew that he still succumbed to his trick? He understood Yi Yuan too well, but the more he understood, the more fearful he was of Yi Yuan. Zhang Zuoshan, go and kill him. Hesitating for a moment, Yen Jadetru still said cautiously. Zhang Zuoshan was stunned. Is Lord Soul Envoy scared of this kid? How was this possible? In the Nirvana Soul Hall, Lord Soul Envoy killed gods if gods blocked him, killed Buddha if Buddha blocked him. Under Emperor Realm, he was virtually unrivaled. Now, he was actually afraid of a newly advanced middle true sovereign heaven? Could this kid be so impressive? However, he did not dare to refuse to carry out Yen Jadetru's orders. Yes, Lord Soul Envoy. The moment Zhang Zuoshan's Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven aura released, everyone's faces changed. You dare to hurt my ancestor Yi. This sect master will fight it out with you. Wang Jun. 4 people immediately faced off against Zhang Zuoshan without hesitation. For versus 1. Luckily, Wang Jun's strength was already very close to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. The 4 people barely managed to resist Zhang Zuoshan. A big blunder. Yen Jadetru thought that the Sublime Pill sect only had Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm. That was why he brought Zhang Zuoshan alone. Who knew that 4 Emperor Realms appeared all of a sudden? Yi Yuan did not care. He still smiled at Yen Jadetru and said, "Why? Don't. Dare. If you're not making a move, then I'm going to make a move." Yen Jadetru's pupils constricted. A powerful long-distance attack directly entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. One thought, life and death was decided. But when his soul force entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, it suddenly seemed like it collided into an iron plate. Ugh! Yen Jadetru gave a muffled groan, falling back several steps in a row. So strong. Yi Yuan did not play any tricks. How could his origin divinity be so powerful? The origin divinity attack just now, Yi Yuan did not even deliberately defend against it. He only felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was strong like an iron plate, and his origin divinity attack was slammed until it was badly battered. He looked towards Yi Yuan in horror and said, how can this be? How can your origin divinity be so strong? Back then, Yi Yuan's origin divinity barely managed to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just how long had it been? His origin divinity already reached upper true Sovereign Heaven? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was more than 100 times more solid than ordinary upper true Sovereign Heavens. Just what kind of origin divinity cultivation method did this guy cultivate? Demoralizing. Too demoralizing. He obtained an Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance. After cultivating bitterly for so long, he did not even have a match in the Nirvana Soul Hall. Now he actually lost to a human? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Looks like the lesson last time wasn't deep enough. Then this time, I'll deepen the impression. Finish saying, 2 origin divinities emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Finally, they merged into one. Yan Jiechu felt horror in his heart, crying out in surprise, "Twin chaos! Origin divinities!" Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and 2 faces to begin with. One was the dragon soul. The other was the divine soul. Having obtained divine emergence, Yi Yuan's both divinities cultivated it at the same time. The 2 origin divinities became strong on their own. Now, each one did not lose to same rank powerhouses. When the 2 combined into one, the power was even greater. Yi Yuan condensed a long bow with soul force, bending the bow and notching in arrow. Yan Jiechu's expression changed drastically. He was too familiar with this move. Arrow of God extermination. It was just that when Yi Yuan unleashed it now, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. It's still this move. This situation really deepens the impression of the past. Yi Yuan smiled, and the arrow of God extermination tore across the air. Yan Jiechu felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly releasing several streams of soul force, surrounding himself tightly. This move was also an Emperor Realm inheritance. It was called Nether Shield, its defensive strength extremely strong. Boom! The Nether Shield instantly shattered. Yan Jiechu only felt his head spin, his soul body already suffering heavy injuries. Too strong. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. Feeling the power of this arrow of God extermination again, Yan Jiechu was struck dumb with amazement. His nether shield was akin to an ant in front of the arrow of God extermination. I only unleashed 30% of my power, and you already collapsed? This time try 40%. Yan Jiechu wanted to cry. Just 30% power and he already could not withstand it, let alone talk about 40% power. Yan Jiechu gritted his teeth hard and said with an angry roar, "Yi Yuan, you forced me."
Destruction avant l'Iblade.
On his hand, a ring suddenly lit up. Yan Jiechu's soul force suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. And at this time, his soul force also turned ethereal, transforming into a blood-red-colored long blade. An Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance was naturally extraordinary. This ring was Yan Jiechu's trump card. This ring was called Soul Recall Ring, a Grade 3 Grand Miss treasure. Once it was activated, it could cause soul force to skyrocket. And this destruction heavenly blade was that Emperor Vast Heaven's ultimate move. The moment this blade emerged, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Jun felt this terrifying soul force undulation. This blade, even with an Emperor Realm's origin divinity, it probably could not resist it too. Ancestor Yi, be careful.
Wang Yun roared loudly.
Boom! While talking, Wang Jun was struck flying by Zhang Zuishan with a palm. The latter laughed and said, "Unable to even fend for yourself, you still have the leisure to care about others. Do you think that Lord Soul Envoy can really be defeated by some Tom, Dick, or Harry? That kid is dead for sure." A trace of surprise was revealed on Yi Yuan's face too. But very soon, he recovered back to normal and said with a faint smile, "Little interesting." In the next instant, his soul force similarly soared. In an instant, Yi Yuan's soul force directly started to immolate. The soul bow and soul arrow in Yi Yuan's hands all caught on fire. Divine emergence mystic art. Rising from the ashes. Swoosh! The destruction heavenly blade and arrow of God extermination instantly exploded in the void. Yan Jiechu was akin to being struck by lightning, drifting out like a piece of paper. His entire person instantly became much dimmer. Clearly, his soul body had already sustained serious injuries. Zhang Zuishan had a dumbfounded expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen before with his own eyes. Lord Soul Envoy used the destruction heavenly blade to slash a half-step Emperor Realm until he disintegrated. Apparently, he was actually defeated by this little fellow from the human race. This was also too fake, right? Wang Jun had a dumbfounded look too, immediately becoming wildly ecstatic. Ancestor Yi was indeed impressive. Haha. Zhang Zuishan just now, who did you say was dead for sure?
Wang Yun
Said with a loud laugh. Zhang Zuishan's face turned back. This face-slapping was also too fast, right? At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived at Yan Jietru's side, pulled the ring off Yan Jietru's body, and started examining it carefully. This is a soul artifact? Indeed. A little interesting. Yan Jietru, give me this thing, alright? Yi Yuan looked at Yan Jietru and said. Yan Jietru gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Dream on! I'm a soul envoy. Now, if you dare touch a hair on me, the soul race won't let you off. Also, this sublime pill sect, you wouldn't want to watch them die, right? He was confident that he understood Yi Yuan very well and knew that Yi Yuan would not leave the sublime pill sect alone. Who knew that Yi Yuan grinned, and then a streak of gloomy light was fired into Yan Jietru's soul body. Arg! Yan Jietru cried out miserably, rolling around on the ground in pain. He just felt as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing on his soul body. That sort of anguish made him virtually want to end it all. Hearing Yan Jietru's miserable scream, the group of Emperor Realms could not help shuddering with fear too. I'll give. Okay? Yan Jietru gave in. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you did so earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less physical hardship? While talking, his fingertips beckoned, retracting that streak of gloomy light. Yan Jietru looked at Yi Yuan, filled with fear. He originally thought that having obtained an Emperor Vast Heavens inheritance and sweeping across the Nirvana Soul Hall, he would definitely be able to avenge the enmity when he encountered Yi Yuan again. Who knew that, in the end, he actually still suffered a crushing defeat. Not only was he defeated, this grade 3 Grandmist treasure actually even had to be snatched away by Yi Yuan. How a grieving, helpless, Yan Jietru could only retract the Soul Recall Ring's imprint. Very soon, Yi Yuan became the Soul Recall Ring's new owner. After feeling it with the Soul Recall Ring, if Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed, he would virtually be able to rival Grand Completion True Sovereign Heavens. Indeed, good stuff. Coupled with the powerful mystic arts in Deity Realm, Yi Yuan could exterminate half-step Emperor Realm soul denizens akin to retrieving an item from his own bag. After Yi Yuan's twin Chaos Origin divinities all reached Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, even if he encountered Emperor Realm powerhouses, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. Seeing Yi Yuan's gleeful look, Yan Jietru felt as awful as one could be. Yi Yuan looked toward Yan Jietru and said with a smile, Lord Soul Envoy, regarding this matter of recruitment, do you know what you should do? Yan Jietru seemed like he had eaten a fly, but he still nodded and said, Gee, got it. He struggled to his feet, gaze looking at Zhang Zuishan intent as he said, Zhang Zuishan, the Soaring Cloud sect from top to bottom, those above Saint Sovereign Heaven will all enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Zhang Zuishan's expression changed wildly. What is going on here? Weren't we here to get the Sublime Pill sect? How did it become drafting the Soaring Cloud sect in a blink of an eye? Furthermore, Yan Jietru's words were to round up the Soaring Cloud sects, Sovereign Realm and above in one fell swoop. Lord Soul Envoy. Yan Jietru's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, What? This envoy's words aren't useful anymore? Do you need this envoy to send a message to my master and invite his elderly self to come over and speed things up in person? Hearing this, Zhang Zuishan's expression changed drastically. Yan Jietru already acknowledged an Emperor Vast Heaven as master when he arrived at the Nirvana Soul Hall. His master was the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder. Not only was his strength preeminent, but his authority was also immense too. If he were to take action, the Soaring Cloud sect could forget about leaving behind a trace of bloodline in the end. It's useful. Zhang Zuishan obeys. Zhang Zuishan even had the heart to die, hearing that the Soul Envoy was going to conscript the Sublime Pill sect. Again, Zhang Zuishan immediately came forward on his own accord, wanting to tag along. Trampling on the former high sect was a very satisfying thing. But who knew that it actually entrapped the soaring cloud sect? The current Zhang Zuishan, his intestines already turned green with regret. Report to the Scarlet Drill battlefield within 10 days, otherwise bear the consequences yourself. Yan Jietrue looked at Zhang Zuishan and said coldly, Ancestor Yi was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Too satisfying. The soaring cloud sect has this day too. Ancestor Yi is really impressive. Alchemy Dao, Martial Dao, Soul Dao, all of them are astonishing. No wonder he could be taken in as a disciple by Patriarch. The Sublime Pill sect's disciples were agitated until they were almost crying. Originally, they thought that the sect was going to decline henceforth. But who knew that Ancestor Yi overcame the raging tides, saving the sect, and even conveniently trampled the soaring cloud sect into the mud while he was at. Zhang Zuishan left in disgrace. When he left, he was wailing bitterly. Soaring cloud sect's decline was virtually a certainty. But Wang Jun and the rest of the Emperor Realm powerhouses were not so optimistic. Yi Yuan had offended the Soul Envoy to the core. The Soul Envoy represented the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yi Yuan beat Yan Jietrue to this extent and even snatched his lucky chance. This was equivalent to slapping the Nirvana Soul Hall's face. Could this Nirvana Soul Hall be willing to drop the matter? Nirvana Soul Hall was the organization used by the Soul Race to rule Day Cloud continent. The powerhouses were plentiful as the clouds. The place where the Sublime Pill sect was located was Ninglan territory.
Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was Ninglan territories supreme governing body.
All who offended the Nirvana Soul Hall did not have a good end. Ancestor Yi, hurry up and leave the Sublime Pill sect.
The Soul Envoys.
Master Emperor Sevenfeather is the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder, an emperor. Vast Heaven Realm Soul Emperor. He values this disciple a lot. If he finds out, he'll definitely come and kill you. Wang Jun clearly knew quite a bit of inside information and immediately urged Yi Yuan to leave. Yan Jietrue was pleased with himself in his heart, but he did not dare to reveal it. He knew about Yi Yuan's means and could only secretly take delight in it. So what if you, Yi Yuan, are formidable? I'm the Soul Race's envoy now, just you wait for death. Are you thinking about after your master comes, then kills me and he'll bring you away? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out, interrupting Yan Jietrue's beautiful dream. Yan Jietrue's expression changed, and he said with an awkward smile, How can that be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Actually, these few years, I've always been waiting for the Nirvana Soul Hall's people to come. Except I didn't expect that the one who came would actually be you. Yan Jietrue's expression changed again. He was an extremely clever person. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he immediately connected it to many things. No wonder he suddenly appeared in nihility exceeding balance heaven. Turned out that his goal was actually the Soul Race. Suddenly, he thought of something and cried out in surprise. You want to borrow the power of the Soul Race to revive your beloved. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Talking with smart people saves effort. Therefore, you should know what I'm planning, right? Yan Jietrue said, This is impossible. You're a human. How can you possibly enter the Soul Race? Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, his origin divinity split into two, one becoming a dragon soul, the other turning into the chaos origin divinity. Following that, Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The dragon soul tunneled into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh. Now it became two Yi Yuans. One was a chaos origin divinity, and the other was Yi Yuan's main body. Yan Jietrue's pupils constricted, crying out in surprise once again as he said, You are a madman to actually sever your twin origin divinities, but it's useless. Concerning the Soul Race and the origin divinity, there is a fundamental difference. Even if you cut off your origin divinity, you can't become a soul denizen too. I spent 150 years before completely transforming into the Soul Race. Do you feel that Master will wait 150 years for you? When he said this, Yen Jiechu was full of mockery. Origin divinity transforming into a soul denizen was a process. This process was the process of completely cutting off the origin divinity from the physical body and purifying oneself. Even if Yi Yuan forced him to teach him this purification technique, Soul Emperor Seven Feather would not give him this time either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 150 years? That's too long. Yen Jiechu, in my impression of you, you're a genius. You actually used 150 years before, transforming into a soul denizen. Yen Jiechu smiled coldly and said, which origin divinity doesn't have too many fetters while they were alive? Wanting to cut off the past and turning into the soul race, how can it be so easy? A period of 150 years is sufficient to rank into the top 3 in the Nirvana Soul Hall too. Yi Yuan, stop pretending in front of this seat. This seat will impart you the purification technique. I want to see how long you take. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. I have a purification technique myself. While talking, Yi Yuan's body emitted motes of light as if purifying himself. Yen Jiechu stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes going wide. Too fast. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 100 breaths. The aura on Yi Yuan's body already became exactly like him. Yi Yuan already transformed into a soul denizen. How is this possible? Yen Jiechu muttered. Yen Jiechu had never heard of this kind of transformation speed before. Of course, with his level, he had no way of understanding what kind of existence divine emergence was at all. One of the soul race's 3 great sacred canons was not joking around. It was not just Yen Jiechu. Wang Jun and the rest were stunned too. How could nihility exceeding balance heavens humans not know the difficulty of transforming? In reality, nihility exceeding balance heavens origin divinities were beyond count. But those that were truly able to become a soul denizen were just in the minority after all. But he had never heard before that someone could actually transform completely into the soul race in 100 breaths. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan cut off his fetters with his original body, he was clearly still heavily injured. But in a blink, he became completely fine. Everything before their eyes already subverted their understanding. Therefore, can we set off now? Senior apprentice brother Yen. Yi Yuan fired out a spell. Yen Jiechu felt as if something had entered his soul body, and his expression could not help changing. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to have Yen Jiechu bring him into the Nirvana Soul Hall. From now on, they might become apprentice brothers. Tsk. Truly, fate makes a mockery of men. Yen Jiechu's eyes shrunk slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I can bring you over, but you have to swear a deadly oath to release me after the matter is done. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, no problem. I have a feeling that you're my lucky star. With you around, my luck seems to be good every time, so there's no need to kill you. Yen Jiechu nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, he was a soul body and did not have blood. In reality, if not for Yen Jiechu, there really would not be today's Yi Yuan. Afterward, if not for Yen Jiechu's guide, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to find the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's treasures established a solid foundation for Yi Yuan's rise later on. This time, he delivered the soul recall ring. Tsk. Such a nice guy. About to part, there was thick concern all over the faces of Wang Jun and the others. Severing fetters, infiltrating the soul race. This sort of thing was too crazy. The soul race has powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It was hard to predict the fortunes of this departure. Wang Jun could not help but worry. All right, stop looking like your parents died. From now on, with Senior Apprentice Brother Yen and me in the Nirvana Soul Hall, you all can cultivate with peace of mind. Isn't that so, Senior Apprentice Brother Yen? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Humph! Yen Jiechu snorted coldly. Wang Jun, my main body will be staying in the Sublime Pill sect. Help me look after it, Yi Yuan said. Ancestor, rest assured. Even if Wang Jun dies, I'll also ensure your safety. Wang Jun patted his chest and said, this place is the Lucid Forest. It's the place where the Nirvana Soul Halls disciples cultivate, and also one of the 3 stages of the entrance assessment. I've already helped you to make arrangements for the rest. As long as you clear the Lucid Forest Soul Controlling Avenue and Soul Refining Furnace 3 stages, you'll be able to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yen J-True pointed at a forest ahead as he explained. Nirvana Soul Hall was the inevitable path that led to the soul race. However, not all soul denizens had the qualifications to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. This Nirvana Soul Hall was akin to a great sect. Wanting to enter it, one must pass a stringent test. This test was no joke. A moment of carelessness and one would die inside. Of course, the benefits of entering the Nirvana Soul Hall were immense too. The soul race's control over resources was extremely strict. Entering the Nirvana Soul Hall, one would have the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Wanting to enter the core of the soul race, there was only through the Nirvana Soul Hall. Therefore, soul race powerhouses flocked to the Nirvana Soul Hall like ducks. Countless soul Daos were set up in the Lucid Forest. Soul Dao was the lifetime comprehension of a soul denizen, corroborating one's own Dao with tens of thousands of soul Dao, comprehending a great Dao that belonged to yourself. That was the function of the Lucid Forest. However, being situated amidst tens of thousands of soul Daos, it was also extremely easy to lose yourself. To the vast majority of the soul denizens, entering the Lucid Forest would often lead them astray, turning into one of the myriad soul Daos inside. Of course, with danger there were lucky chances too. Some people comprehended their own great Dao in the Lucid Forest, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Hence, many Nirvana Soul Hall disciples similarly comprehended Dao inside. The time limit to pass the stage is 3 days. As long as you walk out of the Lucid Forest within 3 days, it's considered clearing it. Yen J-True said. The rest he did not say much either. He knew Yi Yuan too well and knew that this Lucid Forest could not stump him. It was just that. He was somewhat curious just what level Yi Yuan could achieve. Actually, Yen J-True originally wanted to show off his results. But, thinking about it, better forget it in case he got slapped by Yi Yuan. Back then, when he entered the Lucid Forest, he only used 20 hours and walked. This result was sufficient to rank in the top 10 when looking at the entire Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. It was really very impressive. Therefore, he was taken in as a disciple by Soul Emperor Sevenfeather II. What this stage tested was not talent but Dao heart. Only with a strong Dao heart could one remain lucid. But Yen J-True knew that Yi Yuan's Dao heart was frighteningly powerful. At this time, there were already many people who took the stage, waiting to enter the Lucid Forest. Yi Yuan also entered the crowd along with the flow. Get lost! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and a path automatically opened. A young man stepped forward with his hands behind his back, looking like he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. The others seemed to be very fearful of him. Yi Yuan heard people starting to discuss beside him. Who are these 3 people? Why are they so arrogant? You never heard of the Crimson Drill 3 Sons? I didn't expect that they would also come to take part in the test with us this time. Qin Shitian, Zhou Yu, He-chan. These 3 all returned from the Scarlet Drill battlefield. I heard that the 3 of them rendered illustrious achievements in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and were taken in as honorary disciples by the 3 hall masters. It's just waiting for after the assessment this time before they are accepted under their tutelage. The 3 of them have corrupt energy that billows to the sky. I don't even dare get close. Too strong. The top 3 this time will definitely be the 3 of them. No wonder they are so haughty. They really have the capital to be arrogant. Everyone sent the 3 people off with their eyes, walking through the crowd. places that they passed by, all gave a wide berth. It was not that they wanted to retreat, but that they had no choice but to retreat. Compared to the others, these three people were simply head and shoulders above them. These three genuinely killed their way out from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The corrupt energy on their bodies billowed to the sky, their soul bodies incomparably solid. Those who were slightly weaker, just this corrupt energy could turn them to ashes. Soul race powerhouses were not as weak as the human race's origin divinity. Especially those like Qin Shirtian three people, their soul bodies were already condensed to the extreme. Wanting to kill them was even harder than the blood race. The three people took big steps, as if there were nobody around. Humph! A bunch of trash also wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, truly ignorant. Qin Shirtian looked at everyone who retreated, a look of displeasure on his face. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Dreams are a must. However, taking the assessment in the same batch as us, they will doubt life, right?" He Chen's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, sweeping a glance, "There's no one who can fight. These trash actually came to take part in the test too." Zhou Yu said, "Hoo-hoo. Our goal isn't just to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. We're not from the same world as them to begin with." Qin Shirtian snorted coldly and said, "Taking the test together with these trash really spoils my appetite." The three people did not have the intention of covering it up at all. Everyone could hear the words that were said. When everyone heard, their faces turned completely red. Those who dared to come and challenge the Nirvana Soul Hall's test were not rookies. At least they had some confidence in themselves. But, just as Zhou Yu said, they were somewhat doubting life. The Scarlet Drill three sons were too strong. As the three people walked, they arrived at Yi Yuan there very soon. The others backed away one after another. A middle true sovereign heaven next. To Yi Yuan tugged at him and whispered, "Still not backing away? You're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This lucid forest tests the Tao heart. If you retreat, is there still a need to enter the lucid forest?" That person was taken aback. Thinking about it, that was true. But, right at this time, a surging corrupt energy hit him head-on. His expression changed wildly, only feeling like his soul body was almost collapsing. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his figure. This way, Yi Yuan appeared especially conspicuous. The others immediately started discussing in whispers. Keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? Retreat and you won't be able to clear the lucid forest? What a joke! How is this keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? This is throwing away his life. The Scarlet Drill three sons together can directly make his soul body collapse. Heh? There are really those who aren't afraid of death these days. Qin Shirtian three people naturally saw Yi Yuan too. Qin Shirtian's brows furrowed slightly, very displeased in his heart. A place that they were passing through, there was actually someone who dared to not give way. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said earlier was not deliberately hidden. Everyone heard it, including the three of them. Humph! Ignorant thing. Without strength and you still dare to utter wild ravings. Really courting death. Qin Shirtian gave a cold snort, the corrupt energy on his body suddenly skyrocketing several-fold. Zhou Yu also laughed lightly. Following that, his corrupt energy also skyrocketed. He Chun sneered coldly, similarly skyrocketing. The three people's corrupt energy billowed straight to the clouds, enveloping everyone inside all at once. They did not deliberately target the others, but the expressions of the rest changed wildly, retreating again one after another. An extremely large empty lot formed around the trio. Apart from the three of them, there was only Yi Yuan left in that empty lot. Yi Yuan was in the center of the three people's corrupt energy. Previously, they did not intentionally release corrupt energy. But now they had the intention of taking Yi Yuan down a notch, forcing Yi Yuan to fall back. Retreat! When Qin Shirtian walked by Yi Yuan, he bellowed. However, What Yi Yuan returned to him was just a slight smile. Unmoving as a pine tree. Awkward. Huge awkwardness. How resounding was that one word, retreat. However, Yi Yuan did not even take half a step. Apart from awkwardness at the entrance of the lucid forest, it was still awkwardness. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan, who was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, would have to suffer serious injuries under this corrupt energy even if his soul did not dissipate. Who knew that he did not feel anything out of sorts at all? No way, right? That kid is clearly just middle true sovereign heaven, and he can actually resist Qin Shirtyan's corrupt energy? I heard that Qin Shirtyan's corrupt energy can even suppress the blood races. Blood energy. It actually can't suppress that kid. It's really embarrassing now. You look at Qin Shirtyan's face. Turned green. Qin Shirtyan's awe-inspiring reputation was illustrious in the entire Scarlet Drill battlefield and even Ninglan territory. But who could have thought that he actually suffered a loss in front of an unknown punk? Updates by Com. Zhou Yu was clearly a little more shrewd than the other two. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Interesting. Really. Interesting. I didn't expect that in the temple entrance assessment this time. I'd actually bump into an interesting little fellow. What's your name? Yi Yuan shook his head slightly with a faint smile but turned around and left. The trio who remained had dumbfounded faces. This guy actually ignored them. There was actually someone who dared to ignore the Scarlet Drill Three Sons. Here. This time, even Zhou Yu lost composure. Punk. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. Want a posture, do it after passing the test. You haven't even entered the lucid forest, and you're flaunting your prowess here, making a spectacle of yourselves? Yi Yuan said coolly without even turning his head back. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
Dominating enough.
Far away, when Yen Jie-Tru saw this scene, he could not help smiling broadly. Sure enough, it was very Yi Yuan-like. Although these three people were very strong compared to Yi Yuan, they were still far off. The corrupt energy on the Scarlet Drill Three Sons' bodies was extremely heavy. Their soul body was extremely solid. They were indeed not easy to deal with, but the path that Yi Yuan took was drastically different from theirs. The Scarlet Drill Three Sons experienced the battlefield for a long time, tempering their soul bodies like how humans train their physical bodies. But the path that Yi Yuan took was a great Tao that led to heaven. Fighting with Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was akin to a vast expanse of fog, seemingly unreachable. Although the corrupt energy was heavy, it was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Unless this corrupt energy reached the Emperor realm, it had no way of affecting Yi Yuan at all. Ho-hoo? Looks like someone is going to challenge us this time. Interesting. Very interesting. Qin Shirtian laughed coldly without ceasing, but his eyes were already somber to the extreme. These three people were all ruthless and cruel, having killed countless people. The humans and bloodkins that died in their hands were beyond count. Originally they thought that this time it would be a competition between the three of them, who knew that there was actually someone who dared to provoke them. But Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that great? Originally I thought that it would be boring this time, wrecking a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth while we're at it is pretty good too. It's just I don't know whether or not he can get out of the lucid forest." People familiar with him all knew that Zhou Yu already had killing intent. Aroused. Right at this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the lucid forest. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. All right, everyone is already here. Enter the lucid forest. With 3 days as the time limit, after 3 days, those who can't come out will naturally be transported out. However, if you can't even last 3 days, then you can't blame anyone. Now, you all can still choose to withdraw. The Emperor Realm Powerhouse said loudly. Nobody moved. Those who came here naturally already knew the danger of the lucid forest. The Emperor Realm Powerhouse smiled slightly and said, "Since nobody backed out, Enter the forest. Under his word of command, thousands of soul race geniuses entered the lucid
Forest in succession.
There was a light screen before the forest. The light dots on the light screen represented everyone's positions. Whoever's light dot disappeared, it represented that their will had already been wiped away, turning into a part of the lucid forest. Each time they entered the forest, there would be hundreds of people who fell. In the end, not long after everyone entered the lucid forest, several figures landed. That Emperor Realm Powerhouse's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Paying respects to 3 hall masters, paying respects to elders. Amen? You carry on hosting the lucid forest, don't need to care about us." Yes, it turned out that it was actually the hall master and 2 vice hall masters arriving in person. A slight chill ran down the backs of the forest guardian. Looks like the 3 hall masters value these 3 honorary disciples very highly. Hall Master Great Emperor East Sun, Vice Hall Master Great Emperor West Dawn, Great Emperor Wood Release. These 3 people were all Emperor Sacra Heaven Realm mighty experts. To be able to receive attention from the 3 of them, the weight of the Scarlet Drill 3 sons could be seen. Apart from them, Yen Jtru's Master Soul Emperor Seven Feather also arrived. "Master," Yen Jtru said with a bow. When Seven Feather saw Yen Jtru, he was also slightly surprised and said, "You're here too?" Yen Jtru said, "Yes, this disciple made a good friend when I went out this time. He wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall too, so I arranged for him to join the temple entrance assessment." Seven Feather nodded slightly. This kind of thing was very common and not a big deal. But Yen Jtru was incredibly disappointed in his heart. He placed hopes on that his master could see through what was wrong in his soul body. But sadly, nope. It seemed like Yi Yuan's method was extremely brilliant. Even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty expert was completely clueless. "Who's your good friend?" Seven Feather asked. That last one is called Yi Yuan." There was everyone's name on the light screen. Seven Feather could not help laughing as he said, "The periphery's baneful. Souls are the fewest. He's still wandering around the perimeter until now. Most likely, it will be very hard to survive 3 days, right?" Yen Jtru could not help smiling bitterly. He was perplexed too. With Yi Yuan's Dao heart, he should advance very quickly. But he actually stopped right at the beginning. This showed that he was already beguiled. Concerning the lucid forest, the deeper in, the more wandering souls and the stronger they were, the beguiling power also grew stronger. Hoo-hoo. Martial Uncle Seven Feather, this kid was still picking a fight with the Scarlet Drill 3 sons earlier. I was wondering how strong he was. Who knew that this kid can't even break through the outer perimeter? What a piece of trash. Hoo-hoo. Junior apprentice brother Jtru's strength is decent, but his eyesight in making friends is too lousy. That Scarlet Drill 3 sons are indeed well deserving of being the 3 hall masters' honorary disciples. This rate of advancement, most likely, they will be breaking the record. The one speaking was called Zhang Hao. He was also an elder's disciple. His strength was almost on par with Yen Jtru. Between the 2, they contended with each other overtly and covertly as well. That scene earlier, he was present too and naturally took it into his sights. Originally he thought that Yi Yuan had some abilities to be able to block the Scarlet Drill 3 sons' corrupt energy. Who knew that he was so useless? Seeing Yen Jtru get deflated at this time, he naturally could not resist coming out to deal 2 kicks in. When he said this, Seven Feather's face was also rather awkward. His expression turned dark, looking at Yen Jtru with a dark expression. What kind of rubbish friend did you make? Putting aside that his strength was weak, he even offended the hall masters. Honorary disciple. Wasn't this secretly reporting himself? He, an exalted emperor vast heaven, could not afford to lose this face. Looking at the Scarlet Drill 3 sons again, they were virtually advancing at an equal pace and already rushed 3 miles into the forest. The lucid forest was not big. It was only 10 square miles. But the deeper in, the slower one would get. Upon entering the lucid forest, countless aura of Daos hit him head-on. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, having some enlightenment. Hence, he started to study it carefully. What he cultivated was the soul race's sacred canon. His comprehension of the Tao of soul was extremely deep. Regarding these so-called Daos, Yi Yuan understood them with one glance. After studying for a while, Yi Yuan discovered that it was dull. These Daos were all too superficial. It did not give him much inspiration. Of course, he understood that this was due to divine emergence being too profound. The more he cultivated, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of divine emergence, pointing straight at the origin of Soul Tao. Only at this time did he remember that he seemed to be taking part in an assessment. There was no one around him a long time ago. Hence, he took large strides forward. The surrounding Daos got more and more and also increasingly profound, as if it could let people reach out and grasp the Tao. Updates by Com. The lucid forest was to let people hold fast to their Tao hearts. The more Daos you saw, you would waver in your own Tao heart. In this lucid forest, you could not avoid these so-called Daos at all. It did not need to be looked at using the naked eye at all, but directly came into contact with the soul body. But, to Yi Yuan, these could not affect him in the slightest at all. Putting aside how powerful divine emergence was, one could only say that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was not an ordinary kind of strong. He was a man who dared to point at heaven with his sword. Hence, his speed of advancement was incomparably fast. 10 miles was merely a twinkle to a true sovereign heaven. Hence, Yi Yuan came out after several breaths. Outside of the lucid forest, Great Emperor Yi's Sun, 3 people were currently discussing their honorary disciples. Qin Shitian indeed doesn't fall short of this old man's expectations. Among the 3 people, his skill is a level higher in the end. Great Emperor Yi's Sun stroked his beard and said with a smile. Great Emperor Weston was indifferent as he said, "It seems to be too early for Brother Yi's Sun to draw a conclusion now, right? There are huge variables in the lucid forest. Moreover, Qin Shitian isn't in the lead by much. Zhou Yu has always been reserved. He definitely won't lose in this lucid forest." "Stage," Great Emperor Yi's Sun said coolly. "Then, just wait and see." "See." Suddenly, Great Emperor Yi's Sun's eyes became wide saucers. Even his words became stutters. It was because a light dot surpassed Qin Shitian 3 people like lightning, and reached the end point in a few breaths of time. Great Emperor Weston smiled and said, "Brother Yi's Sun, it's merely a competition among juniors. Why do you have to be so agitated?" "Agitated, my asterisk. Are you freaking blind?" It seems like this guy did not see the light screen." Drawing a deep breath, Great Emperor Yi's Sun said, "Somebody came out."
As someone came out.
Great Emperor Weston wondered whether this guy was joking or not. But right then, there was suddenly a commotion from the crowd. "This is also too fast, right? Just now, my attention was fully on Qin Shitian. 3 people. I didn't even see clearly who that was." "Me too. This wouldn't be some problem with the light screen, right? Something is definitely wrong with the light screen. This lucid forest's record is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Even if someone broke the record, it's also impossible to be so fast, right?" They only saw a light dot flash past. Then it disappeared. As for who it was, everyone really did not see clearly, because everyone's attention was all placed on the Scarlet Drill 3 Sons. This was also the biggest highlight of the assessment this time. But very soon, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Shockingly, it was Yi Yuan. The forest guardian was also somewhat absent-minded. His focus just now was also on Qin Shitian 3 people. By the time he became aware of it, someone had already come out. Yi Yuan looked at the forest guardian and asked, "Senior, am I considered to have passed?" The forest guardian had a blank expression. Nodding his head, then shaking his head again, he questioned, How can you be so fast? Yi Yuan countered with a question. It's merely 10 miles. Isn't it a snap of a finger to us? The forest guardian was taken aback and immediately said angrily, Hang on! You were clearly stuck in the beginning just now. How did you clear it so quickly? You cheated. Everyone's hearts eased up. It turned out that he was cheating. Sure enough, only cheating could be so fast, no? The forest guardian had already been at this lucid forest for many years. The geniuses that he had seen before were beyond countable. But, no matter how outstandingly talented, it was also impossible to clear the lucid forest so quickly. Therefore, it could only be cheating. If you cheated, forget it. The main characters this time were the Scarlet Drill three sons. You stole their limelight. Wasn't this slapping the faces of the three great hall masters? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Since Senior said that I cheated, then this Junior will go again. Senior can enter the forest to inspect. If there's any problem, Senior can strike me dead on the spot. How about that? The forest guardian's old face turned red. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He could not keep up. Although he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he also could not be unmoving as a pine tree in this lucid forest. I'll go. At this time, Great Emperor Yi's son spoke up. He also did not believe that Yi Yuan could pass through the lucid forest in such a short time. This sort of thing had never happened before. It was too bizarre. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Great Emperor Yi's son and entered the forest. Again, Great Emperor Yi's son's figure moved and entered the lucid forest too. Upon entering the forest, Great Emperor Yi's son's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the distances like lightning. The countless soul daos around him could not affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. Great Emperor Yi's son also stepped forward, incredibly shocked in his heart. These low-level soul daos were naturally unable to affect him too much. But there was ultimately some influence. He unleashed all of his ability and could only eat dust behind Yi Yuan in merely several breaths of time from start to finish, the two people came out of the lucid forest very quickly. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Great Emperor Yi's son's ruling. Great Emperor Yi's son's heart was in shock currently. What a powerful Dao heart. He shook his head slightly at West Dawn two people and said, This boy didn't cheat. Whoosh! Outside the lucid forest, it completely burst into an uproar. How is this possible? It's merely 5 breaths of time from start to end. How does this result expect people to live? No wonder he turned his nose up at the Scarlet Drill three sons. This is simply a one-sided beating. This result was too explosive. Explosive until everyone did not dare believe it. Zhang Hao's expression was like he had eaten a fly. Sure enough, Yan Jatru's mocking voice entered his ears very quickly. Hoo-hoo. What Brother Zhang Hao said is right. My eyesight is indeed extremely poor, but I failed to discern that Brother Yi was actually so impressive. However, Brother Zhang Hao's eyesight seems to be worse than mine. Yi Yuan's result can brutalize the Scarlet Drill three sons already. Right? More than brutalize. It was simply a catastrophic mangling. Entering the lucid forest, the shorter the time, the more difficult it was. After so many years, everyone kept refreshing the record continuously. It was incredibly difficult to improve it again by a few breaths. But now, the record was no longer important. It was because it was impossible for anyone to be able to beat Yi Yuan's record. The assessment was still ongoing. Qin Shitian three people were still advancing at high speed. Of course, this high speed was in the past. Everyone looked at the moving light dots on the light screen as if seeing their hard work in the lucid forest. Looking at Yi Yuan again, their hard work seemed so laughable. Everyone was imagining Qin Shitian three people's expressions after coming. Finally, 6 hours' time was up. Qin Shitian's light dot vanished. Ha ha ha. 6 hours. I broke the lucid forest's record. I Qin Shitian M. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Halls number 1. The moment his figure appeared, he let out a burst of loud laughter. He felt invigorated to the extreme in his heart. Overpowering Zhou Yu and He Chun, he even broke the lucid forest's strongest record. He was already fantasizing how his master would praise him. Strongest in history. How glorious was this? Before this, the lucid forest's strongest record was 6 hours and 15 minutes. Updates by Gong He. Qin Shitian forcibly moved this record up by 15 minutes. This was already a huge improvement. This achievement was absolutely enough to ignite the entire Nirvana Soul Hall. If there wasn't Yi Yuan's existence. Very soon, Zhou Yu and He Chun came out of the forest successively, the expressions on their faces rather complicated. The two of them similarly broke the record. It was just that they lost to Qin Shitian. Qin Shitian laughed loudly and said, "The two of you don't make this kind of expression. Losing to me isn't some disgraceful thing. After all, you guys broke senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record too." Zhou Yu had an unkind expression as he said, "What are you being smug for? You were merely lucky. If not for encountering several troublesome doubts on the way, I might not have lost to you." Qin Shitian said smugly, "Losing is losing. Why are you finding excuses? The lucid forest is fair to everybody. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a test too. Why? Can't afford to bear a loss." Zhou Yu snorted coldly and said, "What can't afford to bear a loss? Sooner or later, you'll be my defeated foe." "Oh, right, where's that arrogant kid?" He Chun, who had not said a word, suddenly said. Qin Shitian was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "That kid is probably eating dust behind us, right? Ha ha ha. But that punk has some capability. It shouldn't be hard to pass the test." The three people chattered like nobody was around, walking in front of the forest guardian. The three of them were immersed in the joy of breaking the record and did not feel the strange atmosphere at all. Of course, they also did not see the Yi Yuan in the crowd. Qin Shitian gave Great Emperor Yi's son a bow from afar and said excitedly, "Master, this disciple thankfully didn't fail the mission, winning the top spot and breaking senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record. At long last, I didn't let down Master's expectations." Great Emperor Yi's son's expression was strange, and he said with a nod, "Amen? You've already worked very hard." Qin Shitian was stupefied. Worked very hard? What was the meaning of this? At this time, shouldn't Master be lauding him with praises? Why did it seem like he was consoling him? The script was not right. "Master!" Qin Shitian suddenly lifted his head, and at this time he finally noticed the Yi Yuan who was beside Yen Jadetru, and his entire person was immediately petrified. When did this guy come out? Clearly, no one came out from just now until now. Qin Shitian's head was somewhat disoriented, unable to wrap itself around things for some time. Great Emperor Yi's son heaved a slight sigh and said, "Shitian, your performance is already very good. It's just that sadly, you didn't break the record, because before you, Yi Yuan has already broken the record." Qin Shitian three people were akin to being struck by lightning at the same time, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. This guy was actually faster than the three of them? How was this possible? He forcibly increased senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record by 15 minutes. Could it be that this guy actually cleared within 6 hours? This is impossible. How can this punk possibly surpass 6 hours? Qin Shitian blurted out. Great Emperor Yi's son seriously could not bear to demoralize this honorary disciple. But the reality was this cruel. 6 hours? Hoo-hoo. 6 hours is enough for Yi Yuan to go back and forth several thousand times in the lucid forest. The one who spoke was Seven Feather. Just now, Yi Yuan already rejected Great Emperor Yi's invitation. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had the intention of entering his tutelage. After all, he was brought by Yen Jadetru. Previously, he was still blaming Yen Jadetru for being a busybody and embarrassing him. But now, no matter how he looked at Yen Jaetru, he found him pleasing to the having accepted such a heaven-defying disciple, even the master felt honored. 2. Several thousand times. You're bull. This is absolutely impossible. When the word, bulsh *t, reached the tip of his tongue, Qin Shirtian forcibly swallowed it back. Soul Emperor Sevenfeather was not someone that he could offend. Sure enough, Sevenfeather's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, with Hall Master here, could it be that this seat will still crack? Jokes with you, a junior? After Yi Yuan entered the lucid forest, he only used 5 breaths of time before clearing it. 5 breaths. Qin Shirtian. 3 people spoke in one voice, almost biting their tongues off. Qin Shirtian used a probing gaze to look at Great Emperor East's son. The latter nodded his head helplessly and said, "That's right. It's 5 breaths. This seat already examined it. It's not fake." Boom! Qin Shirtian felt like his soul body was about to explode. This was too demoralizing. The 3 of them killed countless enemies on the Scarlet Drill battlefield, and had long already cultivated their Tao hearts like it was Vajra. 6 hours was absolutely a result that was worthy of being proud of. But someone actually only used 5 breaths? Qin Shirtian felt that everyone was cracking a joke with him. There were naturally not just Qin Shirtian 3 geniuses participating in the assessment. In reality, this batch of soul race geniuses were really quite a few. Very soon, someone came out in succession. It was just that, after they came out, without exception, they were all deeply shocked by the result of 5 breaths. Originally, they were somewhat patting themselves on their backs for having attained a decent result. But at this time, they had already begun to doubt life. 3 days later, the lucid forest assessment ended. In the end, there were 372 people who passed the lucid forest. And there were more than 200 people who died in the lucid forest. The people who passed the test arrived at the second stage, soul-controlling avenue. Originally, Great Emperor East's son and the rest of the powerhouses came over, just to conveniently take a casual look. After all, this level of test was not really considered a big deal to them. But now, because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, all of the Emperor realm powerhouses arrived at the soul-controlling avenue. Soul-controlling avenue, it was established between 2 mountain peaks and was a transparent passageway. The so-called soul-controlling avenue was actually a test of the examinees' defensive ability. To the soul race, defensive strength was an extremely important ability. After the physical bodies of other races were destroyed, their soul bodies could exist independently. But the soul race, once they were exterminated, that was a true death. Therefore, to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, one's defensive strength must pass. And this was precisely the forte of Qin Shirtian and the others. They slaughtered wildly in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already tempered their soul bodies like steel. After these few days of digestion, the 3 people had already come around to. After all, they were powerhouses who had experienced countless life and deaths. Qin Shirtian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Punk, passing the lucid forest is no big deal. The soul-controlling avenue is the true test of strength. This time, I'm going to let you know what's called a true powerhouse." It's still that sentence. Want a posture, do it after passing. Talking until flowers cascaded from the skies here. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if you get face-slapped in a while? Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly. Qin Shirtian's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then we'll see who gets face-slapped after getting out of the soul-controlling avenue." An Emperor Realm powerhouse appeared in front of everyone and said loudly, "Soul-controlling avenue has a total of 10 segments. Passing 2 segments will be considered passing the test. This soul-controlling avenue has the effect of tempering the soul body. It's greatly beneficial to you guys. But this seat urges you all to act within your capability, or else you'll die." Present, the best result of the temper entrance assessment is peak 5th segment. Qin Shirtian trio secretly resolved themselves. This time they were definitely going to sweep Yi Yuan's face away. Since the Scarlet Drill battlefield, the three people's present accomplishments were not accomplished overnight. Their soul bodies were extremely solid. Great Emperor Yi's son had once said before, with the sturdiness of Qin Shitian's soul body, he could at least reach the sixth segment too. This was also to say that there was virtually no suspense in him breaking the shackle of the fifth segment. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could still contend with him in this round. Under his word of command, over 300 people entered with a whoosh. Upon entering the soul-controlling avenue, the divine soul attacks that blotted out the skies and covered the earth came over to greet them. Many soul race powerhouses unleashed various methods to resist these divine soul attacks. However, many soul race powerhouses started crying bitterness without ceasing. The first segment is already so freakish. This is killing people. Just what kind of freaks entered the Nirvana Soul Hall? Ouch, I can't anymore. I'm going to withdraw. Coming out from the first round, these 300 over people were naturally all elites. But very soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The endless divine soul attacks were like a violent storm, raiding these soul race powerhouses. Each second, they practically had to answer more than 10 divine soul attacks. It was simply seamless until not even wind could penetrate. The soul-controlling avenue was similarly 10 miles long. Each mile was a segment. But now, before talking 1,000 feet out, someone had already collapsed. Of course, if there were weaklings, there were powerhouses too. Qin Shitian three people did not have any reaction to this violent storm-like attack at all. In fact, they did not even use defensive mystic arts. The first segment was too effortless for them. The three people virtually rushed to the second segment's checkpoint while keeping abreast of one another at the fastest speed. The checkpoint in front of them was not difficult. They had to conserve soul strength to resist the checkpoints at the back. At this time, the three people turned around to look without prior agreement, and discovered that many people had already caught up. But they did not see Yi Yuan's figure and could not help letting out a sigh of relief. This fellow indeed could not make it anymore. During this round, it is our turn to perform. Heh, that punk seemed impressive. But it's also nothing more than this. In this round, what it relies on is the soul body. The three of us definitely won't lose to anyone, Qin Shitian said with a cold smile. After getting out, we have to teach that punk a lesson. Zhou Yu's expression also became dark. That's of course. Your father roamed the battlefield unobstructed and haven't lost so much face before. This time, I'll see how that punk can be arrogant, Qin Shitian said with a cold snort. Remembering the first round, it was really an utter loss of face. Not only did he lose face, he even implicated Great Emperor Yi's son in losing face too. Finished saying, the three people entered the second segment without even turning their heads back. In the second segment, not only did the number of divine soul attacks increase manifold, the power also multiplied. To everyone, it was an enormous test. Qin Shitian three people did not dare to be careless either, displaying defensive mystic arts one after another and continued advancing. Outside of the soul-controlling avenue, Great Emperor Yi's son and the rest nodded with slight smiles, clearly quite pleased with the performance of Qin Shitian three people. Hoo-hoo, arriving at the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan has indeed revealed his true colors. This seat sees that each step he takes is very taxing. Great Emperor Weston said with a laugh. Great Emperor Yi's son also smiled and said, in terms of soul body, most likely among true sovereign heavens, someone stronger than the three of them really can't be found. The Scarlet Drill battlefield is akin to a meat grinder. The three of them fought with real swords and spears, killing their way out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their soul bodies have already reached the limit of true sovereign heaven. Great Emperor Wood Release said, Tao heart is heaven-defying, but it has to be matched with corresponding strength too. Otherwise, it will be akin to a rootless weed, too weak to stand up to anything. If let Yi Yuan fights with The three of them, he'll probably not be able to last one exchange with them. All the powerhouses nodded one after another, clearly quite agreeing with it. Seven Feathers' face was a little ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so useless. In the second round, he actually ended up last. Most likely, he would not even be able to pull through the first segment. This time, even Yen Jietru was puzzled too. He knew that, in terms of soul body, Yi Yuan was indeed not considered strong. Yi Yuan's powerful aspect was his miraculous soul path mystic arts. Could it be that he was really going to be disappointed this time? Very soon, many powerhouses passed through the first segment one after another. The people left behind in the first segment became fewer and fewer. Some were seriously injured by soul path attacks and were already unable to continue the assessment and could only withdraw. But Yi Yuan was still several thousand feet away from the checkpoint of the first segment, and at this time Qin Shitian 3 people had already passed through the second segment and entered the third segment. The speed made people tongue-tied. Great Emperor East Sun smiled and said, "This Yi Yuan's Tao heart is powerful, making him rather stubborn. He could actually hold out until now." Great Emperor West Dawn chuckled and said, "No matter how stubborn he is, it's no use too. Even if he can pass the first segment, the second segment's number and power are all multiplied. It's simply impossible for him to pass through. In fact, he might directly turn to ashes after entering the second segment. In my view, he's courting death here." Great Emperor Yi Sun did not care about Yi Yuan any longer but looked toward Qin Shitian and said with a smile, "Shitian, this child still has quite the potential. He has already gradually shaken off the two of them. This seat reckons that there shouldn't be a problem in him entering the sixth segment. It's just I don't know how far he can walk in the sixth segment." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed one after another. They did not think that Great Emperor Yi Sun actually regarded Qin Shitian so highly. Forget about the sixth segment. The difficulty of the fifth segment was already hell level. When these big shots in front of them were at true sovereign heaven realm, it was impossible to make it to the sixth segment too. Qin Shitian was really monstrous. In the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan paused with each step, enduring the divine soul attacks from all directions. With the divine emergences methods, it was too easy to want to block these divine soul attacks. But he did not. These divine soul attacks actually had the effect of tempering the soul body. Hence, he did not want to waste this opportunity. The first stage was useless to him, so he cleared it very fast. But this stage was different. These divine soul attacks hammered his soul body continuously, making his soul body become powerful. Just as Yen Jietru conjectured, his soul body was very ordinary. A human's origin divinity was not of soul races after all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity resided in his sea of consciousness the vast majority of the time. He really wanted to try what kind of level his soul body could attain. Haha! The two of you can't do it. My soul body is about to break through right away and reach 6 rots. Qin Shitian's unbridled laughter came from in front. At this time, the 3 of them had already made it to the 4th segment. The disparity also gradually manifested. Qin Shitian already shook the other 2 people more than 100 feet behind. Furthermore, it showed signs of being shaken off further and further. Apart from this, Qin Shitian's soul body became increasingly erratic. An appearance of going to advance ranks. Soul body was a kind of unique existence. In each realm, the strength of the soul body was divided into 10 rots. This magnitude was different from the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy bodies. If what humans and the true spirit clan pursued were hardness, then what the soul body pursued was tenacity. The greater the tenacity, the harder it was to kill. If a true sovereign heaven soul denizen's soul body could reach 10 rots, even if an emperor cloud heaven came, it would be difficult to kill them too. Of course, to the Nirvana Soul Hall, 10 rots belonged to an existence in legends. Nobody could reach the realm of 10 rots at all. At this time, Qin Shitian's soul body was about to reach 6 rots. This was already extremely shocking. Updates by Gong. Finally, Qin Shitian took the lead and charged into the soul-controlling Avenue's fifth segment. Then, his soul body became even clearer, as if a crystalline sculpture. Great Emperor Easton's pupils constricted, and he said, "Broke through. 6 rots. Even if it's this seat. I didn't reach this step back then too." Hiss! From the powerhouses there came a series of cold air being sucked in. 6 rots, that was already the soul body strength in the legends. This guy is too strong. 6 rots, even if he stands there to try to kill him, I can't kill him either. Although there was an upset in the lucid forest in this round, Qin Shitian finally regained face. Yi Yuan was ultimately just taking advantage by trickery in the lucid forest. In terms of strength, he's far worse than Qin Shitian. Under the soul-controlling avenue, many people were discussing animatedly. At this time, there were already many people who came out. Some had passed 2 segments, succeeding in the test, but some had already been eliminated. But the strength that Qin Shitian revealed suppressed all of the questioning voices. Qin Shitian, after 6 rots, had the air of a king who returned. Many people looked toward Yi Yuan again. They could not help revealing sympathetic gazes. This guy was still milling around in the first segment until now. Amen? Seems like there's already no way of upgrading. I'll enter the second segment then. Right at this time, Yi Yuan discovered that the first segment's tempering already had no effect on him, and his soul body already reached peak 2 rots as well. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul attacks in the soul-controlling avenue were very special. Rather than say that it was a test, it was better to say that it was a kind of tempering. Entering the second segment, the number and power of the divine soul attacks immediately doubled. Yi Yuan revolved the divine emergence and started guiding these divine soul attacks, tempering his soul body. Hence, he entered the realm of 3 rots smoothly. It was just that, at this time, there was already no one who paid attention to him. Qin Shitian already caused a great sensation. The people all wanted to see just which step Qin Shitian could walk until, after entering the 5th segment, Qin Shitian's pressure suddenly increased. They clearly felt that Qin Shitian was straining much more than before, even if he entered the realm of 6 rots. However, he was still advancing with strong determination. He got nearer and nearer to the 6th segment the people were already holding. Their breaths broke through. Right when Qin Shitian stepped into the 6th segment, someone shouted at the top of their voice. This moment was seriously too exciting. Qin Shitian broke through 2 records in a row. This guy is really monstrous. The accumulations of the Scarlet Drill battlefield finally erupted at this moment. This guy's future accomplishments are immeasurable. You guys look, that Yi Yuan is still persevering. Compared to Qin Shitian, he's just like a clown now. The crowd was boiling over with excitement. At this time, the inconceivable record that Yi Yuan made in the lucid forest, everyone selectively had forgotten about it. After all, having Dao heart in vain without strength, everything was futile. And Qin Shitian broke the records of the 2 stages in a row. This absolutely set the world on fire. It was because the records of these 2 rounds were not maintained by the same person. Even great Emperor Easton's breathing became irregular too. He had long predicted that Qin Shitian could step into the 6th segment. But all the way until this moment arrived, he was still somewhat uncontrollably agitated. After all, it was too hard to come by. Someone noticed Yi Yuan. He finally made it to the 2nd segment. Furthermore, he did not die yet. His perseverance seemed to have been rewarded. But, under Qin Shitian's light, Yi Yuan's perseverance appeared so laughable. Right at this time, Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people finally could not endure, and withdrew. They only reached the peak 5th segment in the end. They were naturally not satisfied with this result. In the assessment this time, Qin Shitian completely shook the 2 of them off. However, being able to reach the peak 5th segment, it was also sufficient to show their strength. And Qin Shitian was still continuing to advance forward. At this time, The entire soul-controlling avenue only had Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian, 2 people remaining. At the back, Yi Yuan, who was slowly crawling like a tortoise, appeared, especially glaring to the eye. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This punk is really impressive. I even thought that he could make it to the 10th segment this time. After half a day, he's just at the 2nd segment. What a joke." The fury of failure ultimately needed a channel to vent. Clearly, Yi Yuan was very suitable. He Chun also said disdainfully, "Ignorant thing, this bit of skill, and he also dares to swagger in front of us." Really almost got intimidated by him. However, everyone's attention was still on Qin Shirtian. Entering the 6th segment, Qin Shirtian's speed clearly slowed down. Significantly, each step that he took seemed to require all the strength in his body. But he did not give up. Just like that, he headed towards the 7th segment step by step. Following his footsteps, he got nearer and nearer to the 7th segment. Everyone's hearts were virtually leaping out of their throats. Too exciting. Could it be that Qin Shirtian could still create an even greater miracle and reach the 7th segment? 1,000 feet, 700 feet, 300 feet. He got closer and closer to the 7th segment. The expression on Qin Shirtian's face was hideous until it was virtually contorted. His soul body also suffered immense damage. The 6th segment's divine soul attacks were too terrifying. Hundreds of divine soul attacks assaulted at the same time. It was simply like a bombardment. Qin Shirtian's soul body was attacked until it virtually distorted. Finally, he gave up when he was still around 200 feet away from the 7th segment. The whole place boiled over with excitement. What a shame! Just 200 feet. Almost created history. But reaching the peak 6th segment is already unbelievably impressive. Most likely, nobody can break this record within a few thousand years. Scarlet Drill 3 sons with this, Qin Shirtian really left them far behind. In the dust. Everyone was marveling in admiration. This result was seriously too monstrous. Different from the lucid forest, what the soul-controlling avenue competed in was bona fide strength. Qin Shirtian challenging this assessment this time shocked the entire Nirvana Soul Hall. Good, good, good. This seat indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Are the 2 of you convinced this time? Great Emperor Yi's son said good 3 times in a row. His satisfaction with Qin Shirtian could be seen. In the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Great Emperor Yi's son took fancy on Qin Shirtian at a glance and felt very optimistic about him. Otherwise, he also would not have specially come to watch the temper entrance assessment. A mere true sovereign heaven was not yet worthy of the master of a hall to raise a big rumpus and specially come to watch. Great Emperor Weston and Great Emperor Wudrili's faces did not look good. These 3 great hall masters were secretly competing when choosing disciples. 2. Actually, in the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Qin Shirtian 3 people's performances were virtually on par. But now, the gap was pulled apart all of a sudden. Zhou Yu and He Chun 2 people, their performance was actually already very good. But, compared to Qin Shirtian, the difference was too big. Congratulations, Hall Master, for finding a fine disciple. Great Emperor 7 Feather came forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Hall Master. Felicitations, Hall Master. Our Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall finally has a 6 Rots powerhouse too. Qin Shirtian, this boy's future is limitless. The other Emperor realms also came forward to give their felicitations one after another. When Great Emperor Yi's son heard, he was naturally very happy. Between the soul race's various major Nirvana soul halls, there was naturally competitions with each other too. The Nirvana Soul Hall needed to send geniuses to the clan. This way, what the geniuses obtain in the future would also be enjoyed by the Nirvana Soul Hall. It was just that Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall rarely had heaven-defying geniuses. Here, now that they had, Great Emperor Yi's son was naturally very happy. At this time, Qin Shirtian already exited the soul-controlling avenue too. Arriving before great Emperor Yi's son, he knelt and said, "This disciple admits my mistake and asks for punishment from Master. I was just one step away, or else I'd have been able to step into the seventh segment. But, unfortunately, it failed just a step short of success. He was naturally not here to apologize and ask for punishment. He was posturing and telling everyone that he was just a step away from reaching the seventh segment. He, Qin Shitian, did not know what was called modesty. Sure enough, the moment quite a number of people heard it, they wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, especially Zhou Yu two people. Your peak sixth segment, and you're even apologizing and asking for punishment. Wouldn't we have to end ourselves? Great Emperor Yi's son smiled and said, "Get up. You're already very good. Making it to the step, your 6 soul body has already reached grand completion. After tempering in the soul refining furnace, you'll be able to step into the realm of 7 rots. In the future, when you enter the clan, it will be when you soar to the heaven in one bound." As he said, Great Emperor Yi's son casually waved his hand. Powerful soul force directly fired into Qin Shitian's soul body. Qin Shitian's soul body immediately recovered to its peak state. Qin Shitian felt an upsurge of emotion from what Great Emperor Yi's son said just now. Soul Clan, that was the holy land in his heart. That Yi Yuan actually entered the 3rd segment. Right at this time, no idea who said that, shattering this happy atmosphere. Everyone was stupefied and could not help turning their heads to look. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 3rd segment. This guy actually passed the test unknowingly? The moment Qin Shitian saw, he was amused. This guy said whatever talk again after passing. In the end, after messing around for half a day, he only barely managed to pass the stage. I really want to see how this punk postures after coming out, Qin Shitian said smugly. His result could already press Yi Yuan onto the ground and beat him. Looking at how each of Yi Yuan's steps was very difficult, the 3rd segment was already the limit. The humiliation that you gave to your father will definitely make you repay it twofold. At this time, he was already planning how to humiliate Yi Yuan. Hoo, why does Brother Qin need to stoop to the level of a piece of trash? You're the proud son of heaven. Just a clown jumping around. That's all. He's not even fit to carry shoes for. Brother Qin. Sure enough, he's a useless trash, struggling so hard to even enter the 3rd segment. Just this bit of ability, and he also dares to be arrogant and overestimating himself. With Qin Shitian soaring to the sky in one bound, there were naturally many people who came over to lick his boots. In the future, everyone would still be a member of the Nirvana Soul Hall. Getting into good terms with this big shot would have many benefits. Jiang Hao also could not help laughing as he said, "This is the so-called eyesight that you talked about? Good. Indeed good. This kid doesn't have much strength, but his ability to posture is monstrous. Most likely even Qin Shitian is greatly inferior when compared to him." Yan Jietru had a black face and did not know what he should say. He felt that Yi Yuan should be more than this, but Yi Yuan's performance was clearly so. He had no way of refuting. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. He was currently like a fish in the water. Either way, the soul-controlling avenue had no time limit either. He could make use of these divine soul attacks fully to temper his soul body. Making it through the 2nd stage, Yi Yuan's soul body already reached middle 3 rots. Presently in the 3rd segment, the difficulty soared to another level. The effect of the tempering got even better. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan seemed to be struggling with every step. But he just did not withdraw. Qin Shitian was very anxious from waiting. He already mustered up a big retort just waiting for Yi Yuan to come out. But Yi Yuan just did not come out. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to be in a precarious situation under the divine soul attacks, but he just did not dissipate. Just like that, Yi Yuan approached the 4th segment step by step. When he stepped into the 4th segment, everyone seemed to swallow a gulp. How did this kind of weakling enter the 4th segment? If perseverance had a use, then wouldn't we have long been 10th segment? Really seeing ghosts, this guy entered the 4th segment already. The 4th segment was already a very decent result. Looking across those who entered Nirvana Soul Hall powerhouses who managed to enter the 4th segment belonged among those with superior aptitude too. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually walk until this step 2. This punk can really hold out. Sure enough, the function of Tao Heart is still great. However, it ends here too. The 4th segment's number and power are double that of the 3rd segment's. The power is already extremely terrifying. He'll surely withdraw within 10,000 feet, Qin Shitian said. With certainty. Many people who made it to the 4th segment nodded their heads one after another. Many top geniuses all suffered a crushing defeat at the 4th segment. This round was indeed a watershed. Wanting to clear it was incredibly difficult. Apart from Qin Shitian 3 people, the best result was also merely peak. 4th segment. Very soon 10,000 feet was reached. Amidst the swaying in the midst of a raging storm.
Ye Yuan cross set
10,000 feet. Qin Shitian's expression was very ugly. Slapped again. However, he was currently lording it over others. Although everyone found it funny, they did not dare to show it. He was the disciple that Hall Master regarded extremely highly. This time Qin Shitian became wiser. He stopped talking. But in his heart he was still sneering endlessly. This way of perseverance, having his divine soul be destroyed by the divine soul attacks in the end, was the only outcome. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of the 5th segment. No idea why. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats again. This guy teetered, and actually surpassed everyone apart from the Scarlet Drill 3 sons in the end. Inconceivable. Suddenly, great Emperor Eason's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "For rots, I understand. This boy is using the divine soul attacks to temper his soul body." Tempering the soul body. Many people could not help crying out in surprise. Tempering the soul body in the soul-controlling avenue, this act was also too crazy. Although the soul-controlling avenue had the effect of tempering the soul body. In itself, everyone did not dare to stay for a time. The fighting spirit aroused by the first roll of drums was depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Once it stopped, the violent storm-like divine soul attacks would completely knock you unconscious. Even a powerhouse like Qin Shitian only dared to stop briefly at the first 2 segments too. After entering the 3rd segment, it was impossible to stay for a time anymore. But Yi Yuan had been tempering his soul body all the way from the 1st segment. This was simply too crazy. He wouldn't keep on tempering, right? Then wouldn't he be able to break through all the way to the 10th segment? An examiner could not resist asking. Before entering the soul-controlling avenue, he should only be 2 rots. Now, he actually broke through 2 rots consecutively. This boy's Tao heart is firm. He indeed has incredible willpower. However, it just about ends here too. Such tempering is very harmful to the soul body. If he doesn't withdraw in the 5th segment, he'll turn to ashes. Great Emperor Yi shook his head and said. Only after hearing this did Qin Shitian involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Just now, hearing that Yi Yuan was actually tempering the soul body, he broke out in cold sweat too. In that case, could Yi Yuan keep on breaking through and upgrading continuously? Turned out that it was a false alarm. Humph! A guy who curries favor by claptrap, don't withdraw if you have the capability, Qin Shitian said disdainfully. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Yi Yuan would turn to ashes. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the 5th segment. The pressure increased again. If it was a normal soul race cultivation method, he would naturally be unable to withstand this kind of damage. But the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme soul cannon with endless wonders. Yi Yuan's soul body looked very contorted, but actually the damage was not that great because his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Of course, this process was extremely painful. But pain was really nothing to Yi Yuan. Clearly, after entering the fifth segment, the soul body was in even greater agony. Yi Yuan's soul body became even more contorted too. However, Yi Yuan was still persisting in moving forward. Qin Shitian's gaze flickered, secretly encouraging in his heart. That's right. Just like this. Don't pull out. Come on. Come on. Just as he wished, Yi Yuan did not pull out. He kept persevering. Then he reached the sixth segment's checkpoint too. Everyone held their breathing again. Could it be that Yi Yuan was going to break the record too, becoming the second examinee to break through to the sixth segment today? Yi Yuan did not hesitate, taking a stride over. The pressure increased again. Then, Yi Yuan broke through. 5 rots. Great Emperor Eason's expression somewhat could not be maintained anymore. He predicted just now that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would turn to ashes. Now Yi Yuan broke through to the sixth segment. His soul body broke through to 5 rots too, as if he was slapping his face. Many people cast strange gazes over. Just now, wasn't it you who said that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would die? This kid must have some mystic art that can rapidly recover the soul body. However, no matter how strong the mystic art is, it's impossible for him to tide over the sixth segment too. Great Emperor Eason said with certainty, as if he was regaining some face for himself. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Yi Yuan naturally had some reliance to dare to temper his soul like this. Hall Master was a great emperor. His words could still be trusted. In reality, that was indeed the case too. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's mystic art was the supreme, sacred canon of the soul race. Then Yi Yuan got closer to Qin Shitian's record bit by bit. Qin Shitian's expression also started to become ugly little by little. This was like the tortoise and hare. That tortoise at the back got closer to him little by little. This kind of feeling was like being roasted on a fire. Arduous. Why haven't you died yet? The sixth segment's divine soul attacks are so terrifying. Why hasn't he died yet? Qin Shitian shouted crazily in his heart, cursing Yi Yuan to turn to ashes. But very sadly, he did not. Yi Yuan's footsteps were difficult but sturdy. 200 feet. Tied. When Yi Yuan took a stride, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. The people came to a sudden realization. Turned out that Yi Yuan already tied with Qin Shitian's record. The powerhouses present seethed with excitement again. No one expected that a brand new record that virtually no one could surpass was broken on the same day. Many people's faces felt fiery hot. Earlier, they lavished Qin Shitian with praises crazily, trampling Yi Yuan until he was utterly worthless. But now, Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking Qin Shitian's record. Qin Shitian's expression was almost contorted. Trampled again. At the lucid forest, it was instant kill. At the soul-controlling avenue, it was boiling the frog slowly in warm water. From the fifth segment until now, he was like a frog that was slowly being boiled. Then, he was cooked. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. The posturing earlier seemed extremely laughable now. Zhou Yu and He Chun stopped talking too. They used Yi Yuan to give vent. Earlier. Now Yi Yuan was feeding them shit. This slap was extremely resounding. But the surprise that Yi Yuan created was clearly not enough yet. Then, he stepped into the seventh segment. Hiss! Everyone drew a breath of cold air. Seventh segment. To everyone present, including those emperor realms, this was something that was unimaginable. Nobody could do it. Great Emperor Eason's expression became even uglier. He tried to regain some face, but he discovered that his face was beaten more and more swollen. Below the soul-controlling avenue, it was deathly silent. Everyone just looked at Yi Yuan like that, looking at his solo performance. They already did not know what they should say. This test already became Yi Yuan's solo show. Amidst the deathly silence, Yi Yuan was still advancing. Seventh segment, eighth segment, ninth segment. With each segment that he passed, everyone's hearts seemed to thud heavily. When Yi Yuan crossed the ninth segment and entered the 10th segment, the air seemed to have solidified. It's the 10th segment already? If say that the first segment is a light drizzle, then the 10th segment is the sky being rent asunder and the earth split open. How can this guy endure? This guy is simply a freak. At this soul-controlling avenue he forcibly broke through from 2 rots to peak 8 rots. They already did not know what to use to describe their current mood. Before this, they did their best to lavish praise, lauding Qin Shirtian's achievement until it was number 1 under the heavens. But now, compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. 10th segment was too crazy. This legendary checkpoint was indeed formidable. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, this round was quite strenuous too. But, along with his soul body getting stronger and stronger, his comprehensions in the divine emergence's second level also became deeper and deeper. His divine emergence already gradually showed signs of grand completion. He needed an opportunity to break through to the 3rd level. One step, another step. Yi Yuan got nearer and nearer to the peak 10th segment. Everyone's hearts failed to live up to expectations and beat faster and faster. They felt as if their chest were about to explode. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Clearing the stage? There was actually someone who could clear the stage in the soul-controlling avenue? How long had this not happened when looking across the entire nihility? Exceeding balance heaven? Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out, blue skies that spanned for 10,000 miles. I accidentally cleared the stage. Yi Yuan looked back at the soul-controlling avenue and said somewhat absent-mindedly, "See, cleared the stage." There were no heaven-shocking exclamations. There was only blankness. Until now, they still did not dare to believe it. Ning La Nirvana Soul Hall never had anyone who cleared the stage before. Today it was broken. No one thought that the tortoise-like Yi Yuan actually created a myth in the end. Cleared the stage. This is clearing the stage. How did he do it? Still said that it was accidental. Can this guy not be so demoralizing? Just now, I still felt that Qin Shirtian was unbelievably impressive. But, compared to Yi Yuan, he's not even dregs. Being able to witness a stage clear with my own eyes, I haven't lived my life in vain. All of a sudden, the crowd exploded. Soul-controlling Avenue's stage clear was a legendary grand occasion. Some people were even agitated until they shed tears. Witnessing the birth of a miracle was indeed a kind of honor too. This matter could be boasted for life. The embarrassment from before no longer existed a long time ago. What was there to be embarrassed about? Many examinees already treated Yi Yuan as an idol, prostrating on all fours in idolization. People were like this. When your strength was more or less the same as him, they would be envious and would be jealous. But, when you reached a height that was lofty and out of reach, there was no longer such a thing. There was only admiration remaining. Great Emperor Yi's son took a look at Yi Yuan, then looked at Qin Shirtian and let out a long sigh. When the latter felt this gaze, he was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. However glorious he was a moment ago, it was how embarrassing it was now. All of his glory served as a foil to Yi Yuan's glory. To a genius, nothing was more demoralizing than this. West Dawn, if I didn't remember wrongly, in the last 30,000 years, there was only Hegemon Heaven Subduer one person who cleared the stage, right? Great Emperor Yi's son suddenly said. Great Emperor West Dawn said rather excitedly, "That's right, Wu Yu Nirvana." Soul Hall also became one of the 10 great Nirvana Soul Halls based on this. Didn't expect that we produced one too, but Great Emperor Yi's son let out a sigh and said, "How unfortunate. He's merely 9 rots when he made it through the 10th segment. Compared to Hegemon Heaven Subduer, he's still much worse." West Dawn said, "Yeah, when Hegemon Heaven Subduer cleared the soul-controlling avenue back then, he achieved the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique with 10 rots. Later, he relied on the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique and roamed the world unhindered, becoming a Hegemon. Yi Yuan's ultimately a level worse than him. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. even if it's 9 rots, wanting to step into the hegemon realm is incredibly difficult too, East Sun said rather disappointedly. Not entering hegemon, they would at most be about the same as him. Even if they were more formidable than him, they would just be an emperor. Sakura heaven in the end. That was not a big deal. Only by stepping into the hegemon realm would it be considered to have really leaped over the dragon gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan's performance was extremely breathtaking, great Emperor East Sun was somewhat waning in interest too. When everyone heard, they could not help being enlightened. It turned out that there was still such a thing. Qin Shitian finally regained a trace of confidence. Isn't there still the 3rd stage? Yi Yuan could do it, so he could also do the same. Who said that I, Qin Shitian, could not go against the wind and perform a reversal? On the Scarlet Drill battlefield, he was originally very inconspicuous. How many times he was snatched from the jaws of death, how many times was he? In adverse circumstances, he did not shrink back. This time, he absolutely would not too. He, Qin Shitian, used his life to fight for today. Thinking up to here, Qin Shitian suddenly knelt down to East Sun and said, Master, this 3rd round, this disciple will definitely go against the wind and reverse the situation, regaining all that I've lost. Great Emperor East Sun saw an incomparably strong determination in Qin Shitian's eyes. This kind of resolve was tempered in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Qin Shitian was not beaten down by Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying rise ignited his fighting spirit. Even more, the corners of Great Emperor East Sun's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, Good Master thinks very highly of you. Perhaps Yi Yuan's appearance is a good thing to you. Qin Shitian's entire body trembled, immediately understanding Great Emperor East Sun's meaning. These few years, he had become somewhat egotistical. Especially just now, he virtually had one leg into the 7th segment. His life seemed to have reached its peak. But Yi Yuan's appearance gave him a direct blow, knocking him awake, the so-called being toughened and hardened into steel. Great Emperor East Sun knew that someone like Qin Shitian might have even greater potential than Yi Yuan. After all, they were just true sovereign heaven. Everything was possible. At this time, Yi Yuan floated down. Many people cast worshipping gazes over. However, they also knew that there was likely still a battle between Yi Yuan and Qin Shitian. This fight would very likely determine the two people's future. Seeing Great Emperor East Sun's gratified gaze, everyone naturally would not think that he was shooting at random. Hall Master's gaze had always been very sharp. It was naturally not without reason that he picked Qin Shitian at one glance. Among the Scarlet Drill 3 sons, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of deliberately showing off. He cultivated the divine emergence. If he could not even clear the stage, he could find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. There was no comparison between him and Qin Shitian at all, and he had never treated him as an opponent before either. However, Qin Shitian clearly did not feel that way. He already viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong enemy. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Qin Shitian snorted coldly and said, Yi Yuan, don't you be smug. The victor hasn't been decided between us yet. The 3rd stage, Soul Refining Furnace, is where we'll have our final showdown. This time I'll completely defeat you, and you'll become the stepping stone on my path to hegemon. Yi Yuan had a baffled look. I did not even posture when I cleared the stage. What did you run here to posture for? Who was going to determine the victor with you? From start to you, it had always been you performing by yourself, alright? Oh, hegemon? Then very impressive. Buck up, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin Shitian could not help choking as if his punch had landed on cotton. If Yi Yuan went tit for tat with him, he would have even greater fighting spirit. But what the hell was this? Soul Refining Furnace was a chaos heavenly treasure with boundless power. Of course, the Soul Refining Furnace in the Nirvana Soul Hall was just a projection of it. This 3rd stage Soul Refining Furnace was for the soul denizen to enter it. and receive the tempering of 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires. These 49 kinds of Tao fire, each one was stronger than the last. Only by being able to make it through the test of 7 Tao fires was it considered to have passed the round. Same as before, this round was a test and also a lucky chance. The tempering of Tao fire was extremely harmful to the soul body. But true gold was not afraid of being refined by fire. Tempering revival. Amidst Tao fire was the greatest significance of this round. Someone transformed into a butterfly in the soul refining furnace, rising from the ashes, reaching the peak. After 2 rounds of assessment, there were only 97 people remaining in this third round. After passing the third round, one would be considered a true nirvana soul, Hall's disciple. But this third round was also the most dangerous. This was because this round could not be backed out of. One must experience 7 Tao fires before the soul refining furnace would open again, and the examinee could then only come out. Either succeed or die trying. This seat reminds you all. The Tao fires in the soul refining furnace aren't average Tao fires. These 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires are all chaos fires. Our soul race expended a huge price before collecting them. Of course, the main bodies of these Tao fires are all in the real soul refining furnace. But even so, you all can't underestimate it either. Now, if you want to withdraw, you can still pull out. Otherwise, once you enter the soul refining furnace, there's only passing the test before you can come out. Great Emperor, Isun said coolly. The audience was in an uproar. Many people actually already wanted to back out. It's actually chaos Tao fires. Furthermore, it's even 49 kinds, my God. Chaos Tao fires burn myriad life. I heard that it can even burn hegemon realms to death. Wouldn't we be courting death by entering it? This round, there's probably only Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian, these freaks that have hope of passing, right? It's too difficult to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. The examinee's wails echoed, clearly being intimidated by chaos Tao fire. 3 words. In reality, this round was indeed the most difficult of the 3 stages. Of the 3 rounds, the lucid forest was the easiest instead. Although the soul-controlling avenue was difficult, there would always be someone who could clear the stage every several tens of thousands of years. But, in the 3rd round soul-refining furnace, up to this date there were only a scanty few people who could clear the stage. These handful of people were all presently the soul race's Titan class existences now. Even if compared to Hegemon Cloudmount, they were not at all inferior to him. In the least bit. When Weston saw that many people could not make up their minds, he smiled slightly and said, "There is no harm telling you all. Each time the test starts, this round's death rate is the highest, with close to 70%. This is also to say that, at most, only 30 people out of you guys can survive. Updates by. With this, many people shrink back. A death rate of 70% was indeed too horrifying. One had to know that those able to make it to the 3rd round were all soul path geniuses. There was actually such a terrifying death rate. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. Forget it. I give up." Weston's words made some of those who were ranked at the back make up their minds in the end. To these people, them entering the soul-refining furnace were equivalent to being cannon fodders, being virtually unable to set off any waves. Very soon, more than 10 people backed out. Right at this time, Qin Shirtian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, why don't we bet bigger? Let's compete in this soul refining furnace. How about it?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Oh? I wonder how you want to compete." Qin Shirtian said, "In the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, the soul refining furnace's highest record is 4 by 7, 28 kinds of Tao fires. Let's simply bet a little higher and request for Master to take action, sealing the 2 of our soul refining furnaces shut. Without reaching 5 by 7, 35 kinds of Tao fires, we're not allowed to come out." The moment these words came out, Everyone's faces suddenly changed. This was betting too big. Putting aside that it was 5 by 7 35 kinds of Dao fires, just 2 by 7 28 kinds of Dao fires was already extremely terrifying too. One had to know that the Dao fires in the soul refining furnace were added one by one. With 28 kinds of chaos Dao fires, what kind of horrifying refinement ability was that? But to consider 35 kinds of Dao fires, this was simply an impossible task. Even great Emperor Yi-Sun's pupils constricted slightly too. But very soon, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This was Qin Shitian, forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all. This boy had resolve, had willpower, and had strength. He was an exceptionally talented person from beginning to end. Furthermore, this was psychological warfare too. Once Yi Yuan cowered, it would be hard to win Qin Shitian in this round. But if he accepted it, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. In this round, there was indeed an advantage for strong soul bodies. But once it reached the late stages, dozens of Dao fires superimposed, whatever soul body would be useless too. Even if it was 10 rots, it was also merely true sovereign heaven's 10 rots. That was all. In contrast, this round's test was more comprehensive. Strength, talent, perseverance, courage. All these various aspects were all in this round. Many people looked at Yi Yuan sympathetically. Right now, he was being caught in the horns of a dilemma. Yi Yuan fell silent. Qin Shitian looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "What? Don't dare anymore? Does the powerhouse in the soul-controlling avenue juncture not even have this bit of courage?" How disappointing. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I was thinking that 35 kinds are too few. How about this? I actually don't have much confidence in 49 kinds of chaos Dao fires too. Let's just set it on 6 by 7 42 kinds. I feel that this number is just right. There's some challenge and it also won't be too easy." Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked in came from all around. Impressive. Well-deserving of being the soul-controlling avenue stage-clearing big shot. He was brimming with confidence. With this, Yi Yuan directly counter-checkmated and performed a posture while he was at it. These 42 kinds, just whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't compete. Qin Shitian's face was almost becoming as long as a horse's face. "Brat, you're ruthless enough." Everyone gazes turned toward Qin Shitian simultaneously with a whoosh. The latter was hesitating. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What? Don't dare anymore?" The genius who created a miracle in the soul-controlling avenue, just a step away from the 7th segment, doesn't even have this bit of courage? How disappointing. When many people heard this, they immediately spurted out sarcastic, blatant sarcasm. A stage-clearing powerhouse who created a myth deriding a rookie who was only 7th segment. Nothing was more ironic than this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even retorted Qin Shitian with his original words. The power was more than 10 times that of the original words. Qin Shitian's face could not be preserved anymore. He was not a fool and knew that Yi Yuan was goading him. But at this time, could he shrink back? Qin Shitian naturally did not know which step he could walk until, but he wanted to challenge himself and put Yi Yuan down while he was at it. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more ruthless than him, directly mentioning 42 kinds of Dao fires. One had to know, reaching that kind of degree, each additional Dao fire was like having a mountain pressing on the body. The level of danger rose exponentially. Could he withstand it? Okay, I accept. Qin Shitian was silent for a long time, using a low voice to roar these words out. Great Emperor Yi-Sun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Shitian." Qin Shitian raised his head to look at Great Emperor Yi-Sun and said solemnly, "Master, I've experienced too many life and death in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. How can I not see through that he's goading me? However, so what? Which powerhouse didn't wander out of the brink of death? How can the likes of them become hegemons? As he spoke, he pointed at the examinees who backed out. Those people were incomparably ashamed and angry, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. When great Emperor Yi's son heard, he was very moved too and said with a nod, "This seat understands. Go on. This seat will take action to lock in 6 by 7, 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires." Qin Shirtian cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Master, for granting my wish." He looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, "How is it? You didn't expect that I'd agree, right? Do you feel like you lifted a rock to smash your own feet?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you're happy." Qin Shirtian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was too hateful. He smiled coldly and said, "I heard Master say before, each of the Chaos Tao fires in the soul refining furnace has power at the limit of true sovereign heaven. After 21 Chaos Tao fires are superimposed, even if it's a 10 rots powerhouse, a moment of carelessness and they will fall too. Don't think that you can sleep in peace with 9 rots." Yi Yuan still had a calm appearance as he said with a smile, "Is that so? You're just 6 rots. You have to be careful. Out of 97 people, there were only 79 people who entered the soul refining furnace in the end. The Nirvana Soul Hall could freely control the number of soul refining furnaces projections. Qin Shirtian arrived before the soul refining furnace that belonged to him and involuntarily took a deep breath. Against 42 kinds of Chaos Tao fires, this was really tremendous pressure. Even if he had experienced life and death countless times, facing such enormous pressure, he could not be composed and collected too. He could not resist glancing in Yi Yuan's direction and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sizing the soul refining furnace up with interest. Not the slightest pressure could be seen. Qin Shirtian's heart could not help turning cold. Why is this guy so relaxed? Hang on. It was him who was too nervous. Facing 42 kinds of Tao fires, he was unprecedentedly nervous. This was a desperate situation, with virtually no possibility of returning alive. Hence, he was somewhat at a loss on what to do. In the past, whenever he was faced with a desperate situation, he could cope with it calmly. What was going on this time? Qin Shirtian spat out a mouthful of turbid breath heavily, his entire person suddenly being unprecedentedly relaxed. Wanting to look down on the enemy strategically, one must attach importance to the enemy in terms of tactics. Qin Shirtian did not expect that he actually found himself again in Yi Yuan. Got beaten again. Qin Shirtian was proud and also monstrous. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the hall entrance assessment this time, he would be pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan and dragged across it time and again. Panicked. "Thank you, Yi Yuan," Qin Shirtian suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned and could not help looking toward Qin Shirtian, suddenly discovering that the other party had become somewhat different. Yes, this guy found his original heart again himself. Hence, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't mention it." But Qin Shirtian's expression turned intent, and he said, "However, I won't lose to you in this round." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, rising into the air and landing inside the soul refining furnace. A burning sensation hit him head-on. Hoo-hoo! Shirtian found his original heart again and had a grand awakening. In this battle, he absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. Perhaps my estimation of him is still far, far lower. This seat feels that he might really create a miracle, walking out safely from under the soul refinement of 42 kinds of Chaos Tao fires. Perhaps he's the next hegemon heaven subduer. Great Emperor Yi's son clearly felt Qin Shirtian's change too. Earlier he was still worried. But now he was not worried at all anymore. At this time he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was just Qin Shirtian's wedding stone, because at this time Qin Shirtian was already equipped with all the qualities that a powerhouse needed to have. He had no reason not to rise up. Great Emperor Weston also nodded and said, "Originally I also felt that it was messing around a little. But now I'm very optimistic about Qin Shi Tian. 2. Even the great Emperor Would Release, who had been silent all along, also said, "That's right, Qin Shi Tian is very likely to soar to the heavens in one bound." 3 great emperors putting the word out at the same time. This was virtually a final verdict already. Many people started to get excited again. Could it be that they were still going to witness a miracle again today? Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row. In the end, was he still going to be trampled by Qin Shi Tian? That would really be a great reversal. No matter what, just wait and see. Great Emperor Yi's son fired out one soul seal after another. Yi Yuan and Qin Shi Tian's soul refining furnaces seemed to have one shackle after another added on. Each time one was fired out, everyone's heart tensed up a bit. Finally, he fired out 35 shackles, coupled with the originally locked in 7 kinds of Dao fires. It was 42 kinds. With this, everyone knew that these 2 people could not get out anymore. Against 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires, even thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! A purple flame lit up at the same time in the 79 soul refining furnaces. The soul refining furnaces were completely filled with purple flames. That berserk fire tongue devoured everyone's bodies at once. Ah! 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 Several miserable cries transmitted over the examinees in several soul refining furnaces directly turned to ashes. Everyone's expression could not help changing. They knew that Chaos Dao fire was strong but did not expect that it was so strong. Those few people simply disappeared virtually without the strength to resist. Those examinees who withdrew could not help wiping away cold sweat. Luckily, I pulled out. Otherwise, with my strength, I'll definitely be the same as them. This is the legendary Purple Sun True Fire. The power is indeed terrifying. I heard that this Purple Sun True Fire is an extreme yang and indomitable fire. It can burn all life in heaven and earth. Back then, my soul races, Hegemon Purple Sun completely burned a human hegemon to nothingness with this fire. The moment the Dao fire emerged, it caused an uproar. This Purple Sun True Fire had a great reputation. It was the lifeblood Dao fire of the soul race's hegemon Purple Sun. It had boundless power. Those who withdrew from the test all secretly heaved sighs of relief one after another. So what if they lost some face? It was better than losing their lives. Arg? Delightful. Come on. Again. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin Shi Tian cried out in pain as he shouted arrogantly. It was as if he was crazy. Clearly, he was not having a good time in this soul refining furnace. But his performance made everyone extremely surprised, because the others were already exhausting all of their strength just to resist the tempering of the Dao fire. How could they still have the time to shout? Qin Shi Tian being like this, it showed that he still had strength left over. On the contrary, there was not much activity over at Yi Yuan there. However, this was just the first Dao fire. There was clearly nothing that could be seen. With Yi Yuan's 9 wrought soul body, it was clearly not difficult to resist. 7 kinds of Dao fire. Every 4 hours, a Dao fire would descend. 4 hours later, the second Dao fire descended. Hence, several other examinees died inside the soul refining furnace. Time slowly trickled by, the 3rd, the 4th, all the way until the 6th. With each Dao fire that descended, there were many examinees who died. When it reached the 6th, there were already more than 40 people who had died. The death rate was not an ordinary kind of high, but right at this time, an accident happened. Ha ha ha! Finally broke through. Qin Shi Tian's loud laughter came out. 7 rots. Experiencing the baptism of 6 kinds of Dao fires, Qin Shi Tian finally broke through to 7 rots. Sure enough, it came. Against 6 kinds of Dao fire, the others were all exhausted from dealing with them, but Qin Shi Tian could break through his own shackles. Remarkable! Now Yi Yuan became the one being challenged. He's 9 rots. Probably not easy for him to want to reach the legendary 10 rots. Next, it will depend on how far Qin Shirtian could go. If he can reach 9 rots too, then he'll really soar to the heavens in one bound. Qin Shirtian's breakthrough made everyone faintly look forward to it. Very soon, the 7th kind of Tao fire descended. A large group died at once. Every 7th kind was a major hurdle. The power of the chaos Tao fire would suddenly soar significantly. The initial 79 people were actually only left with a little over 20 people. Now, the death rate was even higher than imagined. Ha ha ha. I finally passed the round. I passed. God knows how your father pulled through. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and actually had already passed the round. Your father passed the round too. If * King Hell, your father isn't entering the soul refining furnace ever again? Sniff, sniff. This person actually cried. These few people were all challengers with very eye-catching performances in the first 2 rounds. It could be seen how terrifying this round was. It's 8 rots already. Impressive. Impressive. Qin Shirtian is really showing signs of catching up. Great Emperor East Sun indeed has eyes like torches. Qin Shirtian really erupted this time. After the 14th kind of Tao fire descended, Qin Shirtian finally broke through to the realm of 8 rots. Hence, the people were ignited once more. Up until now, there was already nothing else to pay attention to in this round. Although Zhou Yu and He Chun were still struggling bitterly, there was already no one paying attention to them. These 2 people would quit sooner or later. The only thing worth paying attention to was the competition between Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian. The competition of 6 by 7, 27 kinds of Tao fires had already passed. Now, Qin Shirtian showed signs of catching up rapidly from behind. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan still had no activities until now. The current Qin Shirtian seemed to be accumulating momentum, waiting to soar to the sky in one bound. After his grand awakening, he indeed did not let Great Emperor East Sun down, exhibiting amazing perseverance and potential. One had to know, after 14 kinds of Tao fires, it was like the soul controlling avenue segments, the difficulty coefficient soaring. The soul refining furnace was a glaze color. It was transparent. Everyone could see that inside was already filled with multicolored chaos Tao fires. Under 14 kinds of Tao fires, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In the soul refining furnace, the soul body was constantly enduring endless agony. Even the slightest carelessness and one would turn to ashes. Even if it was Qin Shirtian and Yi Yuan, they were no exceptions either. That kind of pain, look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people, and one would know. But Qin Shirtian broke through time and again. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited by him. However, everyone understood that following that would be the toughest test. Qin Shirtian said before, after 21 kinds of Tao fires, a powerhouse with 10 rots was unable to persist too. This was also to say that 14 kinds to 21 kinds were the 2 people's limit. Already, whoever won or lost, it might be time to showcase their true abilities. When the 16th Tao fire descended, He Chun could not hold on and had to withdraw. When it was the 17th, Zhou Yu could not hold on anymore as well. At this time, there was no one left in the soul refining furnace anymore, except for 2 people. There were only Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian left. Over at Yi Yuan there, it had been very quiet all along, without any activities at all. It looked just like he was eking out a miserable existence. While Qin Shirtian this side was everyone's focal point. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin Shirtian was screaming miserably. But his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after the 20th Tao fire descended, he broke through again. 9 rots. With this, even Great Emperor East Sun was not calm anymore too. He was very optimistic about Qin Shirtian, but he did not expect that Qin Shirtian would give him one pleasant surprise after another. 9 rots. Before entering the hall entrance assessment, Great Emperor East Sun had never even thought about it before. He had long expected that after experiencing 3 rounds of assessment, there was no problem in Qin Shirtian breaking through to 7 rots. But now he already entered 9 rots. Tied. With this, they are back to the same starting line again. With this, he really caught up from behind. 10 rots. Will the legendary 10 rots appear? There's still half of the Tao fires left at the back. If they can really hold on, 10 rots will definitely appear. After the second round, everyone thought that the third round would become boring. Who knew that Qin Shirtian strove harder after knowing humiliation and actually caught up miraculously. Reaching 9 rots, Qin Shirtian was tied with Yi Yuan. Haha. This seat indeed didn't misjudge this boy. Already 9 rots. In this seat's view, he will definitely be able to steep into 10 rots. Great Emperor East Sun already gave up on the reservedness of a great emperor, being pleased with himself as he said with a loud laugh. West Dawn and would release 2 great emperors, took a look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, and they could not help sighing slightly. In this competition, they had lost until they were badly mauled all over. Who could have thought that Qin Shirtian could actually be so heaven-defying, suddenly awakening amidst adversity, soaring to the sky in one bound? The legendary 10 rots. 9 rots to 10 rots was a huge threshold. It was 100 times harder than stepping into the Emperor realm. To someone who was 10 rots, stepping into the Emperor realm was just ordinary. As long as they did not fall, their lowest future achievement would also be in Origin level Great Emperor. If they really stepped into 10 rots, that would really be leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Compared to the Qin Shirtian, who was like the noonday sun at this time, the current Yi Yuan seemed much dimmer. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already reached peak 9 rots. He was only a step away from 10 rots. But he encountered a bottleneck. Actually, this was also within reason. What Yi Yuan cultivated was the powerful soul race's sacred canon, the divine emergence. Furthermore, he broke through too smoothly and too quickly from 2nd rots to 9 rots. Therefore, the difficulty of stepping into 10 rots was naturally 100 times, even 1,000 times compared to the others. One chaos Tao fire after another descended, and the pain and pressure that Yi Yuan endured were also increasing several times over. The pain of Tao fire refining the soul overwhelmed him to the extent where he wished that he was dead. When the 21st kind of Tao fire descended, he could not resist giving a muffled groan. Reached his limit. Just as Great Emperor East Sun said, the advantage that he had previously already completely did not exist. Following that, it was the match between perseverance and potential. Of course, the pain that Qin Shirtian endured was not the slightest bit worse than Yi Yuan. Although he broke through to 9 rots, under the superimposition of 21 kinds of chaos Tao fires, 9 rots did not hold too much advantage. Hence, the 2 people fell into a state of extreme danger. Arg! Inside the soul-refining furnace, Qin Shirtian was still howling in pain, appearing extremely imposing. Why do I feel that Qin Shirtian will definitely win this time? I feel so too. Yi Yuan has clearly already exhausted his potential and isn't able to step into the realm of 10 rots anymore. Although Qin Shirtian is miserable, he's full of energy. Furthermore, mustering such vigorous perseverance now, he might very likely break through this shackle. At this time, Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian 2 people's situation had already completely changed. Qin Shirtian's great reversal already completely suppressed Yi Yuan. For by 7 fire, activate. 1 Tao fire after another descended one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, it became even more brightly colored. These colors looked great but were extremely dangerous. Qin Shirtian was originally still howling miserably without ceasing. But very soon he could not howl anymore. His howls also gradually weakened. This also showed that the power of the Tao fires inside the soul refining furnace already reached an extremely terrifying level. However, Qin Shirtian still relied on shocking perseverance and pulled through. For by 7 fires, this already broke Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's record. Following that, it was 5 by 7 fires. Once 5 by 7 fires started, Qin Shitian and Yi Yuan let out muffled groans at the same time. The two people's soul bodies actually started dissipating. Their 9 rots soul bodies actually started to be refined. Everyone held their breaths, watching these two people's soul bodies become weak little by little.
Nihility Dalefire. Nihility Dalefire came.
Can the two of them pull through? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. This Nihility Dao fire was the last Dao fire of the 5x7 Dao fires, the 35th kind of Dao fire. Arg! Break for me! Break for me! I Qin Shitian absolutely won't die. Here! The originally feeble to the extreme Qin Shitian suddenly started to roar. Crazily. Following that, a powerful to the extreme undulation came out of the soul. Refining furnace. 10 rots. Qin Shitian broke through to 10 rots. Defying the heavens. Defying the heavens. This time, the one who cried out in surprise was great. Emperor Yi's son. Asterisk asterisk. Qin Shitian breaking through to 10 rots made the entire Nirvana Soul Hall boil over with excitement. This was a glorious moment. 9 rots to 10 rots, just 1 rot, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. 10 rots virtually represented immortality. In the same rank, no matter how exceedingly formidable your methods, you could not kill a 10 rots soul denizen too. Even when facing an emperor realm, 10 rots had the power to protect themselves too. Furthermore, once the bottleneck of 10 rots was opened, there would be no bottlenecks from now on. This was also to say that after breaking through to Emperor Realm, although the soul body was unable to reach 10 rots, one could cultivate all the way to 10 rots. Apart from this, when 10 rots advanced, the soul body would have a huge improvement. The lousiest would also start with 6 rots. This way, it saved countless cultivation time. All in all, the benefits were too numerous to enumerate. 10 rots. It's really 10 rots. I didn't expect that. I actually witnessed the birth of 10 rots with my own eyes. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's sharp edge previously, it was all serving as a foil to a new genius. He's ultimately just a stepping stone. After today, Qin Shitian, this name, will shake the entire soul race. Updates by Yi Yuan and Qin Shitian's competition already spread from mouth to mouth. Those who were idle in the Nirvana Soul Hall practically all came to watch the battle. 10 rots, this was something that had never happened before in the Ning
Lan Nirvana Soul Hall.
Now, 10 rots powerhouse was really born.
Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was
completely ignited from top to bottom. Qin Shitian, this name, reverberated throughout Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. The several great emperors were extremely agitated too. 9 rots, they could still maintain composure. But 10 rots, the significance was completely different. 10 rots, if he did not fall, he had very high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm in the future. Once Qin Shitian became a hegemon, then Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall would also attain Dao and ascend to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people, felt unbelievably ashamed of their unworthiness. Before this, they were called the Scarlet Drill 3 Sons together with Qin Shitian. But now, Qin Shitian soared to the heavens in one bound. They could only fade into the crowd. Although their performance was pretty good too in front of Qin Shitian, they were bleak and dim. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "You guys? Look! Yi Yuan can't make it anymore." Everyone got a shock. Looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace, they discovered that Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to dissipate little by little. Soul body collapsing and dissipating, these were the precursors to disintegrating. However, there was already no one who cared too much. No one would care about losers. The winner was that person who wrote history. Yi Yuan's ultimately just a stepping stone. He's currently already useless. Yeah, if not for him, it would have been impossible for Qin Shitian to soar to the heavens in one bound too. It's him who let Qin Shitian have a grand awakening at the final moment. His arrogance was too high. That's why he would bet with Qin Shitian on these 42 kinds of Dao fires. In the end, he played himself to death. If they just bet 35 kinds, he still had hope of surviving. Now everything has evaporated. What a shame. Such a heaven-defying genius. Seeing this scene, many mocking voices came from the crowd, feeling that Yi Yuan courted death himself. Of course, there were people who lamented over Yi Yuan too. But there were more that were just ridiculing him. No one would sympathize with losers. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, thank you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the realm of 10 rots. It's you who made me Qin Shirtian. In the soul refining furnace, Qin Shirtian already thoroughly completed the transformation. The originally weak him became incomparably powerful again. In the soul refining furnace, his soul body seemed especially clear. Even if there were 35 kinds of Tao fires covering, it could not hide his light. 2. 10 Rot's soul body was sufficient to forcefully have a frontal confrontation with the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy body major powers. But very soon, Qin Shirtian could not laugh anymore. 10 Rot's soul body was very strong, almost undying and imperishable. But, in the end, it was just almost. Hegemons would die, let alone mere true sovereign heavens. Each chaos Tao fire in the soul refining furnace had exceedingly formidable power. Furthermore, the attributes were different. Now, 35 kinds of Tao fires had already built up inside. The power could be imagined. When the 36th Tao fire descended, Qin Shirtian screamed miserably, his soul body immediately suffering heavy injuries. At first, he still had strength to yell. But, as the number of Tao fires increased again, he lost his breath very quickly. Furthermore, very soon, Qin Shirtian's soul body also started to collapse and dissipate. Everyone were virtually suffocating. Could it be that the Qin Shirtian, who created a heaven-defying legend, was actually going to die here? Looking over at Yi Yuan there, the dissipation of the soul body became more and more serious. His soul body had already become blurry, being completely surrounded by dozens of Tao fires, virtually unable to see clearly anymore. It's all this damn Yi Yuan. He's useless himself and actually still had to drag Qin Shirtian into the water. Could it be that the Qin Shirtian, who just created a miracle, was going to die here? You guys look, Great Emperor Eason's expression is already ugly to the extreme. Most likely, he wishes to pull Yi Yuan out now and kill him again, right? Indeed, Great Emperor Eason's expression was very ugly. He knew that Qin Shirtian had already reached the brink of life and death. Survival. There were still 2 Tao fires remaining, but when the 42nd Tao fire descended, it would be a devastating blow. Could the Qin Shirtian under the current state pull through? Great Emperor Eason hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. If it was just agreed on 35 kinds, Qin Shirtian would be like the noonday sun now without the slightest danger. But 42 was too many. Boom! When the 42nd Tao fire descended, Qin Shirtian gave a muffled groan, his soul body almost completely collapsing. But he still held on with tremendous willpower. Everyone held their breaths again, staring at him without turning their eyes. Hang in there. Hold on. Great Emperor Eason gritted his teeth as he said. In the soul refining furnace, Qin Shirtian's soul body was gruesomely contorted, both eyes blood red. At this time, he was already struggling to the extreme. Life and death, it was hanging by a thread. Yi Yuan, I won't perish together with you. I, Qin Shirtian, am destined to step into Hegemon realm? Arg! Qin Shirtian seemed to be crazy, frenziedly squeezing out all of the potentials in his body. Time slowly trickled by, 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. 4 hours. Swoosh! A streak of azure light suddenly flew out. Qin Shirtian's nearly collapsed soul body actually flew out of the soul refining furnace at this moment. The lock was removed. Qin Shirtian made it through 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of Great Emperor Eason's 2 eyes. Powerful soul force instantly wrapped Qin Shirtian up. Qin Shiryan's soul body could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. I Qin Shirtian made it through 42 kinds of Tao fires. 42. Not saying that it's unrepeatable, but it should be unprecedented, right? Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? This battle, it's ultimately me, Qin Shirtian, who won. Henceforth I, Qin Shirtian, soared to the sky in one bound, soaring in the heavens. And you are just my Qin Shirtian's stepping stone. Feeling joy after surviving a calamity, Qin Shirtian let out a long laugh. Everything was settled. Hoo-hoo? Not bad. Really good. Shirtian. Master is proud of you. From now on, nobody can stop your marching footsteps anymore. Great Emperor Yi's son looked at Qin Shirtian and said with relief, Congratulations, Brother Qin. From now on, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects, the seas wide for fishes to leap about. Zhou Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as he said. Merely several days ago, he and Qin Shirtian were still almost on par. But a few days later, the two were already the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He Chen's expression was awkward too, stepping forward to congratulate. Who knew that Qin Shirtian's expression turned dark, a powerful surge of soul force exploding with a loud bang. Zhou Yu and He Chun, two people, gave a muffled groan and were immediately blasted flying. Dog-like things. Who the hell do the two of you think you are to be worthy of addressing me as your brother? Qin Shirtian immediately fell out. Being slapped in public, their soul bodies already sustained heavy injuries. Zhou Yu, two people felt ashamed and resentful, but they did not dare to flare. 2. They could only crawl to their feet again and said with a bow, See congratulations, young emperor. 10 Rots had an extremely high status in the soul race. It was equivalent to a great emperor in reserve. Therefore, they were respectfully called young emperor. Qin Shirtian was surly in nature. In his eyes, only people with strength similar to him were fit to call him as their brother. Previously, these two people had similar strength as him. He naturally did not think otherwise. But now, this brother Qin sounded like sarcasm to him. However, even if Qin Shirtian was arrogant to this extent, no one dared to say anything too. It was just that some people who originally wanted to come forward to congratulate did not dare to come forward anymore. After all, his current strength and status were already completely different. Before long, Qin Shirtian would definitely enter the core of the soul race and go further and further away from them. This was a heavenly figure. Great Emperor Weston's expression was also somewhat unnatural. Coughing dryly twice, he said, Martial nephew doesn't need to get angry. You're currently already someone above the clouds. Why is there a need to stoop to their level? Wood Release was also slightly awkward as he said, Right, toward 2 kids who don't know any better. Martial nephew doesn't need to be like this. 10 Rots powerhouse was indeed the honor of Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. But, even if it was a great emperor, they did not dare to easily offend one. 2. Qin Shirtian gave Zhou Yu they all a slap each. How was it not slapping the two of their faces? But they had no choice either. From now on, Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall still needed Qin Shirtian to help out. The present Qin Shirtian had truly soared to the heavens in one bound. Qin Shirtian gave a cold snort and said, If not for looking on the account of 2 martial uncles' faces, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something. Looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace, he could not help smiling. He thought that he could use 42 kinds of Tao fires to entrap me to death. But he didn't expect that it would help me to achieve my aim, right? In the end, he himself died inside. Actually, 35 kinds of Tao fires, even if he can't break through to 10 Rots. There's no problem coming out. Great Emperor Yi's son nodded slightly, and deeply felt that way too as he said, Although he's much worse when compared to you, he's considered a genius. 2. It's just a shame. He lost to himself. Qin Shirtian laughed loudly and said, Someone who is already dead. care about. Him for what? From now on, it's my Qin Shirtian's era. The current Qin Shirtian was full of high spirits. Who else but me could do it? Those examinees no longer had the qualifications to come forward and congratulate. Nirvana Soul Hall's Emperor Realm powerhouses came forward to give felicitations one after another. Qin Shirtian became everyone's nucleus. Even Great Emperor Yi Sun was worse off compared to him too. Great Emperor Yi Sun did not mind. Qin Shirtian was his disciple. He could not run away. However, his gaze swept in the direction of the soul refining furnace, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. This was because he saw the 34th kind of Tao fire descending. Strange, logically speaking, Yi Yuan is dead. Shouldn't the soul refining furnace's Tao fires be extinguished? Why is the Tao fire still increasing? By the side, when Weston and the rest heard Great Emperor Yi Sun's words, they were extremely surprised, looking over one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, Yi Yuan's soul body had already completely disappeared. Therefore, everyone thought that he was already dead. But the 34th kind of Tao fire had truly descended. Could it be that he's not dead yet? How is that possible? His soul body has already completely dissipated. He's clearly completely dead already. But how do you explain why the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace haven't gone out yet? There wouldn't be some problem with the soul refining furnace, right? A phenomenon that they could not explain appeared. Even the few great emperors were very perplexed too. Brother Yi Sun, is there something wrong with the soul refining furnace? Why don't you cast a spell to interrupt the soul refining furnace? Let the Tao fires extinguish. Great Emperor Weston said. As the Hall Master, he naturally had the authority to control these soul refining furnace projections. When Yi Sun heard that, he nodded his head and fired out one soul seal after another. However, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace suddenly erupted. With a dazzling light, Great Emperor Yi Sun gave a muffled groan, his entire person falling several steps back in a row. His soul body became much more illusory too. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. The other people's expressions changed one after another. What's wrong, Brother Yi Sun? Weston asked. Great Emperor Yi Sun shook his head and said, I don't know. The soul refining furnace has already broken away from my control. It gave me a backlash just now. Weston's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, How is this possible? You're the Hall Master. You have the authority to control the soul refining furnace. Great Emperor Yi Sun smiled bitterly and said, Now it's no longer what I can control. It can only depend on when the soul refining furnace stops by itself. But I hope that nothing bad happens. Everyone started to panic. Now, something that even the Hall Master could not control had appeared. Qin Shirtian's expression was somewhat ugly. This Yi Yuan really left no peace even after he died. I'm a 10 rots powerhouse now. Being Lord Young Emperor is right when one is like the noonday sun. Shouldn't I be enjoying everyone's admiration? But all these were ruined by Yi Yuan. Rumble. Suddenly, the soul refining furnace started trembling intensely, as if it might explode at any time. Everyone's faces changed again, staring at the soul refining furnace with vigilance looks. Unknown things always made people afraid. Very soon, for hours past, the 44th kind of Tao fire descended. Hence, the soul refining furnace's trembling became even more intense. The current soul refining furnace was like a machine that would never rest. Nobody could stop it. 45th kind, 46th kind, 47th kind, 48th kind, 49th kind. In a twinkle, it was another day. When the last Tao fire descended, the entire soul refining furnace seemed to be boiling. The cover on top of the furnace was actually going to be pushed off. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling like the soul refining furnace was about to explode. What's going on here? This Yi Yuan is also formidable, already dead, and he can still cause new problems. This guy wouldn't have triggered some secret mechanism to blow this nirvana soul hall up, right? I feel that with this power, once it blows up, none of us can run away. Quickly look. The soul refining furnace is emitting smoke. Wafts of hot air are actually emerging from the soul refining furnace. Could it be that Yi Yuan was refined into smoke? At this time, large quantities of cloud and mist emerged from the soul refining furnace, looking extremely like water boiling. Great Emperor Eastsun's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment as he cried out in alarm. That wouldn't be. Many people did not understand why Great Emperor Eastsun would lose composure like this. Even when Qin Shi Tian broke through to 10 rots earlier, they did not see him so shocked either. What did this smoking represent? But Weston and Wood Release, two great emperors, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions immediately became fascinating. You're saying that's the enshrouding mist soul physique? This is impossible, right? Weston said. Great Emperor Eastsun drew a deep breath and said, otherwise, how do you explain why the Tao fires are still descending? There's no mistake. Definitely the enshrouding mist soul physique. Not far away, Qin Shi Tian's pupils constricted, and he exploded at once, exclaiming, what could Master be talking about? Hegemon imperishables.
Enshrouding mist soul physique.
Eastsun nodded and said, otherwise, can there still be a second enshrouding?
Mist soul physique.
Hang on, didn't the second one appear now? With this, everyone was shocked, and the entire place burst out into an uproar. One of the three great hegemons, hegemon imperishable? What Yi Yuan awakened is the same soul physique as him? Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan might very likely corroborate his Tao as a supreme in the future?
Enshrouding mist soul physique.
It's also called imperishable soul physique. The reason why hegemon imperishable got his name is because his soul physique is too strong and can't be killed at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan is the same as him? This is impossible, right? How did it suddenly, then wouldn't Qin Shi Tian become a joke? Soul race's three great hegemons, hegemon imperishable, hegemon samsara, as well as hegemon heavenly soul. Hegemon samsara and hegemon heavenly soul were both chaos hegemons that the Qi Soul clan gave birth to. Meanwhile, hegemon imperishable was the strongest hegemon that the Nirvanic Soul clan gave birth to. This so-called strongest hegemon was not the strongest in the world, but he was the strongest across all the heavens. Hegemon Cloudmount's strength was extremely formidable, but he could not rank in the top 3 in the human race at all. But hegemon imperishable was one of the strongest 3 hegemons in the entire soul race. Now, Yi Yuan awakened the same soul physique as him. Everyone's shock could be imagined. This kind of soul physique was too strong. Could not be killed no matter how you tried to kill the person. This kind of soul physique could be rated as freakish. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, if you can't kill the opponent, how would you play? Although both enshrouding mist soul physique and 10 rots were hailed as being unkillable, the level was completely different. 10 rots could be killed. But up to this point, out of the hegemons in all the heavens, no one could kill hegemon imperishable yet. Qin Shi Tian stared fixedly at that smoking soul refining furnace, his eyes full of unwillingness. How was this possible? 10 rots was not the final form of the soul body. Above 10 rots, with the meeting of karmic fate, the soul race would awaken all kinds of powerful soul physiques that had attributes, such as hegemon heaven subduer from 30,000 years ago. He awakened the powerful tyrant heaven soul physique, also achieving his unmatched and awe-inspiring reputation. But, for countless years, there had been many soul physiques that the soul race awakened, but not one could surpass the enshrouding mist soul physique. And ever since hegemon imperishable, no one could awaken the enshrouding mist.
Sous le physique animor.
This soul physique was too hard to awaken. Therefore, up until now, the enshrouding mist soul physique was also publicly recognized as the most difficult soul physique to awaken in the soul race. Not one of. However, today Yi Yuan actually awakened it. The significance was extraordinary. After the shock, Great Emperor Yi-Sun's face was full of an agitated expression. If a genius who awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique appeared in the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall, this was absolutely tremendous glory. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. What did a mere 10 rots count for when compared to the enshrouding mist?
Sous le physique.
Seeing Great Emperor Yi-Sun's expression, Qin Shitian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He naturally understood what Great Emperor Yi-Sun was thinking. An object was valued in proportion to its rarity. If Yi Yuan was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique, that would be the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's pride. As for him, concerning his 10 rots soul body, he was no longer important. He could only scoot over to one side. But the important thing now was that, did Yi Yuan really awaken the
Enshrouding mist sous le physique?
Master? The enshrouding mist soul physique is the strongest in the world. Countless tens of thousands of years have already passed. How can it possibly suddenly appear? In my view, even if Yi Yuan awakened a special soul physique, it's impossible for it to be the enshrouding mist soul physique too. Qin Shitian said. Great Emperor Yi-Sun was taken aback. But he reacted to it very quickly too. Yeah, how could the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? The 33 heavens had already existed for God knows how many years. But for so many years, only one enshrouding mist soul physique appeared. The other soul physiques, no matter how long the interval, it had all appeared once before. Only this enshrouding mist soul physique did not. As for the Qi soul clan's soul physiques, that was born from chaos. It was totally different from the Nirvanic soul clan. Great Emperor Yi-Sun's brows furrowed and he said, but his current form is virtually identical with the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Qin Shitian smiled coldly and said, our soul race presently has thousands of soul physiques recorded. After so many years, there have been special soul physiques that appeared non-stop too. Perhaps the soul physique that Yi Yuan awakened is just similar to the enshrouding mist soul physique? Or even if his soul physique really has attributes like the enshrouding mist soul physique, it might be worlds apart compared to the enshrouding mist soul
physique.
How can Hegemon imperishable emerge so easily? The moment everyone heard? Yeah, these countless years, God knows how many soul race Hegemon realm powerhouses had been born and a large batch had fallen too. But the ones who stood firmly and indomitably at the summit of Hegemons were the 3 great Hegemons. The Nirvanic Soul Clan also wanted to give birth to another powerhouse that could rival the 3 great Hegemons. However, they did not. Qin Shitian's words splashed down their heads like a basin of cold water. Great Emperor Yi-Sun nodded and said, what Shitian said is right. However, carry on looking and we'll die. Amidst the discussions, the soul-refining furnaces trembling became fiercer and fierce. The mist also grew thicker and thicker. Finally 4 hours' time was up. Boom! A loud boom could be heard. The soul-refining furnace exploded with a loud bang, fragmenting into pieces. Yi Yuan, your soul physique hasn't been confirmed as the enshrouding mist soul physique, and you're already this impatient to want to humiliate me? Be careful that you slap your own face. Qin Shitian felt a strong humiliation and immediately retorted. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul
physique.
Yi Yuan was stunned and said, enshrouding mist soul physique? You're saying that the soul physique I awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique? Qin Shitian smiled coldly and said, not confirmed yet. It's just that looking at it on the surface, it's very alike. That's all. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the #1 soul physique. How can it be what you can awaken? Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light and said with a smile that was not a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder your reaction is so big. Turns out that you turned angry from embarrassment. You! Qin Shitian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't comment if you saw through it. This guy was really detestable. By the side, Zhou Yu and He Chun felt like their frustrations were vented, secretly satisfied to the extreme. At this point, they could not bear the sight of Qin Shitian's face anymore as, well, since he came to the soul race, Yi Yuan had naturally heard Cloudmount and me. Tian talk about this Nirvanic Soul Clan's #1 soul physique before. It was just that he himself also did not expect that the soul physique he awakened now was actually suspected to be the enshrouding mist soul physique. Didn't that mean that this half-divided soul of his had hopes of reaching Hegemon Imperishable's level? No matter whether or not what Yi Yuan awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique, it's also much stronger than 10 rots. Shitian, how are you? Speaking to Lord Young Hegemon? Why haven't you apologized? Right at this time, Great Emperor Yi's son gave Qin Shitian a deadly blow. Qin Shitian's face was embarrassed to the extreme. He did not expect that the one who put him on the spot was actually his own master. This face change was really faster than flipping a book. However, in Great Emperor Yi's son's view, his disciple's face was clearly not important. The important thing was the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's future. Originally, to the 3 great hall masters, a 10 rots soul body was absolutely a genius that made them value greatly. But now, with Yi Yuan, Qin Shitian had become nothing. Young Emperor, Young Hegemon, the difference of one word, but the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Young Hegemon, that was a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into Hegemon realm. The status was more than a level stronger than Young Emperor. Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people who were really satisfied to the extremely. Currently,
Trulli instant karma.
just a day ago, Qin Shitian swept their faces to the ground with the status of Young Emperor. But now, Yi Yuan made Qin Shitian unable to raise his head with the identity of Young Hegemon. Furthermore, Qin Shitian flaunted his prowess himself. But now it was Great Emperor Yi's son, his own master, who personally slapped his face. Yes, Qin Shitian affronted Lord Young Hegemon. Please pardon my crime. Qin Shitian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Qin Shitian, it seems like right when we entered the hall and trance assessment you have constantly been offending me. Why? Want to casually brush it off with a word. Qin Shitian's eyes turned black, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Right from the beginning, he had been posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Originally, he thought that he could take Yi Yuan down in the first round. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually cleared the stage in 5 breaths? Originally thought that in the second round it was already very impressive. That he made it to the 7th segment. In the end, Yi Yuan cleared the stage. Again unhurriedly. Originally thought that in the 3rd round, he reached the heaven-defying 10 rots. He could finally posture, right? Who knew that Yi Yuan actually awakened a special soul physique? Furthermore, it was even suspected to be the #1 soul physique, the enshrouding mist.
Soul physique.
From start to end, he was just a joke. What do you want? Qin Shitian's expression changed as he said. But Yi Yuan looked toward Great Emperor Yi's son and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, I wonder if there's any problem if I want to exterminate him. Now, Great Emperor Yi's son hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Young Hegemon, Shitian is this seat's disciple in the end. Can you let him off? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Hall Master, how about this? You all haven't confirmed yet whether or not I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique, right? I think that Qin Shitian is also unconvinced by me, this so-called Young Hegemon. Why don't I have a fair fight with him to determine life and death? How about it? Yi's son smiled bitterly and said, Lord Young Hegemon has already awakened a special soul physique. Even if it isn't the enshrouding mist soul physique, Shirtian isn't a match either. Yi Yuan said, therefore, that's why I said a fair fight. Within 10 moves, he can go all out. I won't make any resistance. If he can kill me, that will show that this so-called imperishable soul physique, am naturally unworthy of the title. After 10 moves, if he can't kill me, then I'll make a move. How about it? This? Okay, I agree. When Yi Sun was still hesitating, Qin Shirtian himself agreed to it. Even until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the
enshrouding mist soul physique.
This was considered to have been decided on it. Great Emperor Yi Sun could not come forward to intervene too. Everyone moved aside, creating an open space. In the center of the field, there was just Yi Yuan and Qin Shirtian. The confrontation between a 10-rot soul body and a suspected enshrouding mist soul physique also aroused everyone's great interest. This kind of showdown was hard to come across in a million years. If Yi Yuan isn't of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the 10-rots Qin Shirtian might really have a possibility of killing him. I feel that Yi Yuan is too confident. How can the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? Heard that Qin Shirtian mastered several killing moves in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Now that he has achieved 10 rots, even if an emperor realm powerhouse is standing there, he has the confidence to kill him too. However, if Yi Yuan is really of the imperishable soul physique, then it will really shake the entire soul race. With regards to Yi Yuan's soul physique, there was more skepticism, because the legendary imperishable soul physique was seriously too hard to give birth to. Since time immemorial, God knew how many geniuses had attempted to awaken this imperishable soul physique and failed to succeed. Therefore, more still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Not moving for 10 moves was sufficient to let Qin Shirtian kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally would not be foolish enough to seek death. In reality, he could feel that his soul physique was very extraordinary. Previously, when he transformed into mist, that sort of form was very miraculous. It was as if nothing could make him completely die. That sort of power rooted at the bottom of his heart. Qin Shirtian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you just quietly pray that you're of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Otherwise, you'll definitely die beyond doubt within 10 moves. Yi Yuan said coolly, make your move. You really talk a lot of crap. Qin Shirtian's expression turned cold. Suddenly, his soul force erupted. Crazily. Under 10 rots, his soul force almost turned corporeal. Countless black stars surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, Star Soul Explosion. This is the killing move that Qin Shirtian comprehended himself. It has boundless power. When he was at the middle true sovereign heaven realm, he had once used this move to surprise attack, killing a human half-step emperor realm before. Now he's already 10 rots. Yi Yuan isn't guarding against him. Unless Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, he would definitely die. Without a doubt. Even if he had a special soul physique, it would not do either. Zhou Yu clearly understood Qin Shirtian very well. So he did not expect that. The moment Qin Shirtian made his move, it was such a swift and fierce killing move. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he was already going all out. Bang! 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 Countless star souls exploded in front of Yi Yuan, releasing incomparably terrifying soul force undulations. Yi Yuan's soul body was bombarded until it became extremely distorted. Explode! 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 Qin Shirtian's soul force poured out frenziedly, and one star soul explosion after another exploded next to Yi Yuan. But, apart from his body being a little distorted, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest signs of dissipating. Qin Shirtian's heart was wildly shaking. Could it be that this guy was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique? 10 rots, our genius only has this bit of strength? If it's just this bit of strength, you aren't even qualified to make me turn into mist form. Amidst the soul star explosions came Yi Yuan's ridiculing voice. At this time, he felt the power of the soul body. Got to say, Qin Shitian's attack was already extremely strong. If an Emperor Realm powerhouse did not defend in the slightest, allowing Qin Shitian to cast his spell as he wished, he would also have to die with regrets. At this time, but Yi Yuan did not even utilize soul force at all, and Qin Shitian could not breach his soul body too. This soul physique's toughness was terrifyingly strong. Finally, Qin Shitian suddenly rescinded his move. The first move he lost. Yi Yuan's soul body recovered back to new. It was as if nothing had happened. Just now. With this, everyone was shocked. Even great Emperor Yi's son felt the power of Yi Yuan's soul body too. This kind of toughness, even if it was 10 rots, it was impossible to achieve it too. I absolutely don't believe that you can awaken the imperishable soul.
Physique.
Qin Shitian virtually roared it out, the soul force on his body skyrocketing. Once more, the killing move that erupted this time was even stronger than Star Soul.
Explosion.
It was just that sadly, he was still unable to hurt Yi Yuan. Qin Shitian had a lot of means. He unleashed 9 moves in a row, each move stronger than the last. It was just that sadly, Yi Yuan's soul physique was like a roly-poly. No matter how strong your means, you could not knock him down too. Enshrouding mist soul physique, the strongest form was to turn into mist. But Qin Shitian unleashed 9 moves in a row, and Yi Yuan did not even release his mist form at all. The Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses were shocked. So strong. Is this the imperishable soul physique? There's no weakness to exploit at all. Qin Shitian's 10-rot soul body, coupled with killing moves, can virtually rival Emperor Realm powerhouses already, but it's actually unable to even make him use the enshrouding mist.
Soul physique.
Such a freakish soul body, who can kill him? It was not that Qin Shitian was not wrong, but that Qin Shitian was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong until it was shocking that it showed the enshrouding mist soul physique's power even more. At this time, they already pretty much believed that what Yi Yuan awakened was probably really the enshrouding mist soul physique. 9 moves failed, while Qin Shitian himself was dog-tired. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's still 1 move. If you still can't kill me, I'm going to make a move." Qin Shitian clenched his jaws hard and said in a solemn voice, "Yuan, don't. You get cocky. This 10th move, I'll definitely make you regret it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you too. If not for you, I also wouldn't have achieved mastery through comprehensive study of my previous killing moves, comprehending this sub-origin soul martial move. It was only to see a bright moon slowly rising in Qin Shitian's hand. The aura of Tao filled the entire space. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was extremely shocked. Sub-origin soul martial. This is the embryonic form of an origin soul. Martial. How can this guy be so monstrous? Once he reaches Emperor Sakura Heaven, this move will be able to transform into an origin soul martial. As long as he's given time, he'll definitely be able to become hegemon. When human race powerhouses comprehended the power of origin, they would create divine abilities. Meanwhile, what soul race powerhouses comprehended was origin soul martials. Qin Shitian had not comprehended an origin yet. It was naturally impossible to comprehend an origin soul martial. But the sub-origin soul martial this time already touched the level of Tao. Comprehending origin in the future was just taking something out of his bag. Being able to reach this step at true sovereign heaven, Qin Shitian was absolutely a genius among geniuses already. Hence, that was why people would be so surprised. The Hall Entrance assessment this time was really where developments of many things kept reaching new heights, all kinds of surprises emerging in endless streams. Yi Yuan felt the extraordinariness of this move too and said with a smile, "This move is a little interesting." Qin Shitian smiled coldly and said, "A little interesting?"
Yi Yuan, admit
"That your soul physique is very powerful. But the final victory will definitely be me. Moon akin to frost. Annihilate for me. There was no earth-shaking soul force undulation. Under the moonlight, the frost was akin to silver, cascading down, covering Yi Yuan's soul body fully. This time, Yi Yuan's soul body finally had a change. His soul body actually started to disintegrate and dissipate. When everyone saw this scene, each one of them was extremely shocked. Qin Shitian actually really did it. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have been decomposed into billions of pixels, his soul body shattering into pieces. Sub-Origin Soul Martial already came into contact with Soul Dao Origin. It had boundless power. But very soon, those fragmented pieces of soul body actually started to turn into mist. A cloud of mist began to emerge. The misty air did not dissipate but headed towards that bright moon. The frost was still raining down, but under the propulsion of the misty air, it did not have any leeway to resist at all. Boom! Suddenly, the bright moon dissipated. Qin Shitian gave a muffled groan, his soul body becoming much dimmer too. Following that, the mist condensed again, turning into Yi Yuan. Qin Shitian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He lost, completely defeated. His moon akin to frost had already touched Origin, but it was still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. This move is decent, but it's also merely just decent. That's all. I don't know whether or not my soul physique is the enshrouding mist soul physique, but I think it's sufficient to deal with this move of yours. Then following that, it's my turn to make a move. Yi Yuan looked straight at Qin Shitian and just did so. Looking. How could Qin Shitian be willing to surrender without resistance? He was even waiting to make a move and fight back. But he suddenly discovered that he could not move anymore. His consciousness began to blur. His soul body began to dissipate. All around, each and every one of the Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan just looked at Qin Shitian like this and did not even see him make any movements at all. Just one look. Qin Shitian's 10-rot soul body began to dissipate. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. That was a 10-rot soul body. The legendary 10 rots actually could not even beat a single look. Arg! Qin Shitian let out a miserable scream, but his voice became weaker and weaker, turning into nothingness in the end. The entire Nirvana Soul Hall was quiet until the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lord Hall Master, tell me, is this soul physique of mine the enshrouding mist soul physique or not? Yi Yuan asked, enshrouding mist soul physique rather curiously. Actually, until now, he also did not dare to confirm whether or not it was the
Enshrouding mist soul physique.
The latter was startled. Only then he returned to his senses and said with a bitter smile, This seat really doesn't know. He gemin imperishable, that's a figure in the heavens. This seat has no way of knowing about the enshrouding mist soul physique's characteristics too. It's just that judging from the form, it's indeed exactly like in the legends. He drew a deep breath and said, This matter is by no means insignificant. Lord Young Hegemon should cultivate in the Nirvanic Soul Hall. This seat will immediately send the news back to the clan and request the powerhouses in the clan to confirm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble Lord Hall Master. Watching Yi Yuan leave, everyone's hearts were still incredibly shocked. No matter whether or not Yi Yuan was of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the strength of this soul physique was hair-raisingly strong. In the passageway, light shone. Two figures slowly walked out of the passageway. East Sun leads Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall and pays respect to Lord Cloud Neon. Paying respect to young Hegemon Feng Rue. East Sun led West On and the rest to bow to the two people. The arrival was a woman who was peerlessly beautiful with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the youth behind her had an arrogant and unyielding look on his face. These great emperors in front of him seemed to be utterly worthless in his eyes. Cloud Neon nodded slightly and said, Brother East Sun has trained a lot. East Sun repeated that he did not dare. In the crowd, Yi Yuan sized Cloud Neon up with interest. He heard that this woman was hailed as one of the few people closest to Hegemon realm in the soul race. In the soul race, her status was extraordinary. She seemed to be a heavenly fairy amidst the group of powerhouses, unable to be touched. Arriving at Nirvana Soul Hall, the group of people sat down according to guest and host. Cloud Neon saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd with a glance and was rippleless like an ancient well as she said, "Is the one that's suspected to be enshrouding Mist Soul Physique that you talked about him?" Yi Sun said, "Lord Cloud Neon's eyes are like torches. He's Yi Yuan. Master, don't need to look anymore. It must be a pseudo-imperishable soul physique too. These guys from the outside world like to kick up a big fuss when they see a special soul physique every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. They don't know that our imperishable soul domain will have a special soul physique appear every 80 or 100 years. God knows how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques such as this have already appeared. Do these country bumpkins really think that ancestor imperishable soul physique is what everyone can awaken?" Feng Rui said with a disdainful look. The moment these words came out, everyone present was extremely shocked. Every 80 to 100 years, a special soul physique would emerge? This rate was also too high, right? Didn't that mean that, in the imperishable soul domain, geniuses like Yi Yuan were everywhere? They discovered that Feng Rui's one sentence already subverted their worldview. When Feng Rui saw their expressions, he had a disdainful look as he said, "What do 80 to 100 years count for? In the recent 10 years, imperishable soul domain gave birth to 7 special soul physiques. There was even one that's second only to ancestor imperishables enshrouding mist soul physique." Everyone stared dumbfoundedly. Even great Emperor Yi Sun had a stunned look. 2. Were special soul physiques so worthless? In reality these Nirvana Soul Hall's hall masters knew extremely little about the imperishable soul domain's matters too. Without special circumstances, they did not have the qualifications to enter the imperishable soul domain. They were merely tools that the imperishable soul domain used to rule the world. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was short on talents, so they were marginalized. Even more, they knew absolutely nothing about the imperishable soul domain's matters. But Hegemon Heaven Subduer do you all really think that Hegemon Heaven Subduer could corroborate his Tao and become a Hegemon realm just by relying on his soul physique? If Hegemon realm was so easy, Master would have long stepped into Hegemon realm, Feng Rui said with a cold smile. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Feng Rui isn't bluffing you guys. Special soul physiques are indeed nothing in the imperishable soul domain. Of course soul physiques had weak ones and strong ones. Hegemon Heaven Subduer's tyrant Heaven Soul Physique is indeed extremely strong. That's how it could help him step into Hegemon realm. But the weak ones aren't even as good as 10 rots." Cloud Neon did not say too much. Clearly, she felt that even if they knew these things, it was useless too. These words seemed to have opened another door for everyone. Only then did they know that it turned out soul physiques still had so many things involved. It was just that special soul physiques were extremely far away from them to begin with. As for Hegemon realm and whatnot, it was even further beyond reach. At this time, great Emperor Yi Sun let out a slight sigh in his heart. He no longer harbored any hopes that Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. They already said that this kind of pseudo-soul physique was plentiful. So that's how it is. Yi Sun has received the teachings. However, Yi Yuan killed a 10 rots powerhouse with just one look. His soul physique shouldn't be weak, right? Yi Sun said. Feng Rui could not resist laughing and said, "Does a mere 10 rots from your outside world count as some powerhouse too? Just a thought is enough for me to kill a 10 rots. Kid, display your soul physique and let Master take a look. As long as it isn't a trash soul physique, you can go with us." That attitude was just like coming to put on a monkey show.
Ye Yuan Sprams
Could not refrain from furrowing. When Yi Sun saw Yi Yuan frowning, He urged, Yi Yuan, hurry up and display your soul physique. What are you still in a daze for? Lord Cloud Neon has arrived. This is a rare opportunity. Yi Yuan still remained silent. When Feng Rui saw the situation, he smiled coldly and said, Put away that pitiful pride of yours. The more powerful the soul physique, the weaker the pseudo-soul physique tends to be. If there are no accidents, you should be of the trashiest low-grade yellow rank soul physique. Gave you face and you still refused it. Don't blame me for not warning you. With how you are, if you go to the imperishable soul domain, apart from being beaten to death by people, there are no other paths to take. Yi Yuan still did not speak. He looked toward Great Emperor Cloud Neon. Great Emperor Cloud Neon said coolly, Rumors often tend to be false. You'd best display it. At this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, I wonder what rank young Hegemon Feng Rui's soul physique is. Feng Rui snickered and said proudly, I knew that you'd ask this. Listen up. Don't piss your pants in fear. Soul physiques are divided into heaven, earth, mystic and yellow for ranks. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle and low 3 grades. This young hegemon's snickering is of the middle grade heaven rank. The moment these words came out, the Nirvana Soul Hall instantly exploded. Only at this time did they know that the disparity between special soul physiques was actually so great. The division of soul physiques did not spread to the outside world. It was because to the outside world, there was no need at all. This time, everyone in the Nirvana Soul Hall finally broadened their knowledge. However, what amazed them even more was that Feng Rui's grade was actually so high. Sigh? We even thought that Yi Yuan was already the soul race's #1 genius. It turns out that it was us who were ignorant and ill-informed. Yeah. Yi Yuan is somewhat bringing disgrace on his own head. Imperishable soul domain's geniuses are indeed not what we can imagine. At this time, they no longer harbored any hopes about Yi Yuan. Previously, they thought that Yi Yuan's soul physique was one of a kind. Furthermore, he killed Qin Shirtian with one move. It naturally had a possibility of being the imperishable soul physique. But looking at it now, it was virtually certain that it was the pseudo
Impérissable soul physique.
Furthermore, it was even a trash soul physique. But Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent, and he said coolly, Is that so? Since young Hegemon Feng is so formidable, then there's no harm in verifying whether or not my soul physique is really trash. Didn't you want to play monkey? Then, come down and play together. When have I, Yi Yuan, been scared of anyone before? Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, so what? Feng Rui's gaze turned cold, and he said, Boy, although you're a trash soul physique, and it's nothing in the imperishable soul domain either. But awakening a soul physique in the outside world isn't an easy matter after all. Letting this young hegemon come and verify you probably can't afford to bear the consequences. Yi Yuan was provoking his majesty as young hegemon. Furthermore, he, Feng Rui, was an emperor realm powerhouse. A mere ant dared to provoke his dignity too. Yi Yuan just said coolly, Relax, I can afford to bear it. Young hegemon Feng, please make a move. Feng Rui gave a cold laugh and said, Very well, since you're digging your own grave. Then this young hegemon will send you off. This Yi Yuan is also too lacking in judgment. Barely managed to awaken a soul physique, even if it's a trash soul physique. It's better than nothing too. This guy actually went to provoke an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it's even a super genius among Emperor Realm powerhouses. Isn't this digging his own grave? When everyone saw that Yi Yuan was so stubborn, they shook their heads endlessly. They could not stand Feng Rui's haughtiness too. But so what if they could not bear the sight of it? Feng Rui and Qin Shirtian were on completely different levels. Feng Rui was a true heaven's chosen. Although it sounded unpleasant, what he said was right. This group of people was all bumpkins. How can Feng Rui, this middle-grade heaven rank soul physique, plus emperor realm strength, be what you a measly little true sovereign heaven, can provoke? Master, since this ant-like thing is provoking me, there shouldn't be any problem with me beating him to death, right? Feng Rue cupped his fists and said, Cloud Neon still had the appearance of an ancient well without any ripples and said coolly, no problem. Her words carried overweening arrogance and disdain. In her eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an unimportant ant. That was all. Trampling him to death was quite acceptable. With regards to this kind of despise, Yi Yuan had experienced God knows how many. He was naturally furious in his heart, but he would not show it on his face. Either. That would show a flaw. The only way to shut these people up was to be stronger than them. Feng Rue grinned, looking like he was itching for a fight as he floated down. Outside world's genius, you might not know the gap between the outside world and the imperishable soul domain. Today, this young hegemon will let you understand that you're merely mundane. Whatever rubbish pride of a genius, you aren't worthy of possessing such a thing. Feng Rue had a deprecating look as he said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm very adept in making idiots. Like you shut up. Stop talking rubbish and bring it on. Feng Rue's pupils constricted. A divine soul attack already arriving. Yi Yuan could kill a 10 rots with one glance. He could naturally kill Yi Yuan with one look too. He wanted to let these ants understand that the outside world's so-called geniuses were nothing at all. Let them be filled with even more awe toward the imperishable soul domain. Bang! Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan. His entire person seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, falling several steps back in a row. Following that, his soul body also became much dimmer. Clearly, the power of this blow was tremendously strong. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed one after another. So strong. He just casually dealt an attack and it injured Yi Yuan already. Previously, Qin Shitian even unleashed his sub-origin soul martial and failed to harm Yi Yuan too. Are the imperishable soul domain's geniuses all so strong? Facing the bumpkins with shocked faces, Feng Rue was very pleased with himself. It was just that a hint of surprise actually flashed across Cloud Neon's 10,000-year ice-like face. Actually, Feng Rue was also shocked in his heart. Divine soul attacks and divine soul attacks were different. What the imperishable soul domain's geniuses cultivated were all extremely strong soul path martial arts. The power of their divine soul attacks could not be mentioned in the same breath as the outside world at all. Furthermore, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How terrifying was the power of his one blow? But Yi Yuan actually just moved back several steps? Feng Rue was very dissatisfied with this result. In his view, this strike could have taken Yi Yuan's life. Yi Yuan's soul physique was at most just upper-grade yellow rank. Search our no el RG+, his cultivation realm was inferior to him too. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping over his hand? But Yi Yuan's toughness had clearly exceeded his expectations. Can't even block an ordinary divine soul attack, just the likes of you dare to profess to be of the enshrouding mist soul physique too? You probably don't know how terrifying the enshrouding mist soul physique is, right? Feng Yuhui said with a ridiculing look. Losing in reality but not losing in disposition. Feng Rue naturally would not admit that Yi Yuan was very strong. As long as he annihilated him with the next strike, these bumpkins would naturally continue to be shocked. Yi Yuan gave Feng Rue a glance and said coolly, Young hegemon Feng, an exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse who also cultivated the imperishable soul domain's supreme martial arts, your divine soul attack only has this bit of power? Imperishable soul domain's genius disappoints me greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence and naturally knew how powerful the soul race's mystic arts were. Although Feng Rue's divine soul attack was inferior to the moves in divine emergence, it was also extremely powerful. At least, compared to Qin Shitian, that sort of rookie, it was no idea how many times stronger. How could an attack that could injure his soul body be of an ordinary sort? Feng Rui's pupils constricted, feeling like the cloth that was covering up his embarrassment was pulled off. Immediately, he turned angry from embarrassment. Heh? Razor-tongued fellow, this young hegemon wants to see how long you can be stubborn until... Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, Emperor Realm soul force erupting. The moment he erupted, Feng Rui's strength was completely manifested. This condensed to the extreme soul force made a powerhouse like Great Emperor. His son perspire from embarrassment too, only to see Feng Rui grip his hand, a punch flying out. The soul force came, head-on like the boundless sea. Even the people outside of the field could feel the force of this punch. Forget about true sovereign heaven, even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse was here, it would be the outcome of the soul disintegrating too. Origin Dipper Force. Feng Rui threw a punch out. Everyone broke into cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bent the bow and notched the arrow neither too fast nor too slow. Arrow of God Extermination. Cloudneon's gaze turned intent, her eyes showing even greater surprise. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell the extraordinary aspects of this move. It was just that, how could an outside world's ant know such a profound soul? Path Mystic Art? Presently Yi Yuan awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique, the power of this arrow of God Extermination was dozens of times stronger than before. When this arrow was unleashed in terms of power, it was not the slightest bit below Emperor Realm powerhouses. Boom! Two formidable soul forces collided together in the air. The undulation caused was not the slightest bit weaker than the undulation caused by divine essence. The expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another, incredibly shocked. These two people were both too strong. One had to know that the showdown of soul force was often silent. Even if it caused some fluctuations, that was far from the fluctuations caused by divine essence. But these two people's fight already spurred heaven and earth spiritual energy to wreak havoc. The combat power already did not lose to the human race in the least bit. However, Yi Yuan gave another muffled groan under this blow and flew out. Backward. This time his soul body became even dimmer. Clearly he had suffered even greater injuries. However, Feng Rui's face did not show any joy. He became somewhat angry from embarrassment. He had not even forced Yi Yuan's soul physique form out up till now. This was a huge loss in face. Sure enough, Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, looking at Feng Rui as he said, with a sneer, "The strength of imperishable soul domain's genius is nothing more than this. You can't even force my soul physique form out, and yet you have the cheek to swagger and bluster in front of everyone too." Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt very pleased currently. They were pissed off with Feng Rui's face too, but did not dare to speak up, despite feeling angry. But Yi Yuan used his strength and slapped his face ruthlessly. Even if he suffered a loss for both exchanges, he was just true sovereign. Heaven after all, an imperishable soul domain's genius, whose cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan, actually could not even force Yi Yuan's soul physique form out. How disgraceful! Feng Rui's face was grim, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, you forced my hand." This time Feng Rui was truly enraged. In his eyes, the outside world's so-called geniuses were all trash. But now, he could not even take care of a piece of trash. Sizzle. 5 bolts of electricity coiled around Feng Rui's body, shaking people to the core. Easton's eyes shrunk, and he cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary innate 5 lightning soul physique?" Cloud Neon said coolly, "Precisely so." East Sun drew a cold breath and said, "Innate 5 lightnings, chaos divine, lightning, all heaven divine lightning, purple firmament divine lightning, 3 pure ones divine lightning, and lightning law framework. Any one of them is a lightning that destroys the world. And this Tao of lightning is extremely harmful to our soul race. Hence, extremely few people awaken it. I didn't expect that young hegemon Feng Rui actually awakened the innate 5 lightning.
Soul physique.
Yuan, hurry up and stop. Otherwise it will be hard to guarantee your life. The outside world did not know much about the imperishable soul domain, but the various major hall masters were familiar with the data on soul physiques, so as to let them excavate geniuses. Therefore, Isun knew about this innate 5 lightning soul physique as if enumerating his family's valuables. It was precisely because so that he also knew the terror of this soul
Physique.
It was already certain without a doubt that Yi Yuan was not of the imperishable soul physique. Wouldn't continue to fight be courting death? Heh. Didn't he ask me to come and test his soul physique? Now he hasn't even used his soul physique.
Shigijazi.
Feng Rui looked at Yi Yuan, laughing coldly. At this time he was no longer hiding his killing intent. Seeing that Feng Rui's soul physique had such power, Yi Yuan was also slightly fearful in his heart. Even without fighting, he could also feel that Feng Rui's soul physique was extremely powerful. Qin Shirtyan's so-called suborigin soul martial was probably not even enough to carry shoes for Feng Rui. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Imperishable soul domain's emperor realm. Genius even has to display his soul physique form when testing a true
Souveraine Evanes sous le physique.
Hoo-hoo. It sounds so formidable you bragged about how the imperishable soul domain is, but it's nothing more than this. Showcase your ability. Otherwise, I'm scared that you won't be able to test it at all." Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "Relax. You'll die very pleasantly in a while." Swoosh. In a blink, Feng Rui's figure disappeared, his speed being swift to the extreme. Lightning Rule specialized in speed to begin with, and the soul body, displaying movement techniques, even broke away from the fetters of the fleshy body. Even when compared to Yi Yuan's spatial rule, it was also not far off. Yi Yuan only saw a blurry shadow instantly moving in front of him. Although Feng Rui was just lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, the gap from Sovereign Realm to Emperor Cloud Heaven was not an ordinary kind of big after all. Divine Firmament Thunder God Blade. Only to see a thunder blade fall down. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly dissipated, turning into a mass of mist. Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, his soul physique instantly disappearing. The radius of 1,000 feet completely transformed into a sea of lightning, enveloping the mist fully. All heaven lightning sea, myriad soul extermination. In the lightning sea came Feng Rui's furious roar. That cloud of mist rapidly withered away in this sea of lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Really too strong. Especially this lightning sea. It was simply the jinx of the misty air. It's over. With this, Yi Yuan is really finished. Already said, to let him not flaunt his superiority. Sigh? It's really just as Feng Rui said. That bit of pitiful pride is nothing at all. Looking as Yi Yuan was about to turn to ashes, many people sighed heavily. They understood Yi Yuan's view. In reality, they wanted to struggle too. But what use did struggling have? Imperishable soul domain's genius was a genius in the end. Ha ha ha! Foolish guy. This is the outcome of provoking the imperishable soul domain. Dying without a burial ground. In the lightning sea came Feng Rui's
Loud Locter.
This guy whose mouth owed a beating was finally dead. Cloudnian's gaze flickered slightly, finally returning to tranquility. She saw through that Yi Yuan's soul physique was absolutely not just yellow rank, but there was nothing to feel regret over either. This kind of pseudo-imperishable soul physique, the imperishable soul domain, had plenty. It did not matter that one died. The reason why she was sent here was also to express the importance that the imperishable soul domain placed on the imperishable soul physique. What if it was really the imperishable soul physique? But, looking at it now, it was indeed still a pseudo-imperishable soul
Physique.
Soon, Feng Rui put away the lightning sea and reappeared. He looked towards East Sun and said with a disdainful look, "Now, don't need me to say, you can also tell that it's a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, right? Next time, don't kick up such a big fuss. These countless years, how many amazingly talented people have there been? But which one became ancestor? Imperishable? How can the outside world possibly have it if there isn't any in the imperishable soul domain? Isun had a depressed look.
Ning lan nirvana soul hal finali manaketo.
Produced two peerless geniuses. In the end, Qin Shitian was killed by Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan was killed by Feng Rui. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Who did you say is pseudo-imperishable soul physique? I said. Seeing someone questioning him, Feng Rui answered without thinking. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly noticed that something was not right. Turning around, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there, perfectly fine. It was as if nothing had happened. Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost. He had clearly completely destroyed that misty air earlier. Why was this guy completely fine? A hint of surprise finally flashed across Cloudnian's beautiful eyes. Earlier, she clearly could not detect any aura anymore. But Yi Yuan actually still came back to life. This pseudo-imperishable soul physique was a little interesting. How can you possibly still be alive? Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost as he said, why can't I be alive? Already said that it's the imperishable soul physique. Why would I die? Yi Yuan said with a light smile. In reality, he also thought that he was dead for sure just now. That divine firmament thunder god blade carried a powerful paralyzing effect. Feng Rui's 5 lightning soul physique was no ordinary lightning. Carried origin attributes. This soul physique that he awakened was similar to the true spirit clans. Innate divine ability in the first place with immense power. Under this paralysis, Yi Yuan could not even fight back, directly turning into mist. And the power of the all-heaven divine lightning sea was even more terrifying. There was no gap in the lightning sea at all. His misty air was refined bit by bit inside the lightning sea. But the miraculous thing was that he did not die. He retained a final trace of spiritual intelligence without being extinguished. This kind of feeling was rather magical. Yi Yuan felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb and could peek at the entire world. When the lightning sea dispersed, an inexplicable power poured into the spiritual intelligence. Hence, he returned. The entire process was hard to describe. But without a doubt, he indeed did not die. This enshrouding mist soul physique was indeed magical. In reality, apart from Hegemon Imperishable, nobody could figure out what the hell the imperishable soul physique was. Yi Yuan had just awakened it. He naturally could not figure it out either. But now, he seemed to have had some discovery. This enshrouding mist soul physique was well deserving of being called the
Impérissable soul physique.
If one did not figure out the situation, even if it was an Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouse, they might not be able to kill him, too. But at this time, the shock that it brought to Feng Rui was clearly incomparably intense. He didn't even die with this. Could it be that what he awakened is really the imperishable soul physique? This is embarrassing. Feng Rui's strength is clearly stronger than him, but the stronger he is, the more it proves that Yi Yuan has the imperishable soul
Physique.
In the Nirvana Soul Hall, everyone was shocked. They did not know whether or not Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul
Physique.
But, judging from things now, it was at least not some lowly pseudo.
Impérissable soul physique. Bouche astérisque t'es impérissable soul physique.
Just the likes of you, this kind of trash, can awaken the imperishable soul physique too. Feng Rui's gaze turned cold. He felt immense humiliation. Hence, the divine firmament thunder god blade was unleashed again. Under this divine firmament thunder god blade, Yi Yuan really did not have any strength to resist. Soul physique awakening was just the first step. How one cultivated and how one utilized soul physique were the most important thing. Similarly, having awakened a soul physique, the combat power might be very far off. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, but Feng Rui's strength was absolutely considered within the most pinnacle batch among lower Emperor Cloud. Heavens. His application and cultivation of his soul physique already reached the acme of perfection. Even if facing off against middle or even upper Emperor Cloud Heavens, he was not at all inferior to. One could tell that Cloud Neon indulged Feng Rui a lot. To be pampered by such a powerhouse, he naturally had some skill. If Yi Yuan crossed Emperor Realm this threshold, he could abuse him however he liked. But now he was indeed not a match. Boom! Under the one blade, it directly chopped Yi Yuan into misty air. Feng Rui shouted fiercely, "Chaos divine lightning, destroying heaven and earth. Exterminate for me." Above the void, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This time, Feng Rui's chaos divine lightning had even more terrifying power than the all-heaven divine lightning seat previously. Places that it passed through, not a blade of grass survived. Very soon, the mist was eradicated until not the slightest bit remained. Feng Rui's gaze was cold, looking at his surroundings vigilantly, searching for Yi Yuan's figure again. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not revive, Feng Rui could not help letting out a sigh. In relief. Humph! What rubbish imperishable soul physique. It's merely that he didn't. Die Torofli Enuk. If you revived again, this young hegemon will kill you. Again, Feng Rui said with a cold smile. However, in the next second, a cloud of mist appeared several dozen feet in front of him once more, condensing into Yi Yuan in the end. Feng Rui's eyes became wide saucers. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He waited for him to finish posturing before reviving again to slap his face. F***CKU. Oh? Is that so? Looks like this time. Search RN? WN0? L? RG I still haven't died thoroughly enough yet. I'll have to trouble young hegemon Feng to kill me once more. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rui and said with a radiant smile. He was already very certain that even if Feng Rui was 100 times stronger, he could not kill him too. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he had the imperishable soul physique. But he knew that his soul physique was indeed not easy to kill. At least, Feng Rui did not have this ability. Yi Yuan even discovered that his revival seemed to be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth and would not consume his own soul force. It was as if he had fused into one with this world. Also, Feng Rui guessed correctly. Yi Yuan deliberately waited for him to posture, then revived. Feng Rui only felt his face burn fiery hot. He was a genius. He awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique and succeeded in cultivating the 5 kinds of lightning techniques. Furthermore, this 5 lightning technique placed the soul race immensely in the first place. It was simply ever victorious in the soul race. But today he was being mocked by an ant. Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "You're asking for. Don't blame this young hegemon for not showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Amen. An opponent like you is really hard to find. Since you've delivered yourself to the doorstep, where's the logic of not using it? Now, I'm also very curious myself, where my own limits lie." Feng Rui gave a cold snort, 5 divine lightnings tearing across the air. In an instant, a radius of 1,000 feet was fully transformed into a lightning sea. It was just that, similarly a lightning sea, but the power of the lightning sea that was fused and formed by 5 lightnings was more than 10 times stronger. 5 lightnings interwoven together, continuously reproducing in an endless succession, forming a powerful closed loop. In this space Feng Rui was a hegemon. 5 lightning execution, destroying myriad worlds. Yi Yuan's soul body turned to dust virtually without any strength to fight back, and then it was completely refined. But this time, Feng Rui did not withdraw the lightning sea right away. This lightning sea lasted all the way for 2 hours. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to survive. 2 hours later, Feng Rui recalled the lightning sea somewhat weakly. This 5 lightning execution clearly imposed a considerable burden on him. 2. Sustaining for 2 hours, even with his Emperor Cloud Heaven soul body, it was somewhat too much for him to bear as well. However, in order to completely kill Yi Yuan, he went all out. Even if he went back and recuperated for a few months, he was willing to. A mere ant dared to provoke Feng Rue. Did he really think that he had the
Impérissable sous le physique?
Even until now, Feng Rue did not believe that Yi Yuan had the imperishable soul physique too. He was different from Great Emperor Yi Sun and the others. As an imperishable soul domain's genius, he was all too clear how difficult the imperishable soul physique was to awaken. This time, Feng Rue was not in a hurry to posture anymore but quietly waited. The others did not speak either. They just looked at him in terror like that. The combat power that Feng Rue exhibited frightened them badly. Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, this sort of strength was sufficient to sweep away Emperor Cloud Heavens in the outside world. Even if it was grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven in this 5 lightning execution, there was only a road that led to death too. Sure enough, the outside world and the imperishable soul domain were 2 different worlds. At this time, the place was silent. Everyone was waiting whether or not Yi Yuan would revive again. Cloud Neon was waiting too. Honestly speaking, she was also very curious just how Yi Yuan revived. But at this time, she was already very sure that Yi Yuan's soul physique was not ordinary. Even if it was not the imperishable soul physique, it probably reached heaven. Rank 2. She was all too clear about Feng Rue's strength. Not everyone had the qualifications to toy with him. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Very soon, 15 minutes passed. Feng Rue just stood there waiting for a full 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, nobody spoke. Even if a gust of wind blew past, everyone held their breaths, seeing whether or not it was Yi Yuan who revived. However, he did not. Suddenly Feng Rue raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laughter, "Ha ha ha. Like I said, how can a second imperishable soul physique possibly appear in this world? Yi Yuan, don't you know how to revive? Revive. For me to see." Not knowing why, Feng Rue actually felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to kill Yi Yuan. He detested this kind of feeling, but his heart could not contain it. However, just as he looked up to the sky, a strange atmosphere spread within the place. A cloud of misty air appeared again leisurely. Everyone looked at Feng Rue with strange expressions. Biffed. Many people could not even hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan. This fellow was too wicked. He forcibly held it in for 15 minutes without reviving, just waiting for Feng Rue to posture. However, it seemed like this feeling of face-slapping was great. After all, Yi Yuan came from our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. No? The laughter stopped abruptly, because Feng Rue already felt one burning gaze after another. The moment he lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that disgusting face appearing in his eyes again. How was this possible? Forget about a true sovereign heaven. Even if it was an emperor vast heaven, they would be refined in his lightning sea without the least bit of resistance. 2. But Yi Yuan was actually completely fine? See, could it be that this guy actually really has the imperishable soul
Physique?
Feng Rue jumped in fright at this sudden thought. This was impossible. He gemin imperishable, that was a paramount existence. How could an ant possibly awaken the same soul physique as him? Since you want to see me revive so much, I'll revive again for you to see. Then, Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rue and said with a radiant smile. Feng Rue nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was really detestable to the extreme. F***ck your sister. Your father waited 15 minutes for you and you can really endure. Oh. Right, what other more formidable methods do you have? I feel that I shouldn't have reached my limits yet. Yi Yuan continued. Feng Rue was speechless. What else could I say? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you see that your father was very weak now? Even the 5 lightning execution could not exterminate Yi Yuan. He was really out of ideas. After making a show of force for half a day, he became a complete and utter joke. Alright, let's end it here. Yi Yuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly. Not willing, Yi Yuan said without hesitation. The expressions of East Sun and the rest turned stiff, almost jumping up. This guy was insane, right? Yi Yuan, Lord Cloud Neon, is a top powerhouse in the imperishable soul domain. Being able to go under her tutelage is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, East Sun said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly. So what? I gave her the chance. It's her who didn't. Cherish it, since she felt it beneath her to care about my life and death. I naturally won't stoop to going under her tutelage too. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly exploded, turning into nothingness. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived. Cloud Nun opened her mouth and said coolly, How about now? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, You're dreaming. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body collapsed again. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived again. Then what about now? Cloud Neon opened her mouth for the third time. Fine, I'm willing. Yi Yuan decided that a wise man should not fight when the odds were against him. Actually, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will, because the instant that he merged into heaven and earth, he discovered that Cloud Neon had glanced at him. Just this glance, and Yi Yuan immediately decided to acknowledge her as master. Very clearly, the enshrouding mist soul physique was not truly invincible. At least, this woman had the ability to kill him. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan estimated that her strength was likely not beneath eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. The so-called hegemon imperishable was just because his strength was too formidable, hence nobody could kill him. How was there true imperishable in this world? However, this enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly really very formidable and still had a lot of space for exploration. Acknowledging her as a master, everyone was happy. The only one who was sulking unhappily was Feng Rue. Senior apprentice brother, you have an imperishable soul physique junior. Apprentice brother, shouldn't you be happy? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Yihui. Senior apprentice brother, I'm someone who bears grudges a lot. Cloud Neon ignored Yi Yuan and said to East Sun. This time, Ning Lan Nirvana. Soul Hall has rendered merit and will be rewarded 1 soul cannon and 3 sets of mystic arts. East Sun and the rest were overjoyed, immediately bowing and saying, Many thanks, Lord Cloud Neon. Soul Path records were extremely precious things in the outside world. Things that came out of imperishable soul domain were naturally not ordinary. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall had struck gold. Returning to the imperishable soul domain, Feng Rue went into a closed seclusion. Along the way with Yi Yuan, the scene was very awkward. This was an enormous palace complex, akin to the mortal world's palaces. It was just that the scale and grandeur were more than 100 times compared to the imperial palace. The imperishable soul domain was the holy land of the Nirvanic soul clan. Just like the Labyrinth Divine Palace and Blood God Temple, ordinary people were unable to discover its true location. This large region of space was clearly hewed open by hegemon major powers with a great divine ability. After ordering attendants to leave, there were only Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan 2 people left in the room. This 10,000-year ice-like woman had peerlessly beautiful looks, but she gave people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Speak. What objective do you have for forcibly bringing me to the imperishable soul domain? Yi Yuan said coolly. His words did not hold the slightest respect for his master. Cloud Neon's face still did not have any fluctuations as she said lightly, You're very smart. Thinking about it, she added, Even smarter than Feng Rue. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, You're comparing me to a moron? You're insulting me. Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, He's very smart. Yi Yuan said, Just an idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Use your behind to think, and you'd also know that I'm waiting for him to posture. In the end, he really went to posture. Cloud Neon was speechless. I'm actually at a loss for a reply. She knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Feng Rue was indeed a genius. It was just that he was completely focused on cultivation. This kind of people, unless they use strength to crush their opponents. Otherwise, they could only still be counting money for people after being sold. Buy them. Alright, enough rubbish. I indeed need your help for something. A rare, solemn expression appeared on Cloud Neon's face. Yi Yuan said, "Go on. I've fallen into the devil's claws now and can only be at your disposal." Cloud Neon was speechless again. She suddenly discovered that it was somewhat hard to communicate with this person. Progenitor imperishable is missing. After a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly revealed a piece of earth-shattering news. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What has progenitor imperishable going missing got to do with me? Wanting to worry, it should also be the business of you all. These origin powerhouses, right?" He had a smile on his face, but Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety, because one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the purple ripple umbrella, was in the hands of Hegemon Imperishable. This trip to the soul race was actually riddled with difficulties for Yi Yuan. It was just that he had to come. But who would have expected that even though he racked his brain to come here, what he obtained was actually such news. Hegemon Imperishable went missing. Didn't that mean that the purple ripple umbrella also went missing along with him? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan just like that and said coolly, "I don't care what purpose you came to the soul race for, as long as you can help this seat find Hegemon Imperishable. I can spare your life. Also, your fetters with your original body can't be completely severed, unless you forget your original self's identity and start over." Cloud Neon said it calmly and collectedly. Coupled with that peerlessly beautiful face of her, it even gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing to the eye. But Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out that everything about him was seen through by this woman. Yi Yuan was firstly shocked, but later he felt at ease too. If his guess was correct, what this woman cultivated was probably the soul race's sacred canon too. Only a sacred canon on the same level could see through his actual situation. What she said was right. Yi Yuan cut off the bonds and transformed into a soul denizen. But that was not all. This soul clone still had to return to the main body in the end. If it was completely cut off, that would be another new life. It would no longer have any connections to his original self. Even major powers like you all couldn't find him. So how can I, a mere true sovereign heaven, find him? Since he had already been exposed, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to disguise anymore as well and said solemnly. Cloud Neon said coolly, "You don't think too highly of yourself either. Although according to your performance your soul physique shouldn't be inferior to Feng Rue, in my view you're still of the pseudo-imperishable soul
Physique.
As for whether or not you can find him, this seat doesn't know either. But at least you all, these pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, have more hope than us." The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he understood. Those who were scouted by the imperishable soul domain were clearly not just him with the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Cloud Neon, these soul race upper echelons, wanted to try whether or not they could establish a trace of connection with Hegemon Imperishable through the imperishable soul physique, thus finding him. Therefore, Cloud Neon, this kind of origin realm mighty expert, would personally move out and go to Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall to fetch him. He did not expect that the enshrouding mist soul physique that he accidentally awakened actually had such an effect. It really saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if he awakened a special soul physique, wanting to come into contact with these secrets was likely not a matter of 1 or 2 days either. "Sure, but I have a condition," Yi Yuan said. "You don't have the qualifications to talk terms. If you don't agree, this seat will kill you right now," Cloud Neon said without the slightest emotion. Yi Yuan was speechless. This woman was really impervious to everything. This was putting it out there. "I want to make use of you. You'd better let me take advantage of you properly." However, no matter how formidable Cloud Neon was, she probably also did not expect that his goal was Hegemon Imperishable in the first place, right? At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, Cloud Neon pointed a finger. Yi Yuan only felt a scorching power, spreading throughout his whole body. His entire person became unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed either. Cloud Neon withdrew her finger and said, "Coolly, I've already sealed your fetter. Unless progenitor imperishable is here, no one can see through you. Alright, you cultivate here. Tomorrow we'll set off and head to the central soul region." Finished saying, she left straight away. The imperishable soul domain was huge. It was divided into east, south, west, north, and central 5 great regions. These 5 great regions were the hubs of the outside world's continent, each controlling a portion of a region. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was under the rule of the East Soul region. Among the 5 great regions there were constant disputes. But this time, in order to find Hegemon Imperishable, the 5 great regions had joined hands for the first time ever. In some mysterious space in the East Soul region, the proud Cloud Neon bowed to a big and tall man, Lord Wang Ning. Wang Ning turned around and said with a smile, "I heard that you accepted a pseudo-imperishable soul physique as a disciple when you went out this time. This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden." Cloud Neon said, "That's right. This child is extremely talented and comparable to Feng Rue." Wang Ning was rather surprised as he said, "A pseudo-imperishable physique can actually be mentioned in the same breath with Feng Rue?" Then this time, Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, "There's hope." Wang Ning was overjoyed as he said, "If you say so, then there's really hope. Previously, there's progenitor imperishable holding down the fort. The blood race didn't dare to act rashly without careful consideration. But now they are already eager to cause trouble. Cloud Neon, do you think progenitor imperishable Cloud Neon's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Progenitor imperishable should still be alive, but his situation is likely not very good. In this world, an existence capable of killing progenitor imperishable probably hasn't been born yet." Wang Ning nodded and said, "I think so too." "Then who do you think did this to progenitor imperishable?" Cloud Neon said, "It might be the blood race. It might also be the Chi-Soul clan, or they joined forces. If it's the last case, then we have to be careful. But if they want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely pay a huge price too. So for the time being, we're not in danger. But the night is long and fraught with dreams." Wang Ning's expression turned somber, and he said, "You're right. This matter can't be dragged on anymore. This time we have to find progenitor imperishable no matter what." On the next day, Cloud Neon brought a group of people and set out for the Central Soul region. Only then did Yi Yuan know why Cloud Neon and Feng Rue looked down on him so much. Similarly, pseudo-imperishable physiques, but there were actually as many as 37. Just one East Soul region gathered so many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Then, there would probably be over 100 pseudo-imperishable soul physiques in the entire imperishable soul domain. So many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, reckon that the majority of them were all trash soul physiques. During normal times, these big shots probably did not even have interests in taking a look. But now it was time to use them. Beside him, N, W0V, L.0, G, a youth in a white shirt, asked rather excitedly, "Heh? Brother, you're of the pseudo-imperishable physique too." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm not, You're the real imperishable soul physique?" The youth in white satirized to his face. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "How do you know what I was going to say?" The youth in white laughed loudly and said, "Everyone here says that they are the real imperishable soul physique." The others also started laughing in succession. Yi Yuan was speechless and could not help doubting himself. Could it be that I'm really of the pseudo-imperishable physique? The youth in the white shirt said proudly, "However, I'm different from you. Guys, The imperishable inheritance this time will definitely belong to me. Bye. Suishan. These people are merely accessories. That's all. Oh? How are you different from us? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Bai Suishan said proudly, because I've met Progenitor Imperishable before and obtained his elderly self's guidance before. The imperishable inheritance this time was actually opened up specifically for me by his elderly self. After I become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple, I'll definitely be able to step into the realm of hegemon. With this, everyone was no longer calm. Yi Yuan could not resist looking toward Cloud Neon. But he discovered that Cloud Neon had an indifferent look and did not show much. Clearly, she had already known about this a long time ago. It was just that what Yi Yuan found strange was that these people did not seem to know what opening up the imperishable inheritance was for. Yi Yuan understood this. After all, the matter of Hegemon Imperishable's disappearance was a shocking event. Once the information was leaked, the imperishable soul domain would sink into huge panic. But why did Cloud Neon tell him? Could it be that in Cloudmount's eyes, he had even higher hopes of obtaining the inheritance than Bai Tsuishan? Bai Tsuishan talked with a look of exultation. Turned out that he was a descendant of an East Soul region's major power. Several hundred years ago, Hegemon Imperishable came to find this major power and saw Bai Tsuishan in passing. Seeing that he was of the pseudo-imperishable physique, he casually gave a few words of guidance. Being able to be advised by Hegemon Imperishable, Bai Tsuishan was naturally not some amateur. If it was just a trash soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable definitely would not give pointers. Giving pointers would be a waste too. Sure enough, under Hegemon Imperishable's guidance, Bai Tsuishan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The opening up of the imperishable inheritance this time, to these pseudo-imperishable physiques, they just said that it was in order to deal with the blood race's invasion and that Hegemon Imperishable wanted to accept a disciple. Regarding the rest, these people did not know a thing. When Bai Tsuishan finished talking, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "So, that's how it is. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Looks like this time, we're really just playing supporting roles. I didn't expect that this time it's actually junior apprentice sister. Cloud Neon personally leading the team. Before everyone landed, a young man who was far from being handsome came forward to greet, doing his utmost to please and woo. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. Did you not have any idea what you look like? Sure enough, Cloudmount's expression seemed to turn a few degrees colder as she said coldly, Brother Shanyang, time is tight. Since everyone is here, let's start right away. Mountain Goat one? This name is pretty good, matching the person. Didn't this person look just like a mountain goat? When Mountain Goat saw that Cloud Neon had an attitude of keeping people 1,000 miles away, he could not help saying rather awkwardly, "Aha! What junior apprentice sister Cloud Neon says is right. Then, let's begin." The others also laughed secretly in their hearts. It was just that this Mountain Goat was an origin major power of the Central Soul region. His strength was almost on par with Cloud Neon. There was naturally no one who dared to laugh. The people leading the teams from the other 3 regions were all origin major powers too, coming forward to greet one after another. One could also tell from their attitudes that Cloud Neon's status in the imperishable soul domain was extremely high. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that the 5 great regions added up. The pseudo-imperishable soul physiques actually had close to 200 people. With this, everything was clear. It was completely worthless. Mountain Goat led everyone and arrived under a glazed pagoda. This glazed pagoda had a total of 7 floors, each level with a different color. This 7-colored pagoda is a chaos heavenly treasure. Back then, Progenitor Imperishable created it in order to search for a second imperishable physique. It's just a pity that nobody could become the second Hegemon Imperishable. The Seven-colored pagoda has not been opened up for 100,000 years already. This time, he Gemin Imperishable had a sudden impulse to accept a disciple. You all are also considered blessed people, Mountain Goat said. Hearing this, many people were extremely excited. It was as if Progenitor Imperishable's disciple had already been decided to be them. However, Yi Yuan also saw a purple-robed young man in the central soul region's team whose expression was very calm. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this person had probably already known about Progenitor Imperishable. Progenitor Imperishable left a trace of Soul Dao origin inside. What you all have to do is to find it and fuse with this trace of origin. As long as someone fuses with the origin, they will be able to become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple. Understood. Mountain Goat continued. Fusing origin. Doesn't that mean that I'll be an origin powerhouse in Emperor Cloud Heaven? Progenitor Imperishable's origin. This is a massive opportunity. This Soul Dao origin is mine. Nobody is allowed to snatch from me. As soon as they heard this, all the pseudo-imperishable physiques went crazy. This kind of massive opportunity was far too tempting for them. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. These guys are also too naive, right? If this power of origin was so easy to fuse, would the seven-colored pagoda still be here perfectly fine? Finished saying, Mountain Goat looked towards the purple-robed young man and said meaningfully, Wang Qian, Progenitor Imperishable, has pinned high hopes on you. Entering the seven-colored pagoda this time, you have to perform well. The purple-robed young man bowed and said, Martial Uncle, rest assured. Wang Qian definitely won't fail the mission. Mountain Goat nodded with a slight smile, his goat face growing longer. When the seven-colored pagoda opened up, Yi Yuan felt that his mist body seemed to have been ignited. Those pseudo-imperishable physiques rushed inside impatiently. Especially by Tsueshan, he practically rushed inside with howls. Wang Qian gave Yi Yuan a glance and also walked in. Yi Yuan was just about to go, but then Cloud Neon shouted, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not turn back and waved his hand and said, all right, so much crap. Relax. I want to find Progenitor Imperishable more than you. Finished saying, he went straight into the seven-colored pagoda. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few big shots all changed drastically. This brat actually knew? Younger sister Cloud Neon. How can you leak the matter in advance? West. Soul Region's team, an old woman questioned. Cloud Neon just said coolly, doesn't Wang Qian know too? The old man said in a solemn voice, how is that the same? Wang Qian, he's Progenitor Imperishable's lineage heir in the first place. Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said, if I said it, so what about you? The old woman was angered until she billowed smoke from all seven orifices but was helpless to do anything. At this time, Mountain Goat came over to smooth things over, saying with a smile, hoo-hoo. If it said, there's no big deal. Young sister. Cloud Neon naturally won't betray the ancestor. It's just that, young sister. Cloud Neon seems to be very optimistic about this kid. Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, if someone can really fuse with the origin, it can only be him. But Mountain Goat smiled and said, doesn't younger sister Cloud Neon know that? Before the progenitor went missing, he already had the intention of letting Wang Qian enter the seven-colored pagoda? Where did this kid pop out from? Cloud Neon said coolly, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. But the old woman sneered and said, do you think that only your East Soul region can find geniuses? Our West Soul region's Zhou Yan similarly has the strength to fuse with the origin. The other two chuckled, clearly quite confident in the people that they brought. Yong. In the first level space, a drumming sound suddenly came over. Yi Yuan only felt that his soul physique was shocked by this noise until it was about to collapse and dissipate. Far away, a miserable cry came over. Clearly, the soul body had already been scattered. Can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. just based on your paltry skills, and you also want to obtain the origin. A mocking voice came from behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, who could it be if not Wang Qian? Clearly, Wang Qian had also discovered him in the crowd. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, since the central soul region called everyone over, it shows that their confidence in you is still lacking. Isn't that so? Wang Qian's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, "You're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you feel that you can kill me, you can come and try." This Wang Qian was merely a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven too. It was simply impossible to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously either. Wang Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Don't need me to take action. You can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. You'll be wiped out by the seven-colored pagoda very soon." Yong! Right at this time, another drumming sound occurred. This sound seemingly wanted to enter people's bone marrows. Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to show signs of dissipation under this drumming. Wang Qian's soul body was clearly much stronger. He was not affected at all. He looked at Yi Yuan, snickering to no end. "Hoo-hoo? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's talking about you, right? Savor the taste of the twilight drum daybreak bell well." As he said these words, Wang Qian leaped and disappeared. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Not far away, many people were directly scattered under this twilight drum daybreak bell. However, the pseudo-imperishable physique was an imperishable physique too. They recovered back to new very quickly. It was just that their soul bodies did not seem to be as condensed as before anymore. This made Yi Yuan certain that the twilight drum daybreak bell could kill people. But this was clearly a land of inheritance. Why did it want to kill people? Yong! Ahead, a pseudo-imperishable physique directly exploded. Then he stopped reviving as well. He turned to ashes. Many people started panicking. Wang Qian looked at the panic on people's faces, his face full of a ridiculing expression. A bunch of ant-like things also had wishful thinking about finding the origin. Even if it was given to you, can you fuse with it? Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, discovering that several people were still searching around. "MN? If I didn't remember wrongly, that's Great Emperor Whiteshadow's grandson by Tsueshan, right? This kid had a great lucky chance too to obtain progenitor Imperishable's guidance. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak." Wang Qian muttered to himself. Yong! Another drumbeat. This time, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly turned to ashes. Wang Qian felt that his soul body also became a bit uncomfortable. He knew that the effect of this drumming sound was each blow being stronger than the last. If he stayed for a long time, it would cause tremendous damage to his soul body. These imperishable soul physiques, were not truly imperishable. Amen. At this time, he saw someone from the peripherals of his eyes. Yi Yuan. Following this drumbeat, Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered his soul body again. It was just that this time, it was clearly much dimmer than the last time. A hint of a smile showed at the corners of Wang Qian's mouth. His figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a look of amusement, "It's just the 7th drumbeat, and you already can't hold on? 9 drums, 7 bells, each claiming lives. Kid, you have to take care." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "Relax. Even if you die, I won't die too." Wang Qian snickered and said, "Still being stubborn on your deathbed? Relax. I'll keep on paying attention to you." Finished saying, Wang Qian laughed loudly and left. Bai Tsueshan also discovered that Yi Yuan was scattering even more. He came over to urge, saying, "Yi Yuan, stop forcing it. You'll die. Give up. I give up. I give up. I can't take it anymore. I give up." Right at this time, many people around started to howl loudly. Before entering, the team leaders told them, and as long as they shouted, "I give up," these 3 words to the sky, they would be automatically transported out. However, they did not. For a time, alarm and fear spread. Why? Why am I still here? I gave up already. Hurry up and transport me out. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I give up. I give up. I give up. Many people's yells carried sobs. But they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they yelled, there were
no movements.
Yong. With another drumbeat, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly died. This time, they finally discovered that they could not go out anymore. Liars. You bunch of liars. I won't let you all off even if I become a ghost? Sniff. Sniff. Many people started cursing. Even Wang Qian's expression changed drastically too. What ruthless means. This was forcing them all, these people, toward death. Very clearly, those people outside had long already made a decision. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, then there was no need to go out anymore. This was not some inheritance. This was a salvation that had to succeed. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, they would not be able to find hegemon imperishable. Then what was the use of them, these pseudo-imperishable
Physique powerous?
Of course, this also meant cutting off all means of retreat, cutting off their paths of survival, squeezing out all of their potential to search for the origin and fusing with the origin. Wang Qian's gaze turned intent, and he roared angrily, "All shut up for me!" He was extremely strong. With this roar, it made everyone quieten down at once. Everyone carried extremely terrified expressions, looking toward Wang Qian. Wang Qian's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a cold voice, "You all don't need to harbor fantasies anymore. Only one person among us can go out. Only by finding the origin and fusing with it can one walk out of here. Crying and yelling here is useless. Go and find the origin. Only by finding the origin can you survive." A word woke up the dreamer. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, as long as they found the origin, they would be able to live. Hence, everyone became incomparably frenzied. Bai Zuishan also came to a realization and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Go! Hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, we'll all have to die. This place is the land of inheritance. Why is there such a twilight drum? Daybreak bell." Yi Yuan did not leave. He muttered under his breath. Bai Zuishan got anxious and said, "My God, you're still in the mood to say this? A breath late and you'll be dead." But Yi Yuan ignored him and murmured to himself, "What's the benefit in killing people? This first level is stark empty. There's nothing at all. Is it just for the sake of killing people? That's not right. This twilight drum, daybreak bell is fishy. Goodness, what can be fishy? Hurry up and go find the origin." Bai Zuishan really panicked. However, this guy was loyal to his friends. Seeing that Yi Yuan was in a daze, he did not leave. At this time, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he actually sat down on the spot. Bai Zuishan was stupefied and said anxiously, "Goodness me, what are you doing here? If we can't find the origin, we'll all have to die." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you go and search for it." "I'm not searching anymore." Bai Zuishan could not do anything about it and stomped his feet hard as he said, "My word, you weirdo. I'm going." Yong. The ninth drumbeat sounded out, and Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. When he recovered again, his soul body became even dimmer. Wang Qian saw Yi Yuan because he was too eye-catching. Hence, he came over and said in a cold voice, "Other people are all searching for the origin. What are you doing?" Yi Yuan ignored him but savored the drumbeat earlier in detail, as well as the feeling of the soul body collapsing. Wang Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Go and search for the origin for me now. Otherwise, I'll kill you now." Yi Yuan still ignored him. Boom! Wang Qian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly striking with a terrifying palm. His strength was significantly stronger than Feng Rue. Yi Yuan's soul body was directly disintegrated by him. But very soon Yi Yuan recovered again. Imperishable soul physique, even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, it was not that easy to be killed either. Furthermore, being killed by him did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Yuan. What was truly threatening was the twilight drum daybreak bell. Yi Yuan felt it. What this twilight drum daybreak bell destroyed was not just his soul body. It was even his consciousness. This was also to say that, in the end, even he would not be able to revive anymore. Wang Qian's gaze turned intent, and he said in a chilly voice, "Damn thing, really think that I can't kill you?" Hence, he released his aura fully. A terrifying soul force crept out in the Yong. Right at this time, the first bell ring sounded. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan. That horrifying soul force directly crumbled under this bell ring. Of course, Yi Yuan's soul body also collapsed again. The power of this bell ring was several times that of the drumbeat. This many, even more people died. Rather than wasting time with me here, it is better to hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, you'll die too, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wang Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If they can't find the origin, he would have to die too. Wang Qian gritted his teeth and flew away. "Are we being too vicious by doing so?" said a white-haired old man. He was North Seoul region's great emperor Mingjian. The old woman snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong? Just a bunch of imperishable soul physiques being able to die for progenitor, that's their honor. Moreover, whoever obtains the soul Tao origin, that will be their massive lucky chance. They can't even wait to thank us." Mountain Goat also laughed and said, "If people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Under our Peerless situation, they will be able to make a difference. They definitely won't be able to resolve their minds, so we can only help them." Junior apprentice. Sister Cloud Neon. Don't you think so? Cloudmount was silent. Mountain Goat's laughter seemed slightly awkward, and he was also quite angry in his heart. Sealing the 7-colored pagoda was agreed upon by the 5 great regions a long time ago. In order to find Hegemon imperishable, what did a few mere pseudo-imperishable
Physique count for?
Suddenly, a hint of a sneer flashed across the old lady's face as she said, "Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, this is the boy that you spoke of? Just the 7th drumbeat, and his soul body already can't hold up anymore." Cloud Neon still did not speak, as if she had heard nothing. The old woman felt like her punch landed on cotton. Very depressing. The old woman did not care whether or not Cloud Neon responded and still said, sarcastically, 9 drum beats, 7 bell rings, this kid probably can't even make it through the first round. Just this, and he still wants to fuse with the origin? What a joke! Great Emperor Mingjian also smiled and said, "This time, Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon has probably made an error of judgment. This kid is indeed rotten mud that can't hold up a wall." Being so highly regarded by Cloud Neon, the others were also full of expectations for him. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless? Forget about Wang Qian. Even compared to Bai Tsuishan, who was similarly from the East Seoul region, he was far too lacking as well. Mountain Goat smiled and said, although it was being forced to finding the 5 great regions' pseudo-imperishable physiques was just to make provisions for contingencies. But actually, the one who's most suitable to fuse with the origin is none other than Wang Qian. The old lady smiled coldly and said, Shanyang, this old lady, don't like to hear these words. Our West Seoul region's Zuolang isn't inferior to Wang Qian. Dong. The 3rd round. The 3rd bell ring sounded. Wang Qian's soul body immediately scattered at the sound of it. These top powerhouses already could not bear it anymore. Some of these pseudo-imperishable physiques were powerful and had even reached Emperor Vast Heaven already. However, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell's effect on each person was different. If you were Emperor Vast Heaven, it would give you the power of Emperor Vast Heaven. If you were True Sovereign Heaven, it would give you the power of True Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, the longer you last, it showed that the pseudo-imperishable physique was stronger. For Wang Qian to be able to last until now, it was already very difficult. There were fewer and fewer figures around him. They should have long died out. Damn it! Where on earth is the origin? If the origin can't be found, this twilight drum daybreak bell will get stronger and stronger all the way until it kills us all. Wang Qian became somewhat anxious. The 7-colored pagoda was divided into a total of 7 levels. Each level would have an origin fragment. Only by finding 7 origin fragments could one attempt to fuse with the origin. But this first level was already so difficult. His expression was ugly to the extreme. The first level space was not considered big. With over 100 of them, they already dug 3 feet into the ground of the first level. However, they did not discover traces of the origin fragment. This drove everyone virtually crazy. My soul body has already collapsed. That punk called Yi Yuan has already had his soul disintegrated now, right? Wang Qian remembered Yi Yuan at the behest of supernatural powers and could not resist returning to find Yi Yuan. He discovered that Yi Yuan was indeed no longer in the same place. Sure enough, he was already dead. Inexplicably, a hint of delight flashed across in Wang Qian's heart. But very soon he started smiling bitterly. What am I competing with a dead man who? Soon, I'll become a dead man too. Sure enough, the origin that progenitor imperishable left behind was not so easy to find. Sorry, progenitor imperishable. Wang Qian is incompetent and can't find you. Brother Wang, why are you still hanging around here? I see that your soul body is about to collapse. If you still don't go and find Master Yi, you probably can't last much longer. At this time, a voice sounded out behind Wang Qian. Wang Qian turned around. He knew this person. He was also of the central soul region called Sangyu. His strength was very average. Seeing Sangyu, he could not help being taken aback and said, Sangyu, you're actually not dead yet. In his view, Sangyu should have died long ago. Sangyu chuckled and said, I also thought that I was going to die. It is, thanks to Master Yi. Otherwise, with my bit of strength, I would really have long died. Wang Qian was taken aback and said, Master Yi? Who's Master Yi? Your soul body. He discovered to his surprise that Sangyu's soul body became extremely solid. It was even more solid than when he just entered. Logically speaking, the twilight drum daybreak bell had already sounded for 3 rounds. Even if he was not dead yet, his soul body should also have been overwhelmed a long time ago. What's going on here? Sangyu smiled radiantly and said, Oh, Master Yi is East Soul Region's Yi Yuan. It's he who comprehended the profound meaning of the twilight drum daybreak bell and imparted the method to train the imperishable soul physique. To us, that's how we escaped the calamity. Otherwise, all these people, would be dead for sure in the first level. Wang Qian's eyes became wide saucers, and he looked at Sangyu in disbelief as he said in shock, You're saying using the twilight drum daybreak bell to
train the impérissable sous le physique?
How is this possible? Sangyu smiled and said, Yeah, originally I also felt that it was impossible. But Master Yi said that since progenitor imperishable left behind the inheritance, it's definitely not to kill people but to let the imperishable soul physique become stronger. The twilight drum daybreak bell sounds formidable, but it actually secretly contains an extremely profound technique. As long as you find the method, you'll be able to make the imperishable soul physique become even stronger. You look at me now. Is my soul body much more solid than before? Tumultuous waves had long already set off in Wang Qian's heart. It was still his first time hearing that the twilight drum daybreak bell still had such a version. His first reaction was that he felt that it was ridiculous. But Sang Yu's soul body was indeed more solid than before. Dong! Right at this time, another bell rang. Wang Qian only felt that his soul body was about to be shocked into a pile of loose sand. After expending a Herculean effort, Wang Qian finally recondensed his soul body. But the moment he looked at Sang Yu, he became completely dumbfounded. Sang Yu's soul body was scattered too. In fact, it was scattered even more thoroughly than him. That mass of misty air was already so thin and one virtually could not see it anymore. But very soon, Sang Yu's soul body condensed again. Furthermore, it became even more solid than just now. Sang Yu looked at Wang Qian with a sympathetic look and said, "Brother Wang, Master Yi is currently in the northwest direction, preaching Tao to everyone. You hurry over. I know that you have some conflict with Master Yi. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Master Yi is magnanimous and won't haggle over it with you. With how your soul body is at most 2 or 3 bell rings, you'll probably disintegrate. My skills are poor and I don't dare to casually impart it. You'd better listen to Master Yi personally expound on Tao. Alright, not talking anymore. I still have to go and search for the origin fragment. I'll be leaving first." Finished speaking, he left behind the panic-looking Wang Qian and turned around and left. Wang Qian's heart was in turmoil. To go was not a solution. To not go was also not a solution. He thought that there were fewer and fewer people and they all died. Who knew that they all went to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao? This Sang Yu was originally just an ant-like existence in his eyes. But now, looking at the appearance of his soul body, it was actually even more solid than his. This was too demoralizing. But his pride did not allow him to bow his head to Yi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even a group of ants can comprehend the twilight drum daybreak bell. I'm from the central soul region. As someone who's regarded highly by progenitor imperishable, can't I comprehend it? Without a butcher, there isn't pork or meat anymore." Getting to work at once, Wang Qian sat down, diligently feeling each time his soul body collapsed previously. Yong! The daybreak bell sounded again. Wang Qian's soul body was disintegrated again. This time, it became a little harder for him to condense his soul body. But he did not believe in heresy. Time slowly trickled by, and Wang Qian finally tided over another round of twilight drum daybreak bell. His soul body was already dim to the extreme. However, he did not have any comprehension. The twilight drum daybreak bell was still the twilight drum daybreak bell. Each drumbeat was killing him. Wang Qian despaired. It seemed like he really could not eat pork. Why? Why can Yi Yuan do it? But I can't. Wang Qian cried out in despair. No way. I can't die here. He used all the strength in his body and sped toward the northwest direction. Desperately. When the dead dog-like Wang Qian appeared in front of Yi Yuan, he was still quite surprised. He still thought that Wang Qian would rather break than bend and not come and look for him even if he died under the twilight drum daybreak bell. Save me. When he yelled this sentence out, Wang Qian felt so ashamed. Feeling the strange gazes around him, he only felt his face burn fiery hot. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Someone as proud as him, how did he become like a dog, wagging his tail in front of the enemy and begging for mercy? This kind of scene should have been reversed in his understanding. But now, it was him who was begging in front of Yi Yuan for his charity. However, he was really going to die. On the way over, he suffered another 2 drumbeats. His life was already really tough to actually forcefully pull through. Yi Yuan, save me. Wang Qian cried out in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, with words droning out of his mouth. Dozens of people had already gathered around Yi Yuan. They were all listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. There was also another group of people who already stopped comprehending and went to search for the origin on their own. The others could not care about Wang Qian's embarrassment, listening attentively one after another. Wang Qian perked his spirit up fully, listening attentively to each word that Yi Yuan said. All of a sudden, his entire body trembled. It turned out that the imperishable soul physique could still be understood. Like this, the imperishable soul physique was not immortal and imperishable. This imperishable soul physique needed to be tempered too. The twilight drum daybreak bell was used to temper the misty air, making it become even more unassailable. And this method of tempering also broadened Wang Qian's horizons. So that's how it was. Why did I not think of that? This was not difficult. This guy must have accidentally stumbled across it. 1. The matters in the world were actually often not profound. Just a little bit and it would be clear. However, it was often this little bit that was the hardest. Wang Qian was very clear about it. His comprehension ability was very high. But he did not have the ability to see through this point. However, when others pointed it out, he did not feel that others were very impressive. He just felt that others were lucky. That was all. He had never thought about it before this. It was not the first time that someone had entered this seven-colored pagoda. During these countless years, countless people had entered before, but no one could see through this. Just this, and Yi Yuan was stronger than countless people. He, Wang Qian, was also merely one of these countless people. Hence, his soul body strengthened once more. At this time, Yi Yuan's soul body had already become extremely solid. When the daybreak bell sounded again, Yi Yuan's soul body stood firm like a mountain without the slightest sign of collapse. In fact, not even a trace of misty air formed. Suddenly, the space shook. A spatial door appeared in front of everyone. It's the door leading to the second floor. Amen? That's origin fragment. Turns out that as long as one reaches grand completion, enshrouding mist soul physique under the twilight drum daybreak bell, the origin fragment will appear. At this time, a glass fragment-shaped object appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Was brightly colored. This piece of glass fragment belonged to him. Many people's eyes turned red. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the origin fragment with a smile. All right, the twilight drum daybreak bell has passed. We can enter the second level. Of course, those who want to continue cultivating can still continue to stay in the first level. Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped right into the door of the second floor. Everyone exchanged glances. However, very soon, someone rushed into the second level after him. At this time, Wang Qian's soul body had already pretty much been restored. In fact, it was even stronger than before. He immediately rushed into the second level without the slightest hesitation. Humph! The twilight drum daybreak bell is merely thus. In the second round, I absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan, Wang Qian said with disdain in his heart. Bai Cuishan's soul body had not reached the realm of grand completion yet. He thought about it and still stayed behind. There were also a few who similarly stayed behind, but there were not many. Ah! What a terrifying sea of fire. Is this round the legendary rebirth in fire? The first round was the inheritance that tempers the soul body. Then what is this round's inheritance? Not good. My soul body is clearly already much stronger, but it still can't withstand the power of this fire sea. As soon as they entered the second round, many people felt that their soul body was about to collapse. Their soul body had already been greatly strengthened in the first level, but it still could not resist the power of this flame. Yi Yuan's soul body was much stronger than theirs. He did not feel anything. However, he fell into contemplation again very quickly. What was this second round's inheritance? When he was in the Nirvana Soul Hall, he had once entered the soul refining furnace and felt the tempering of Tao fire before. Could it be that this round was to continue tempering in this flame? It was just that when Yi Yuan thought of this, the others clearly thought of the same thing too. Hey, I understand. Even if it's the imperishable, it also needs to experience continuous tempering. Only when myriad great Tao can't even refine your soul body can that be called imperishable soul physique. Progenitor imperishable must have already reached that realm. Since that's the case, let's do it. Wang Qian swept away the decadence of the first round and smiled confidently. his body turning into mist, soaking in the flames. Immediately he felt endless scorching. A muffled ground came out of the misty air. Clearly, the current Wang Qian was in great agony. However, he did not care. He carefully felt this scorching, wanting to make use of this grilling to let the soul body become stronger. Yi Yuan's face revealed a pondering look. Is it really like this? And not good, my soul body. My soul body can't hold on anymore. Arg. It's so hot. I can't do it anymore as well. My soul body is clearly already very strong. But why can't I hold on? With the passage of time, many people started to crumble. The temperature of the fire sea seemed to be getting higher and higher. Their misty air was evaporating bit by bit, becoming faded. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Originally, they thought that by relying on Yi Yuan's teachings in the first round, a powerful soul body was sufficient to survive. But they had clearly miscalculated. Wang Qian was no exception either. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his enshrouding mist soul physique, Wang Qian had a feeling of getting slapped in the face. He attempted to use this powerful fire sea to temper the soul body. But it was useless. His soul body was still being weakened little by little. Yi Yuan was not far away from him. Within his sight, he could see that Yi Yuan was still frowning and contemplating, and he did not turn into mist form, either. But all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure moved, turning into a cloud of misty. When Wang Qian saw, he could not help scoffing as he said, "Hoo-hoo," pretending to be profound. Do you really think that you're so lucky every time? In the first round, you were merely lucky. That's all. In this second round, you've pondered for half a day. Isn't it still this move? What's the difference? Compared to us, Wang Qian already understood that regarding this seven-colored pagoda, the thing inherited was different in each round. But, as for the specifics of the inheritance, it required one to fumble themselves. He knew that he had not found the way yet. And Yi Yuan likewise had not found the way. The first round, it was merely accidentally stumbled upon by him. That was, oh, yoch so hot. I feel that my soul body is almost vaporizing. Yi Yuan, have you found the method to crack this round? I, old Bai, will learn from you. Bai Cuishan's strange cry transmitted over. Wang Qian's face turned black. Did this fellow want face or not? Bai Cuishan, you're also a genius who had been guided by progenitor before. You'll follow behind others to hitch a ride. Wang Qian said in a cold voice. Bai Cuishan gave Wang Qian a glance and suddenly put on a weak state as he said, Save me. Yi Yuan, save me. The moment Wang Qian saw, his face instantly turned black as the bottom of a boat. Wasn't this appearance precisely his tail-wagging appearance when he was begging in the first round? This was his lifetime humiliation. Bai Cuishan, this guy, actually rubbed salt on his wound. TCH, who was it that pestered Yi Yuan incessantly in the first round? Why? Forgot everything in a blink of an eye. Bai Cuishan said with a disdainful look. Wang Qian's eyes spewed fire as he roared angrily. Bai Cuishan, today if I, Wang Qian, don't kill you, I swear that I'm lesser than human. Wang Qian had completely exploded. He ignored his rapidly depleting soul force currently, pouncing over toward Bai Cuishan frenziedly. Bai Cuishan jumped in fright too. His strength was naturally far below that of Wang Qian. For Wang Qian to be able to be thought highly of by the central soul region, he was naturally not an ordinary genius. The moment he went crazy, Bai Cuishan felt the pressure coming like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Boom! In an instant, the two people exchanged blows. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan, flying out backward. Bai Cuishan looked at his own palm somewhat disbelievingly, his face looking confused. Why did I become so powerful? Bai Cuishan said with an innocent look. Does Brother Bai really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Although your soul body isn't as perfect as Master Yi, you stand out among us. 2. While Wang Qian's soul body has been roasting in this round for a long time he's long already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time how could he be your match? Beside him someone who entered together with Bai Suishan explained. The moment Bai Suishan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said, "So, that's how it is. TSK, along the way here I was still saying that I'll protect Yi Yuan. In the end, when we entered here it's all Yi Yuan who's covering me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yuan, have you cracked this round or not? Old Bai, am already too hungry to wait." Over at the other side, Wang Qian almost wanted to vomit blood. When did Bai Suishan become so strong? He naturally knew that his condition was not good. But he touched his own heart and felt that there was still no problem in dealing with Bai Suishan, who knew that he could not even block a move from him. This showed that Bai Suishan already made great progress by tempering his body. With the twilight drum daybreak bell in the first round. Was the gap actually so big? He entered the second level in order to snatch the origin fragment. Who knew that Bai Suishan actually already grew to this point in the first level? He suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed something. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught on fire. His misty air actually combusted in the fire sea. When Wang Qian saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! What did I say? He was simply a blind cat bumping into a dead rat in the first round. It was completely luck. In this round, he revealed his true colors, right? Burn. Burn away. Best that he burns to ashes. At this time, Wang Qian had indescribable delight in his heart. He would rather die here than be willing to see Yi Yuan continue to be impressive. In front of Yi Yuan, his humiliation could no longer be cleansed. The expressions of Bai Suishan and the rest also instantly became solemn. What's going on here? Yi Yuan, are you alright? Bai Suishan said worriedly. Master Yi, don't scare us. It's over. It's over. In this round, even Master Yi has succumbed. Looks like we're all dead for sure this time. Many people already saw Yi Yuan burn up, holding on in the fire sea until now. Their soul bodies already almost could not bear it anymore. The only hope was Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan himself also could not make it anymore? With this, it was over. Heh! Reckless and blind thing. This 7-colored pagoda has been placed here. For how many years? Nobody can make it through the 7 levels at all to collect all of the origin fragments. Just the likes of you also want to flip the heavens? Wang Qian said with a loud laugh. Many people shot angry gazes at him. But anger was useless too. Yi Yuan looked like he was about to die. Yi Yuan's misty air was currently burning, already almost merging into one with the surrounding flames. When the misty air completely disappeared, Yi Yuan would also be equivalent to being gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's misty air was currently becoming the fire sea bit by bit. The people started to despair. In fact, Yi Yuan did not even resist at all inside. Wang Qian felt very delighted and even had the satisfaction of having taken revenge. Watching Yi Yuan die in front of him was also a kind of enjoyment, was it not? Finally, Yi Yuan's misty gas completely disappeared. The place where he originally was already completely turned into a stretch of fire sea, completely fusing into one with the fire sea in the second level. Space. Dead. Finally dead. So what if he solved the twilight drum daybreak bell and acquired the origin fragment? Aren't you still going to die here all the same? Ha ha ha. Wang Qian said with a loud laugh. Everyone's expressions became gloomy. Their last trace of hope was also dashed. But right at this time, a figure suddenly condensed and formed, appearing in the fire sea. Wang Qian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes hard. Was his eyesight failing? Did his hatred already make him hallucinate? Was not that
Yi Yuan?
Is it Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? He had clearly already been burned. Completely just now. Hang on. He really didn't die. He might have comprehended. The last sentence was said by Bai Suishan. With the experience of the first level, Bai Tsuishan felt that it was very likely that Yi Yuan had comprehended it again. Yi Yuan's resurrection from the dead might have a lot to do with this level's inheritance. In the fire sea, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over leisurely. Wang Qian could not help shuddering. Just now, his voice was the loudest. It was like if Yi Yuan died, he could directly enter hegemon. But now, he could not laugh anymore. You hope for me to die so much, then if I can solve the stage now, do you want to listen to my preaching on Tao? Yi Yuan looked toward Wang Qian and said with a smile that was not a smile. Wang Qian seemed like a duck who had its neck being pinched. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. Yeah, do I listen or not? To listen or not? Listen, he could live, but his face would be gone. Not listening, he would be dead for sure, and his face looked like it would be gone too. How shameful! Why would such emotions appear time and again? How impressive is Wang Qian? He can comprehend Tao on his own. Why would he need to listen to Master Yi preach on Tao? Right. Master Yi comprehending Tao, that's a blind cat bumping into a dead rat too. It's not a big deal. Great Master Wang doesn't need it at all. What did he say? Master Yi just got lucky and isn't fit to be mentioned in the same breath with him, Wang Qian. How can this little thing that Master Yi comprehended enter his Wang Qian's sights? Wang Qian was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. He discovered that he seemed to have already become the common target for scorn. Earlier, he seemed to have been too carried away, resulting in offending everyone. Now, the outside world had sealed off the seven-colored pagoda. Everyone's biggest wish was actually just to survive. As for the origin fragment, it became secondary. But he was burning with jealousy earlier and completely did not think things through before saying it. With this, it really incurred public wrath. What these people were saying, they directly blocked off all of his paths of retreat. So awkward. But over here, Bai Tsuishan could not wait any longer, running next to Yi Yuan. Urging Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, quickly say, what the hell is with this damn place? I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think I already understand the meaning of the
impérissable sous le physique.
Bai Tsuishan was taken aback and said in a daze, what meaning can the
impérissable sous le physique have?
Of course, it means being unable to be killed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, how can there be an unkillable person in this world? Although hegemon realm powerhouses have transcended heavenly stratum, they will die too.
The impérissable sous le physique isn't
unkillable. We all have been misled by this name. Everyone listened attentively, feeling an upsurge of emotion. They felt that they seemed to be about to hear a massive secret. Even Wang Qian also could not resist perking his ears up. Meanwhile, many people cast disdainful gazes towards him. Wang Qian discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of chasing him away. Hence, he was not going anywhere. In order to live, throw away his face. Either way, his face had been utterly lost too. Wang Qian suddenly felt the delight of liberation in his heart. Sure enough, as that saying went, a shameless person was invincible. The feeling of shamelessness is really great. It is as if the air here is teeming with freshness. The misty gas is born from chaos, so the soul physique that we awakened is actually a physique of chaos too. It's the same logic as those super powerhouses born in chaos and being extremely powerful. But we're different from them. Doesn't that mean that we also have the potential to become hegemons? Someone could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course. Furthermore, we have a greater advantage than them. After pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, those powerhouses were molded by chaos and only inherited a certain aspect of chaos. But the misty gas is shapeless and immaterial. It can develop all life in the world. You can be a powerful thunderbolt. You can be the vast earth. You can also be an apocalyptic fire. Just like this level, progenitor imperishable actually wants to tell us how to turn into heaven and earth fire with the misty gas and burn all things. Think that if this move is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to pry into origin and be like Hegemon Flame God, turning all to ashes with a wave of his hand. Hegemon Flame God was a powerful hegemon whose reputation shook the heavens. He controlled the fire of all words. His attack techniques were unparalleled. Under the heavens, even if ordinary hegemons encountered him, they would be filled with deep terror too. When many people heard it, they could not resist feeling an upsurge of emotion. Even thinking about it, they felt impressive too. But Wang Qian laughed coldly and said, "According to what you say, if we all, these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were to cultivate to the extreme, wouldn't all the hegemons be unable to beat us when added up too?" The moment he spoke, there were immediately dozens of gazes that swept over Wang Qian. "If you don't talk, nobody will think that you're mute. Hoo-hoo. If you're impressive, why can't you gain enlightenment on Tao? Keep talking and I'll beat you to death." The last sentence was said by Zuishan. He was currently overflowing with confidence. However, Wang Qian did not pay the slightest attention to it. Once a person made up their mind to be shameless, that was true invincibility. "I'll just thicken my face and stay right here. What can you do to me?" But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "According to my explanation, it's theoretically like this. It's just that even if it's hegemon realm powerhouses, there isn't enough time and energy to specialize in one or several Daos. Wanting to comprehend myriad great Dao and reach hegemon realm at the same time is clearly not too realistic." The moment Wang Qian heard, he said disdainfully, "TCH? You've said it all. Either way, there's no way of verifying this either. Despicable. Too despicable." Many people glared and really wanted to beat him up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my conjecture is right, the few levels at the back should also be like this second floor, all of which is to derive all kinds of forms with the mist body." The moment Wang Qian heard, he laughed coldly again and said, "Do you think that you're a roundworm in progenitor imperishable stomach? Whatever you say will be what it is. If it isn't like that at the back, then what?" Yi Yuan still said with a smile, "Then beat you to death." Wang Qian choked and lost his temper. Now, a word from Yi Yuan and he would have to suffer the siege of 100 people. He was impressive, but he could not fend them off. Yi Yuan letting him listen to the sermon here was already a massive favor. Hence, Yi Yuan started preaching on Tao. He was preaching to everyone how to derive the power of flames with the mist body. It looked simple, but actually this was more than a level harder than the first level's Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Some people were extremely talented and had gained better comprehension very quickly, but some were unable to find the correct approach. Some people were slow to learn and completely burned to death by this blazing fire. Bai Zuishan's talent was indeed extremely high. He learned very quickly. Wang Qian's talent was significantly greater than Bai Zuishan. He learned faster. He desperately developed the power of flames, trying to surpass Yi Yuan. However, before long, another spatial door appeared in front of everyone, and another piece of origin fragment appeared next to Yi Yuan. He reached grand completion once again. Wang Qian discovered to his dismay that he could forever only eat dust behind
Yi Yuan.
This guy's comprehension ability was seriously too monstrous. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the spatial door, Wang Qian gritted his teeth and followed after. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could really foretell things accurately. Bai Zuishan and the rest of this batch of people were in no rush. They had already tasted the benefits in the first level. They were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Upon entering the third level, Wang Qian's expression changed. Wind. This place was endless wind. Wild gale-like blades, blowing until his soul body was close to collapsing. "Heh! Looks like you won't be beaten to death." Sure enough, the inheritances in these later few levels are exactly the same as Master Yi expected. By the side, Sang Yu mocked him. The current Zhang Yu had already become Yi Yuan's hardcore follower. His strength was weak to begin with. His comprehension ability was also not high among this group of people. If not for Yi Yuan, he would have definitely been in the first batch that died. But now, not only did he survive, his soul body became much more powerful than before. Therefore, he found Wang Qian displeasing to the eye. There was wind everywhere here. Even a moron could guess that what needed to be comprehended this round was the misty air turning into wind. Those few rounds at the back naturally also had an extremely high probability of being what Yi Yuan expected, turning into other attributes with the misty air. Talk again after clearing the round. It's still hard to say what it will be like now. Wang Qian was still stubborn as he said those words. Yi Yuan ignored him and started preaching on Tao. Wang Qian also mustered up his strength and raced with Yi Yuan. However, it was still a crushing defeat. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a genius, he was also being flung more than 10 streets behind by Yi Yuan in comprehending mist turning into wind. In the end, it was still Yi Yuan preaching Tao that he gained sudden enlightenment. However, Wang Qian no longer cared. Either way, he was already being shameless. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? But in his heart, he was shocked. He naturally knew how difficult this kind of comprehension was. However, it was not a problem at all with Yi Yuan. Regardless of whether it was mist turning into wind, mist turning into fire, or mist turning into lightning, Yi Yuan could comprehend it swiftly and reached the realm of grand completion. Wang Qian could not imagine at all. Everyone was of the pseudo-imperishable
Physique.
What right did Yi Yuan have to be able to accomplish this? Of course, Yi Yuan already gradually understood some things. Him being able to comprehend quickly, comprehension ability was naturally one aspect. But a big part of the reason was that his soul physique could integrate into heaven and earth, and it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to restore the enshrouding
Mist sous le physique.
Although Yi Yuan had not met Hegemon Imperishable before, he felt that Hegemon Imperishable was likely the same as him. He was of the true enshrouding mist soul physique. The others did not have this ability. If the misty air was completely wiped out, they would really be dead. This 7-colored pagoda was actually the legacy that Hegemon Imperishable customized for the true imperishable soul physique. Only the true imperishable soul physique could pass through these 7 levels. The first level was to lay down the foundation for the enshrouding mist soul
Physique, strengthening on les elfes.
While at the back, it was mist transforming into myriad Tao. Of course, these 6 levels were just the beginning. But with this foundation, the road in the future would become much easier. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone outside the pagoda had long already fallen into shock, because they had already completely lost control of the 7-colored pagoda's situation. How is this possible? Over 100 people stepped into the 7th level. At the same time, what on earth happened in the 7-colored pagoda? The old woman had a look of confusion. Just earlier, there were still over 100 people who were still alive that stepped into the last level one after another. Then the few major powers present completely lost it. In this 1 month, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. It seemed like apart from the casualty rate being a little high in the first floor, the levels at the back became incomparably smooth. The cannon fodders that they led here actually cleared one level after another. This kind of situation simply made all the jaws hit the ground. North Seoul region's old man frowned and said, "This 7-colored pagoda wouldn't have a problem, right? This kind of thing has never happened before." Mountain Goat immediately said, "Are you kidding me? What can go wrong with the chaos heavenly treasure that progenitor imperishable left behind?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Then how do you explain everything that happened in the pagoda?" Mountain Goat opened his mouth and actually had nothing to say in reply. Yeah, what on earth happened? He really wanted to know as well. Cloud Neon, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and said, I think it should be related to Yi Yuan. The moment the old woman heard, she snickered and said, Hoo-hoo? Junior. Apprentice Sister Cloud Neon really knows how to joke around. No matter whose turn it is, it won't be his turn too, Cloud Neon said coolly. In each round, Yi Yuan was the first to clear. Clearly, it has a lot to do with him. The old woman could not help laughing as she said, the first to enter the next floor, and it has something to do with him? Then if I'm the first to enter East Seoul region, will the entire East Seoul region be mine? Cloud Neon was expressionless and shut her mouth. She felt that she had no way of communicating with this idiot. Mountain Goat smiled and said, Hoo-hoo. They have already entered the 7th level and will be able to come out very soon. At that time everything will naturally come to light. Rumble. The space inside the 7-colored pagoda underwent enormous changes. The 7 spaces completely melted into one space. In the center of the space, there was a 7-hole crystal. Yi Yuan walked toward the 7-hole crystal and placed the obtained 7 pieces of origin fragments inside. All of a sudden, light shone in all directions. Several breaths later, a prismatic 7-colored crystal appeared in front of everyone. This was the wisp of origin that progenitor Imperishable left behind. Everyone's breathing became heavy. This tiny crystal was where the entire 7-colored pagoda's essence lay. What was the use no matter how much you comprehended? But, once you fused with the origin that was really soaring to the heavens in one bound, nobody could stop you anymore. Everyone cast envious gazes toward Yi Yuan. This piece of origin belonged to him. They palpitated with excitement, but no one came up to snatch. Nobody was a fool. This object was left behind by progenitor Imperishable for his successor. At present, this space already belonged to Yi Yuan. If they took action, that was courting death. However, in the next second, something that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly happened. Yi Yuan casually threw the origin crystal to Tsangyu, who was not far away, and said, You come. Try to fuse with it. Tsangyu was taken aback, wondering if he heard wrongly or not. Master Yi, stop joking around. Tsangyu, still have self-awareness. Yi Yuan said, I asked you to fuse, just fuse with it. What's with all the crap? I reckon that you probably can't fuse with it. Everyone come and try, see if anyone can succeed. Bai Tsueshan said, Yi Yuan, you aren't kidding, right? This is progenitor Imperishable's origin. A massive lucky chance, you don't want it. Yi Yuan said lightly, I have my own Tao. I don't want this origin.
Yeah.
Yuan won't walk other people's path. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If it was an ordinary hegemon's origin, then forget it. But this was hegemon Imperishable's origin. I can't. Tsangyu looked at Yi Yuan and laughed bitterly. He tried for half a day and ultimately still failed to fuse with it. Following that, a few more people tried it, but it still did not work. Clearly, fusing with origin, this sort of thing was not easy. I'll try it. Bai Tsueshan came forward on his own accord. Nobody could resist the allure of origin. Bai Tsueshan could not resist as, well, seeing that so many people failed, he was somewhat eager for action. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Brother Bai, do you trust me? Or not? Bai Tsueshan grinned and said, Without you, Yi Yuan, there wouldn't be me, Bai Tsueshan. Today, if I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you trust me, don't fuse with the origin. Bai Tsueshan was taken aback and said, Why? Yi Yuan said, Origin is a sharp weapon and also a shackle. You've already obtained progenitor Imperishable's inheritance. There's no need to fuse with his origin anymore. As long as you follow this path, your future accomplishments will definitely be above the person who fuses with the origin. In fact, even right now he might not be your match too. Yi Yuan had fused with an origin too, but hegemon Imperishable's origin was different from the Chaos Bloodstone's origin. That wisp of blood origin was not tainted with the slightest secular aura. Was completely born from chaos. Extremely pure. Yi Yuan did not have any side effects when fusing with the Dao sword. But Hegemon Imperishable's origin carried a thick personal brand. That was the Dao of Hegemon Imperishable. Fusing with this trace of origin, one's strength might soar rapidly in the beginning. But when time passed, it would be very hard to carve out your own path. When one reached Origin Realm and wanted to step into the realm of Hegemon, it would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan's impression of Bai Zuishan was pretty good. Although this person liked to posture, his thoughts were simple without distracting thoughts. During the first round previously, he even came to remind him to leave. Then later on, Bai Zuishan was also the person who comprehended the 7 Daos. The deepest among these people. His current strength already far surpassed Wang Qian. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided not to give the origin to him. Bai Zuishan thought about it and said, "All right, I won't fuse with it. If any of you want to fuse, take it." Everyone looked at Bai Zuishan with disbelieving faces. This guy was insane, right? One sentence from Yi Yuan and he gave the origin that was about to come to his hands to others? Even if it was very difficult to step into Hegemon realm in the future. Even if one reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, just this step of stepping into origin. From Emperor Sakura Heaven already stumped countless geniuses. Most people were still just Emperor Cloud Heaven. God knows how long Emperor Sakura Heaven would take. He did not want this massive lucky chance. Although Yi Yuan had received Yi Yuan's favor, they still felt that Bai Zuishan was a dumb person flushed with money and was hoodwinked by Yi Yuan. Many people started whispering to each other. When Wang Qian saw the scene, he sneered coldly. Hegemon Imperishable and everyone all descended from the same lineage. They were pseudo-imperishable physiques. Why would Hegemon Imperishable's origin cause a hindrance when stepping into Hegemon realm? Moreover, there was only Hegemon Imperishable alone who stepped into Hegemon realm with the pseudo-imperishable physique. No matter how strong the others were, they were unable to break through the shackle of Hegemon realm too. This origin could be said to be the only hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. Obstruction? Idiot. Very soon, many more people tried to integrate it, but all of them failed. Without exception. Fusing with origin had an extremely high requirement on talent. It was not that you could fuse with it when the origin was placed in front of you. Shall I try it? Wang Qian finally could not resist stepping forward. The moment he stepped forward, a wave of ridicules immediately came over. Wang Qian, do you still want face or not? Others all have the qualifications to try, but what qualifications do you have? Give up. It's impossible for Master Yi to let you try. Wang Qian was already invincible. He directly ignored these words and looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Give it a shot then. Either way, it's also a waste for this origin to be placed here." Wang Qian wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with a slap. "You're too freaking good at posturing. It turned out that your father was a rag and bone man?" The others also looked toward Yi Yuan in shock, wondering whether or not Yi Yuan became stupid from cultivation. Actually, Yi Yuan had his own considerations too. If no one here could fuse with it, then he could only fuse with it himself. With his mist physique, there was naturally no difficulty with fusing with it. But he was not willing. If he went out, Cloud Neon, that woman, would definitely force him to fuse with. Therefore, it was best if he could find someone to fuse with it among these people. Wang Qian received the crystal, his mood extremely agitated. He was someone that progenitor found promising. He had confidence in fusing with the origin. As long as he fused the origin, he would regain all the face that he had lost. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qian started fusing with the origin. His soul body gradually transformed into a mass of misty air, attempting to penetrate into the origin. Concerning his fusion, everything seemed to be going well. The origin crystal actually started to melt. Wang Qian was wildly elated in his heart, forcefully suppressing the agitated in his heart and continuing to integrate it, little by little, bit by bit. Finally, he felt an additional powerful to the extreme power in his soul body. Originally, the areas that he was confused about on the journey of Tao suddenly became enlightened at this time. Boom! Wang Qian's soul force rose rapidly and actually directly entered middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Everyone was dumbfounded. I actually really fused with it. No wonder great Emperor Shanyang was so optimistic about him. Turns out that his soul physique is really the closest to progenitor imperishable. Sigh! What's Master Yi thinking? Such a large piece he gave it away with both hands. Everyone around him either exclaimed, felt regretful, or was angry from his failure to live up to expectations. But they were unable to change the fact that Wang Qian fused with the origin. Ha ha ha! You didn't expect it, right, Yi Yuan? I Wang Qian fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. From now on, we're no longer of the same world. Wang Qian felt that he was currently powerful to the extreme. In fact, after possessing the origin, he felt that hegemon realm was within reach too. The things that were originally vague and insubstantial he currently felt that it was very solid. Hegemon imperishable's origin was not the average origin. This was the soul race's supreme hegemon whose strength roamed the heavens. Unobstructed, that kind of feeling could not be described with words at all. Yi Yuan was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that Wang Qian really fused with it. It seemed like Wang Qian's pseudo-imperishable soul physique was indeed very strong and already somewhat approached the real imperishable soul physique. However, no matter how close, it was also just pseudo-imperishable physique. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They did not have any good impression of Wang Qian. But now, circumstances were stronger than people. Many people started grumbling about Yi Yuan in their hearts. Wang Qian felt that he was very inflated. He arrived before Yi Yuan and said, with a disdainful look, Yi Yuan, didn't you say that he's stronger than me? After fusing with the origin, I'll have a battle with him now. You don't have objections, right? While talking, he pointed at Bai Tsuishan. The latter's expression changed, becoming somewhat fearful. He was originally not Wang Qian's match. Now, the other party fused with the origin. How could he possibly be his match? Yi Yuan's boast was a little too overboard. Wang Qian, you're showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Even if you fused with the origin, do you really think that so many of us are scared of you? Bai Tsuishan was somewhat threatening in manner but inwardly shaky as he said, this guy was like a dog previously. Now he actually jumped up again. He was somewhat unable to understand why Yi Yuan wanted to let him fuse the origin. Now, it was really somewhat difficult to dismount the tiger after climbing on. Wang Qian had long forgotten what face was and said with a smile, so what if I'm showing off my cleverness after coming off cheap? I didn't beg him to fuse with it either. This guy didn't have any good intentions either. Letting me fuse with it was just in order to humiliate me. It's just that he probably didn't expect that I, Wang Qian, am amazingly talented and actually really fused with it. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, the face that I lost, I'm gonna claim it back now. Everyone cussed Wang Qian for being shameless but could not do anything to him. This guy had the appearance of a villain intoxicated by success. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Bai, play with him. Bai Tsuishan's face turned black, and he said, I'm not his match. Yi Yuan said, Relax. I can still control this space. If he dares to harm you, I'll beat him to death. Wang Qian was speechless. Bai Tsuishan's eyes lit up, and he said, For real? Yi Yuan nodded his head and suddenly flipped his palm over. Boom! An enormous palm fell from the sky, directly pressing Wang Qian down to rub against the ground. Wang Qian was furious and let loose a torrent of abuse. Yi Yuan, F***CKUR. Grandma? Arg? I won't let you off. Bai Tsuishan was overjoyed when he saw the situation. How satisfying. They thought that after Wang Qian fused with the origin, he should be able to dominate this space. Who knew that Yi Yuan was still the master? Okay, I'll compete with him, Bai Zuishan said very readily. The giant palm vanished. Wang Qian was in a thunderous rage, both eyes blood red as he said, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Bang! He was pressed and drubbed again. I urge you to calm down. In this place, I can trample you at will.
Ye Yuan
said coolly. Wang Qian became quiet. Facing Bai Zuishan, Wang Qian's fury was already surging to the sky. He and Bai Zuishan had enmity too. Previously in the fire sea, Bai Zuishan suddenly smacked him flying. It even almost killed him. Being helpless against Yi Yuan, he was going to vent all of his anger on Bai Zuishan. Even if he could not kill him, he would also make him regret being born in this world. Feeling Wang Qian's surging fury, Bai Zuishan was rather scared. Wang Qian's awe-inspiring reputation was very strong. In their circle of pseudo-imperishable physiques, he was absolutely a big brother-level figure. His talent had once obtained progenitor imperishable's praise before. Bai Zuishan was really scared of Wang Qian. Although he had seriously comprehended all the things in the 7 floors of the 7-colored pagoda, there was no benchmark as to how much help these things had on his strength. He knew that he had become stronger, but he felt that he was still too unskilled to face off against the Wang Qian who fused with the origin. Moreover, Wang Qian was currently even a cultivation realm higher than him. Hoo-hoo? Bai Zuishan, prepare to bear my wrath. Wang Qian gave a cold laugh, and a fierce wind immediately surged. Sinister wind howled, blowing until people's soul bodies hurt. When everyone saw this move, they could not help sighing slightly. Divine wind nether kill. This move was the soul path mystic art that progenitor imperishable specially passed down for the pseudo-imperishable soul physique to cultivate. Furthermore, Wang Qian also cultivated mist transforming into wind here. The power of this move became even more terrifying. Sigh. Just this move is much more brilliant than us. The central soul region has always been transcendent with progenitor imperishable personally imparting mystic arts. What can we do? Under this blow, Bai Zuishan would be seriously injured even if he did not. What's even more deadly is that Wang Qian hasn't even employed the power of origin. All around came a series of sighs. The moment this move came out, they had already predicted the outcome. Central Soul region might not be very powerful in other aspects, but in imperishable soul physique this area, they were truly invincible. Wang Qian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, open your dog eyes and watch closely. Even if your father doesn't use the power of origin, killing this fool is also like taking something out of my bag. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, as if he was not worried at all. Bai Zuishan was not an ordinary person either, but under this swift and fierce move he could only defend. In the 5th level, the inheritance was mist transforming into earth. Under the current desperation, Bai Zuishan unconsciously converted the misty gas into an earth-yellow color. Boom! A showdown that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The result made everyone's jaws drop. Bai Zuishan was unmoving like a mountain. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. What happened? Mist transforming into earth actually had such tremendous power? Bai Zuishan himself also had a dumbfounded look. He had already been prepared to be seriously injured. Who knew that he did not feel anything? It was Wang Qian himself fell down. This guy had injured himself. Bai Zuishan recovered his soul body and muttered, Wang Qian, why are you so weak? Wang Qian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Weak? Apart from not using origin, your father already used all of my strength. This attack of his earlier was extremely fierce, but who knew that it was like it had crashed into a steel plate. The opponent was fine, but his soul body suffered a tremendous backlash force. As a result, he injured his soul body. It's not that he's weak, but that you became strong. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Tsuishan seemingly woke up from a dream and was rather excited as he said, "You're right. It's me who became strong." How did I become so strong? Heh? Wang Qian, eat my move. Buzz, buzz. Without waiting for Wang Qian to respond, there was suddenly an additional bolt of lightning in by Tsuishan's hand, smashing over towards his opponent. Wang Qian's expression changed drastically. He felt a great threat. The power of this lightning was even stronger than Feng Rui's 5 lightning. Execution. The power of origin suddenly blossomed. At the same time, wild wind howled. Under the augmentation of the power of origin, this storm was more than dozens of times stronger than before. Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin was no joke. Whirlwind scattering the clouds. Bai Tsuishan, you forced me. Wang Qian bellowed, pouncing toward Bai Tsuishan. Everyone's expressions changed again. The two people's battle immediately rose several levels. It was just that Wang Qian was too terrifying this time. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Ah! Wang Qian screamed miserably. His soul body started quivering like it got electrocuted, flying out backward. Bai Tsuishan was unbelievably excited. His soul force instantly transforming into countless fireballs, smashing toward Wang Qian. 6 forms, each form was strong to the extreme. Furthermore, Bai Tsuishan's attacks did not have any profound technique. It was all just a superficial application of the mist form. But Wang Qian was pursued by Bai Tsuishan and brutally beaten, without the slightest strength to fight back. Miserable screams echoed. I'll also perform a whirlwind scattering the clouds. Have another sort of lightning. Watch my move. Fire dragon technique. Bai Tsuishan became more and more excited as he fought and could not stop at all. Too strong. Too satisfying. My opponent has the power of origin. But, in front of your father, he could not even let out a fart. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Wang Qian, you're too weak. Fight back. Don't you even have any strength left over to retaliate? To think that you looked like a villain intoxicated by success just now, your strength doesn't match your boasting. Amidst the loud laughter, Bai Tsuishan was devastating Wang Qian brutally. Everyone present was stunned from watching. Everything before their eyes was seriously too subverting. Wang Qian already brought out the power of origin. In the end, he was still being thrashed. Although Bai Tsuishan displayed powerful strength earlier, they thought that after Wang Qian used the power of origin, there should have at least been a bloody battle between both parties. Who knew that it was completely a one-sided devastation? If not for the power of origin, Wang Qian would have already died God knows how many times now. It was not that Hegemon Imperishable's origin was not powerful. It was just that the time Wang Qian's fused was too short, and his comprehension of origin was too little. And Bai Tsuishan had long already cultivated his soul body until it was incomparably solid in this 7-colored pagoda. In the later 6 levels, although he was cultivating mist transforming into myriad Dao, Bai Tsuishan's soul body still obtained tremendous tempering. That was right. The mist body could be cultivated too. The stronger the misty air, the harder it was to be killed. Even if they were all pseudo-imperishable physiques, it was the same too. Bang! An earth attribute mystic art was executed, and Wang Qian was pressed to the ground and drubbed once again. Now he was already powerless to talk anymore. Bai Tsuishan stopped and came to Yi Yuan's side as he said excitedly, "Turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique can be cultivated to such a point. I finally understand why progenitor imperishable is called Hegemon." Imperishable? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Progenitor imperishable isn't truly imperishable, but it's that he has trained his enshrouding mist soul physique to the point where it's difficult to kill. In the future, even if you can't reach his height, you can also one-shot most hegemons." Hearing this, Bai Tsuishan was excited to the extreme. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yuan with gratitude. The reason why he had today was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, his path of enshrouding mist had already been opened. He already had a clear direction for his cultivation direction from now on. This way, his future was truly limitless. The others looked at Bai Tsueshan, already envious until they went crazy. Only all the way until Bai Tsueshan displayed his strength did they understand where the significance of this seven-colored pagoda lay. This was the cultivation method that progenitor imperishable customized for the enshrouding mist soul physique. Furthermore, it was only under these kinds of specific conditions that one could forge a cultivation path that belonged to themselves. One could imagine, back then, progenitor imperishable definitely spent considerable effort for the sake of this cultivation method and even specifically refined a chaos heavenly treasure. Now, the 7 layers of space had already disappeared, and it was impossible for them to continue cultivating anymore. Therefore, the more seriously you cultivated here previously, the greater the benefits obtained. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan and Bai Tsueshan were the greatest beneficiaries of the 7-colored pagoda. Bai Tsueshan was already so formidable, then how terrifying was the Yi Yuan who reached grand completion in all 7 layers of space? They were already unable to imagine. At this time, everyone regretted it to the extreme, wishing to go back again and cultivate with Bai Tsueshan. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. On the ground, the dead dog-like Wang Qian felt like all hope was dashed to pieces. This was really too demoralizing. The 7-layered space vanished. Our plan actually really succeeded. Excitement was written all over Mountain Goat's face. With the 7-layered space disappearing, it meant that they had already obtained the power of origin. This was also to say that the hope of finding Hegemon imperishable had greatly increased. The old woman also had an excited look as she said, "It's just that I don't know if any of them has integrated the power of origin, or who fused with the power of origin." Mountain Goat narrowed his goat eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, progenitor imperishable said before, Wang Qian's enshrouding mist soul physique can be called half an enshrouding mist soul physique already. If there's a chance, he might be able to become the second hegemon enshrouding mist. If talking about who has the highest hope of fusing with the origin, it's none other than him." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. They really did not know that progenitor imperishable actually regarded Wang Qian so highly. Then wouldn't the rest have become accessories? Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Therefore, no matter what happened inside, even if others obtain the power of origin, it's useless too, because they have no way of fusing with the origin." Junior apprentice sister Cloud Neon. This time, you've probably miscalculated. Cloud Neon's eternally unchanging face was still like an ancient well without ripples. However, she was also very surprised by progenitor imperishable's evaluation. She believed in her eyesight, but no matter how sharp her vision, it could not compare to progenitor imperishable too. Could it be that this time she really made an error of judgment? Suddenly, the old woman shouted, "They came out!" A group of figures flew out of the 7-colored pagoda. Wang Qian, who fused with the origin, was still unable to control it freely. He appeared extremely conspicuous in this dense crowd of over 100 people. The few great emperors saw him at a glance. Mountain Goat's face revealed wild elations. Progenitor imperishable's origin was indeed still obtained by his own people. "Ha ha ha! Well done, Wang Zhua. This seat knew that you wouldn't let me down." Mountain Goat went up to welcome with a loud laugh. While talking, he even looked toward the other few great emperors with a smug look. That meaning was very clear. "Thanks for giving way." Cloud Neon's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help sighing slightly. In her heart, sure enough, did she still make an error of judgment? Alright, this human was harboring evil intentions. Better kill him. It was just that, upon going closer to take a look, everyone's condition was very different. The Wang Qian who obtained the origin was slouching his head, looking listless and lethargic, while on the other side, Bai Zuishan was valiant and spirited like a proud rooster. Seeing this scene, Mountain Goat was slightly stunned. What was going on? Wang Qian arrived in front of Mountain Goat and said listlessly, "Lord Shan."
Yang.
Shan Yang's brows furrowed and he said, "You obtained the origin, what's with the long face?" The moment Wang Qian heard, he felt even more bitter. "Can't get happy. You treated the origin like a treasure, but people cast it aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. I only picked it up because people did not want it. Even if it was picked up, it was originally a happy thing too. But the events that happened after that seriously made him unable to cheer up. Too demoralizing." Wang Qian smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Shanyang, this origin wasn't obtained by me." The moment Shanyang heard, he immediately understood and said smugly, "It turns out that it's because of this? Hoo-hoo. So what even if it wasn't obtained by you? This origin is fused with you. That's your ability. No matter how formidable the rest are, they couldn't fuse with the origin. That's also rotten mud that can't hold up a wall. Too weak to stand up to competition." The more Shanyang talked, the more Wang Qian wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Next to them, there were already quite a few pseudo-imperishable physiques who laughed out loud. Shanyang's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's so funny? Could it be that this seat is wrong?" The others did not dare to speak, but Bai Zuishan laughed and said, "Lord Shan, Yang, what you said is really not correct. This origin was obtained by Yi Yuan. It's not that he couldn't fuse with the origin, but that he didn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he even made me disregard it too. Otherwise, no matter whose turn it is, it also won't be Wang Qian, this loser's turn to fuse with it." Ha ha ha.